I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Criminality. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
We barely found this one, crashing pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the party's I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
elders say. The seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Ah, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite-laying strike! Ha!
Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! It's fine. Let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of Spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without Spritelings!
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Oh! I'm definitely late! Woo! Why aren't you answering the phone?
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We bout it, five as one, crashing pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the pad, it's how we did. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny big storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, grow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher, and only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
into day 3 of the KME ranking week, and we've seen some teams really step up in the first 2 days of the plays already, and I know that everybody's seen that Blam was here on day 1, but let me give a warm welcome to Blam to the KME, as all it took in a trade to the KMW was BTK and some spoiled tofu. How you doing today, Blam?
It's more so the spoiled tofu, right? Obviously, we're not going to throw shade on BTK. We will throw a lot of shade on Kid, however, though. But yeah, throwing him under the bus is what we do best here, Hauler. But yeah, I'm happy to be, obviously, at KME the fall season. I mean, we've had some banger matchups, like you said, and we've still got 2 days of very exciting ranking week action to go forward with.
Yeah, I mean, all of the teams have kind of really leveled up. You're seeing a next level play from some of these teams. Yes, some of the score lines have been 2-0s, but some of these games have been very close. It comes back to that comeback of being able to just like show that resilience to get really back in these games.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I can't question anything about 2 0s. My day was pretty much half felt with 2 1s as well. So I feel like maybe I've got the curse here within the KME. This, unfortunately, here. But for the guys watching at home, hey, we want to pull best of 3. But what we're looking for is obviously these teams are all vying for that 50,000 USD total prize pool. Top prize is going to be that 10K USD. Second place, 8.5. 7K for the third place. And fourth place will be 6,500. But then 5th to 7th, so even if you get last place, you're going to be walking away with 6K. So that's actually decent for these teams, right?
Yeah, it's going to be great for them. And of course, the 7 participating teams, it's going to be Gen.G Esports, Crazy Raccoon, Nongshim RedForce, SCARZ, R8 Esports, CMF Esports, and of course, Astar Esports rounding it out through, of course, just 7 teams. But hey, we have a lot of games ahead of us.
A lot of games, and these are going to be the games that are going to be on broadcast today. There is 2 matches that will be obviously played offline, but these are the ones you're going to be actually be able to get our opinions, action, and obviously see what we think about these teams. But first up is going to be Astar going up against Nongshim RedForce. So last place at the moment, going up against Nongshim RedForce, who are sat at 2nd place thanks to Gen.G. And speaking of Gen.G, their second match is going to be of the day against R8 Esports. A little bit of a historical feud there. And the third match of the day, CMF going up against Nongshim again. Nongshim having some action today, so Nongshim fans are definitely going to be ecstatic with today's matches. And then the final match of the day is going to be R8 Esports versus SCARZ. This is a matchup I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, I think all of these are going to be great games. I mean, we're going to see exactly where the kind of where the teams are going to end up, right? I think that we're seeing like Gen.G, Nongshim, even Crazy Raccoons in the top 3 right now. So all of these teams are kind of making some waves, and they definitely want to be in Group S, where only 3 teams make it there.
Yeah, Group S is what we're going to be looking for, right? Because obviously they don't have to fight it out within the survival week. They pretty much secured their place within the playoffs. It's just where they sit on the placement. But here is so far the standings. Gen.G first place here, Nongshim 2nd, R8 3rd place, and then Crazy Raccoons, SCARZ in 4th and 5th. CMF currently at 6th, and then Astar Esports at 7th. And one of those offline broadcast matches is actually going to be CMF going against Astar. So realistically, potentially today could be a fight for last place within the ranking week.
Yeah, and also another offline game is going to be SCARZ and CMF as well. So they have to play twice offline just to see where they stand. And I think that we will know exactly where the at least the bottom tier teams are, or the bottom teams are going to end up being. So it might be in a bad spot. But let's find out, of course, who will be the first team that's going to be playing in this series.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta
So this is the first team today, guys. It's going to be Astar Esports, the Astromancers, and they are played with by Abdo, Jingtian, Vio in the mid lane, Mirage in the farm lane, and Zug Zwang into the bot side of the map. He is their roamer. But I mean, just look at that, obviously the Vio there. Obviously, we saw in the video, Mirage, he likes to lean back and get those shots, man. He wants to make sure they're lined up and hitting on the enemy team.
Yeah, and I think it's perfect for that, right? He wants to play like the Shoyu. He wants the ones with the rifles to kind of just gun everybody down. I think that he's going to be, you know, at least living up to that name. But, I mean, Abdo has been the other guy that you kind of need to look out for. But let's check out their opponent, which will be Nongshim RedForce now.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red. They're going to be made up of Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and of course, Faye. No strangers to the KME. They are the Spring 2025 champions. And while they didn't have the greatest of times at the KWC, they are still the force to be reckoned with, at least here in the KME.
They are the RedForce. Well, unfortunately, their undefeated streak for the ranking week has already been solid. So for me, Hauler, I mean, this is a Nongshim that maybe after that one defeat against Crazy Raccoons in that game number 2, right? Like, to me, that was kind of everything they needed. A little bit of a reality check, a little bit of a slap to the face of Nongshim RedForce. Be like, all right, bet. Let's not drop a single game now on. So right now, it's going to be Astar that's going to be trying to actually take a round off of Nongshim RedForce. And I mean, I'm really excited to see what Jingtian brings out into the jungle. To me, yesterday, we got Main jungle. I mean, what was that about?
Yeah, that was all about the Fade. They were trying to use it in a weird way. I mean, some people might have said that they might have, like, maybe drafted incorrectly, pressed the wrong button. I think that there was some logic to the pick. I mean, Sagi was talking about it yesterday about being able to pull it off the ledges, and then you kind of play around with, you know, the Fade that he's, like, bouncing all over the place. You need that control, and then definitely add that. But unfortunately for Astar Esports, not able to really hit their stride, and they've kind of been struggling throughout the KME. And again, they didn't really win out that game, but I mean, the potential is always there.
The potential is always there, to be honest, because I mean, they did actually go blow for blow against Gen.G as well, right? Like, they actually managed to bring Gen.G to a 2-1 scoreline, so the only defeat that Gen.G has actually had is from this team. So realistically, there is still a potential that Nongshim could actually falter here to Astar Esports. But we're going to get onto the BP of game number 1. So Dharma, Mai Shiranui, typical bands we're going to be seeing here. More than likely the Ali coming through, as well as potential to pay.
Yeah, the Dharma right now, the third most picked hero in the KME thus far. It just had so much control, and it's definitely one of those things that you kind of want to just get rid of, right? Especially to start things off. Astar also doing a little bit of research, realizing that actually Illusion, his hero, is going to be the Mai. So they definitely respect ban on that one.
Respect ban on the Mai, but also respect ban on the U1. I feel like this has been a pick that's like, throughout international competitions, has had its kind of like its highs, its lows, and it's currently going through one of those kind of periods where it's always being selected, especially in the best of 3, right? Like, we always see the likes of players like Faye going onto it. Obviously, Clue loves this pick as well from Gen.G, and it just gives over overall sustain. We have the obviously CC from the AoE ultimate, and then obviously you can bait a lot of that kind of counter engage with Unending Sorrow. So really, it means that now that the Ali is going to be open here because they ban out the U1 as well as the Liang.
Yeah, also, I mean, just to kind of add on to the U1, the pick is just very flexible, right? It can be in almost a number of different roles, so you don't really want to play with it. If you, anything, especially going into the draft, you want to be like, hey, let them pick something so that we know what's coming. If Yuan's there, they could go in many different directions, so it might be one of those things that they just don't want to deal with in a game 1, but they pick up the pay as well to kind of counter out the moats Gen.G. Is that going to be, you know, the Haku special here?
I think it's basically just early game insurance, right? Like, we know that Nongshim RedForce, they could be very aggressive in the early game and then just flesh that out with the potential late game ticket, like we can kind of see here with Yixing. They kind of needed that crowd control to come through with the world is my board, so they can obviously play on their terms. Also in terms of zoning as well, is going to really help them basically select the team fights that they want to take and obviously just zone out or even just use the board as we've seen so far within most of the competitions, just to keep the enemy team away from that potential takedown of a turret.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the response to that has been the Agudo. They want to kind of just, again, slow siege, slow this game down, protect the jungle. That's going to be the biggest thing, especially going up against Haku's Pei, who's going to be looking to invade, right? The other big piece of this one is the Yixing. You're kind of mentioning about this, but the control that it provides is actually quite key. The world is my board, setting it up for Arlie and Pei, both tremendous damage dealers, to just blow up whoever gets locked in.
Yeah, I mean, we speak of damage as well. I mean, taking liberties is skill. That in the early game, and obviously as it stacks and scales for it to the late game, it really hurts the mid lane, especially squishier heroes, right? Like, you also get to be at chance of using the cleanse onto the D-Ranger, thanks to obviously taking liberties, actually getting that knock-up. But the Agudo, I feel like he's just going to be here to match the pace of the early game of the Pei. They need to kind of have that early game aggression for themselves, because a lot of the teams we've been seeing so far with both in the KME and KMW is they falter at reaction playstyle, right? Like, they're like, oh, they get caught off, they kind of like take a jab to the chin, like that kangaroo in that like very sort of like very famous video in Australia where he gets jabbed, he kind of like startled. That's what most of the teams look like when these teams go for an aggressive early game comp. But yeah, the Agudo is just going to be there to match this up. But taking the Lady Chen off of the board here for Nongshim, they don't want to give over any kind of big sort of like CC heavy mid lane heroes.
And I mean, just kind of add on that one. I mean, it feels like Nongshim really looking to hit the kangaroo quicker, right? I think they want to definitely be striking, putting the fear into them, because getting up 1-0 in a best of 3 is a world of hurt, right? It's a terrible place to be in when everything is like an elimination game, and it's like a very stressful situation. You don't want to be there. You definitely want to put your best foot forward, and it looks like Nongshim are kind of on that path.
They are exactly right. I mean, they've definitely got the late game now with the Charlotte as well as the Yixing, but they've also got that great pairing. I mean, it's not quite the Zhongfei and Yixing kind of like team fight combo we used to see, but the Lianbo with the Tremor Smash means that you're going to get that massive AoE knock-up into these team fights. And I mean, if you're going to be committed into a team fight and you have Lianbo there, it's going to be a good thing for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But not only that, Lianbo, great kind of brush checker as well. So if you've got kind of squishy heroes like the Ali, like the Pei, you're just going to send Fei into it. He can get it with a burst ramp, get back out, and kind of get that check on the intel for his teammates.
Yeah, and you needed somebody who's like a big beefy boy to, again, just check the brushes, as well as just being that tank, right? I think that you need to protect the very, very squishy back line from Nongshim here. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Fei to really perform. Just stay alive more than anything else. Control them, because you know that like the Mayin, the Moats, when they're able to just kind of lock down on the Pei or Arlie, the D-Ranger will be there to help clean up.
Yeah, there we go. We're going to get the newer raining that one up. Obviously, just some late game potential for the side of Astar. Obviously, in the early game, it's not the quite impactful pick that we need, but it's also great for the rotations, right? I mean, this is going to match the pace of the likes of the Agudo. Agudo has a very good, fast wave clear into the jungle. You have the emergence from the newer, so we're potentially going to be seeing VO try and give a lot of pressure down to the bot side of the map, trying to stop the curve of the Ali as well.
Yeah, the biggest thing about Astar, though, is that they have wave clear. Like, they could indefinitely extend the game. As long as they're staying alive, they're not getting caught out, they'll be able to just slow the game down, give time for, you know, the VO to get that farm, right? I think that it's going to be that one. But, of course, this is the first series of the day, the first game. Like, looking at these drafts, though, Blam, who do you give the edge to?
I mean, early game, definitely giving the edge over to Nongshim here. We're going to be seeing Haku probably very aggressive, maybe even go for that kind of like level 1 invade into the enemy jungle. Potentially we'll see a counter maybe here, because obviously Agudo, we'd like to go for the blue buff, the Azure Golem, to get obviously the cooldown reduction. But speaking of cooldown reduction, we have the official gaming phone, which is the Realme 15 Pro. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, feel the difference indeed. That's a nice phone. It feels great. It plays great. Everything that you want. But going into, of course, this first piece, you're seeing that Haku is already looking to evade, at least putting the pressure on, although Astar Esports will just kind of scurry them away.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Like, Agudo normally starts off at the Azure Golem, looks to obviously take that, but knowing the intel, the experience of Nongshim, they were going to go and invade the red, so he had to go up there anyway, so he made sure he claimed that for himself, and now he can go back to obviously just going back to that same kind of mojo into the early game jungle, just getting that clear, nothing contested, nothing being taken away just so yeah.
Yeah, just kind of a little bit of a scouting expedition more than anything else. Seeing what's there. Are they going to rotate? Astar Esports actually have rotated in. So again, Nongshim, they were just like, okay, we're not going to risk it. There's really no point. Let's just go back and play conservatively. But that was a little bit of wasted time by Haku as he had to move around the map a bit.
It is, but I mean, he's the pay, right? He can dive over the walls, as you see him right now in the tiger form. He can just make that time back. He's like one of those very like loyal workers. He's like, hey boss, I need to leave early. He's like, I bet you're gonna make the time back. Yeah, cool. And you can kind of see already with obviously the gold being kind of like neutralized. It's pretty much neck and neck, right? Like every 100 gold getting onto the side of Astar, it's then received onto Nongshim. So they're playing very well here. The teleport coming through for the side of Nongshim, just so that Haku can get that minion wave.
Yeah, and Mirage here just by himself, at least for now. Zugzwang is joining the fight, but VO was potentially looking to kind of, make that rotation. But here's the emergence. They're going to go right on top. They're taking liberties right on top of him. He's actually going to have to flash away. Abdo does get to safety, but now Astar trying to protect their jungle. These are Arbors.
Yeah, I mean, they committed quite a few ultimates there. Obviously, we saw Illusion use the wall in my board. We obviously had the degradation from the Charlotte as well. But really, that was the job of Abdo, right? Like, this is the Mayin. She's very slippery. She has that CC immunity. She can just backflip out of those sticky situations. Because really, we're looking at the lockdown from the Yixing to keep that Mayin in place. But Abdo played that very well.
Yeah, Abdo, man, for me, he's been very impressive the past few days. And I mean, they don't have the scoreline or the wins to really kind of showcase what he's done. But Abdo has really been playing next level. He's really kind of picked up this team, so to speak, because of his play. So he's the guy that you always need to be careful. Sometimes he gets ambushed 2v1. He comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, he is in, right? I mean, he is the key player of Astar Esports. This is a player that's had experience since 2022, being part of, obviously, Yala Esports as well. So he's got the time on the Gorge, right? So he's definitely showing that he is the stand-up player within Astar. So really, we're going to be looking towards him to give his experience over to some of these younger players that are currently on the Gorge, like Gen.G, right? Like, we know nothing less about him than he's got 350 stars within ranked, right? I mean, that's 250 stars more than Kindo. But is it going to be enough to get a victory against Nongshim?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to find out. I think it's not all about stars at the end of the day, but it's all about that team playing well with one another. I think that's the biggest thing we've learned is that some of the teams individually mechanically sound, right? They're completely solid. They understand how to play the game, but sticking together and playing with timers, understanding where you need to be as a team has been really the biggest differential. But they go in and they try to go for Mirage. It takes a lot of damage. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, not the situation we want to be in when we get into that 4-minute mark, literally 1 second away. Mirage is looking like pretty low. He's able to get the healing from behind that T1, and now we can kind of see the potential start of the first team fight against Nongshim and Astar as both neutral objectives are up. You can see already formulating around that Tyrant, whilst Abdo is quite frequently away from this fight. He's just trying to create that pressure. He's freezing the minion wave into the top side of the map so that naturally the minions come through, but that was plenty of time for Nongshim to take the Tyrant.
Yeah, plenty of time. And I mean, Nongshim even took their time where they wanted to get the red buff before, but now Haku in the probably the worst spot you could be, but he's looking to get the gank onto Jingtian. He's in a bad spot. He pounces away, and now Abdo's on the chase, wants to get him. They have the board set up, and they find Haku. He's going to give up first blood. Abdo with that nice rotation gets that kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I love about the mode 2 as well, right? Like, obviously, it was all Abdo. It was all up in the grill of the enemy team. But the fact is that Zugzwang, with that cannon blast, kept Haku in place long enough just so that Abdo could just dive back in on top, right? Like, he was able to get that healing from the backflip, obviously the damage reduction as well, and it just meant he could go back in and claim that first blood. But right now, Astar are looking pretty decent within this early game. Obviously, gold advantage, it's not obviously night and day. It's a few hundred. It's nothing that Nongshim can't come back from.
Haku is very aggressive. He likes to be in the enemy jungle. He paid with his life on that one. That's a statement by Astar Esports, is that, hey, you want to do that? It's a risky game, my friend. It's a dangerous one, and he paid with his life. Haku needs to be a bit careful, but I'm pretty sure he's going to continue his ways of continuing with these invades.
Yeah, I feel like definitely Astar, thanks to the Agudo, thanks to obviously the way that they're setting up these team fights and getting these kind of like prime pickups onto Haku. Obviously, in the early game, they managed to kind of like halter his farm rate, and they've got the first blood onto him. And it's really nice to see that Gen.G actually picked a jungler that's quite meta, right? Like you can see here, Agudo is still one of those top picks, and it's proven here for Astar. Will be committed.
Oh, they got out of this one. I mean, Mirage had the flash on out of this, but Astar Esports, crisis averted. Yes, that's a huge ult on cooldown now, but Illusion solo has to recall.
Yeah, exactly right. So T1 up to the top side of the map was taken by Astar, but it was actually reflected nicely down to the bot side. So farm lane T1 being taken down there. So really, we're going to be seeing Mirage have a little bit more of a different positioning onto the Gorge right now. So he's no longer got that safe space into the bot side of the map where he can farm up. He's got to stick around with the likes of Zugzwang with a VO to keep himself alive.
Yeah, the problem with this is that now that he's grouping up, the potential board of locking in more than one obviously increases. But Astar Esports doing a great job of at least sticking together and putting the pressure on, taking what the enemy's giving them. They're looking to trade. Furball goes in, finds it. Here's the emergence. They're going to try to go on to Kyung9, who's actually getting bounced around. He gets dashes away. He does get the safety, though. And now Nongshim, can they get anything in return?
Yeah, like you said there, obviously the board is going to catch more, right? We got at least 3 within that board, but it was actually good for Astar because they were actually playing on the foot, like their front foot, because Nongshim was like, oh, they've taken it back a bit. They had to go back. They almost got a takedown onto one of the team sides of Nongshim RedForce, but it just allowed them that space for Astar to take that T1 already and then just keep building that momentum. I feel like that's what they need to do in this game, number one. Astar needs to take the lead, keep that momentum going, and keep pushing forward, because if they take one eye off the ball, Nongshim's going to punish you.
Yeah, and that was the punish, right? Haku was in the top lane, took the top T2. Yes, they tried to go for Kyung9. He gets away to safety, but he also keeps the bottom T2 alive. So they did trade fairly in that regard. So Nongshim coming out with the smaller wins.
Coming out with smaller wins, exactly. But I mean, this is Nongshim RedForce, right? They can sometimes fumble the early game. It doesn't mean that they're going to be getting carried out, and I feel like that's another thing that Astar needs to keep in the back of their mind as well, right? Is that macro is one of the greatest strengths of Nongshim, but also some of their greatest weakness. But right now, you've seen Siri going for the macro play up into the bot side of the map, looking to take that T2 and respond to that T2 into the top side. The board doesn't actually commit. Zones at the minions, though.
Oh, but Ado taking a lot of damage. He's going to try to dash away. He gets caught out. Haku makes him pay, and now they're on the run. Zugzwang, he gets knocked up with that Trevor Smash. The box is not going to connect onto him. Faye will be killed, though. But the double kill all the way to Haku, who's doing that, taking a decent amount of damage. But he wants to go for Mirage, but he's going to barely survive in that regard. It's a 2 for 3 in favor of Nongshim thus far. And Jingtian is going to just roll on out. He wants to go for Illusion. He dies under the tower.
Yeah, that was superb positioning there from Siri, right? Like, he went the scenic route, went all the way around the base. Siri! On the BO! Like I was saying, beautiful positioning.
Yeah, beautiful positioning, but aggressively understanding the mission ahead of him, right? As Siri being able to play that out and out, the movement was just unreal, plus he was able to light step away, and this is why Siri is an absolute menace on this Arlie.
Yeah, it's taken him a while to get his presence onto the Gorge in this game, number one, but now it's starting to be felt, right? Like, you can see that the itemization, that core itemization for the Arlie coming through. Obviously, the last item we saw him build was a Shadow Ripper. So attack speed, crit, it's all coming through for this pick, and really onto the side of Astar, when they've got shielding from the likes of, obviously, the Blood Rage for Jingtian, it's not going to really work when you have an Arlie.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. I mean, Siri's starting to get that farm. He's got the level advantage over Mirage as well. But, you know, I think Astar Esports, the way that they've been playing is they've been trying to group, just trying to take and snowball some towers, right? Get that momentum going and kind of mitigate the whole lead that Haku might get. But now they're looking to go in for this one. The Trevor Smash is going to actually connect, gets the blow up onto Mirage, who got caught out.
Yeah, that's what somebody want to get caught out within these team fights, right? D-Ranger is always known to be able to be just sat at the back of the team fight, have a little bit of a lovely time, and just kind of keep throwing those tokens, obviously using the passive of the Spark Forge Dagger as well, just to keep maintaining that poke. But when you got something so fearful like Faye on the Liampo, he knew what his exam was. He knew what he needed to do to get into that backline, which was that Tremor Smash. Didn't actually even use the flash to actually maintain and get the D-Ranger, so that's a bonus here for Nongshim.
Yeah, just completely caught him out. The board is going to be set up, just blocking them away, but it's going to take a mid T2 down. Siri, though, on the prowl. They're going to look to go for this bottom T3. They're going to chip his way very quickly here.
I mean, I don't know if you caught that hold of it. VO took so much damage.
Abdo trying to make the heroic play, trying to go on to Siri, and he survives yet again. Nongshim and the Annihilation off the mark as well, but Nongshim coming out on top of that 1 kill on Abdo.
That was kind of like a swan song by Abdo there, right? Like, he was just like, you know what? I've got to take it, because if I don't do this, they could potentially take that T3 into the mid lane as well, because he was just doing basically collateral damage control. He was just like, if I don't do this, I die. And they take the T3 into the mid. Or I do this, I die, and I get to keep that T3 into the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to go all in for this. It was a very, you know, it was like a Hail Mary play. I don't know if that was the right timing for this, but there's a 6K network lead. Now your jungle's completely gone off. The first ram, the Tremor Smash is going to connect, and they actually kill BO. They find Jingtian as well, and Nongshim, Abdo trying to make the heroic play yet again, but a triple kill going the way of Siri.
Siri with the triple kill coming through here. That is phenomenal here for Nongshim RedForce. And to be honest, the board did its job. It cleared 3 flashes onto the side of Astar. So now Nongshim RedForce know that they can just go in and they aren't going to be able to get out. And you can see here that Young Nerd going in with the fatal error.
Yeah, they don't really care. They're just going to dive the crystal. It doesn't matter. And Nongshim RedForce are going to take game 1 just like that.
Very quick game 1, not quite the quickest game within KME. I mean, right now, Astar, I believe, actually no, R8 that hold that button, that ride for the quickest game within KME, which is 11 minutes and 25 seconds, but it was definitely on average to be around about that one of the shortest games, right? That was like just above that 12-minute mark for Nongshim RedForce.
Very clean. I mean, that's kind of what we expected from Nongshim RedForce. There were moments where you're kind of like, okay, Astar Esports, I get it. They're looking to just take some towers. They are equalizing, right? And they were actually fighting the good fight. But then they got caught out a couple too many times, and Abdo was trying to make these plays where when you're losing, I don't really like it. Maybe you catch them out, but the team needs to kind of go all in on that one, not just a solo play.
Yeah, I mean, it's a direct consequence of just letting Siri on the R League be completely unchecked for the matter of maybe 8 minutes within this match. And then like you were saying, Holler, Astar, they were doing bits. They were able to get some of the macro play, get a bit of pressure into the top side of the map, and they were very aggressive at taking that T2. But what they didn't have is the fact that it was eyes on Siri. Siri was down the bot side, he took the T2, and then he took all the way the river path just to go behind the enemy team because the Kyung9 managed to get a great start on whittling down the health of the side of Astar. And then all it took was Siri to come to the back line and run them down. And he even took that push into the mid lane, almost died to get the kill on BO.
Yeah, if you're looking at that team, I mean, that game, like, who kind of sticks out to you? Because to me, it felt like everyone had their moments, and that was like a team win more than anything else. It wasn't like one guy just like taking over the game. It was like everyone understanding what they had to do in terms of their role.
I mean, personally, I think, obviously, the thing we're suffering from here is obviously the Nongshim early game, which sometimes doesn't come into fruition, right? And this is where they normally get punished by some of the other international teams. But the fact is they had the kind of quiet early game, and obviously the unchecked of Siri. You can see right here, right? The KDA of Siri, 6-0-1. To me, that's the MVP for me, because he did have a very quiet early game, but then when he was able to activate and pop up, he did.
Yeah, and he actually had the most damage on the team, the most net worth with 11,000. I mean, sometimes doubling some of the other players in this lobby. So he was really just like completely given free farm. But again, that was kind of why Astar were like death balling in other lanes, and Siri was like, okay, all this space, perfect. I'll continue to farm, push towers, take everything, you know, from whatever I can. And he was doing such a great job in that regard.
Absolutely. I mean, Gold Digger with that 11.5k gold lead, right? I mean, that's a lot of gold onto your enemy's marksman, right? Mirage suffering there with 7k. I mean, especially with Gen.G when you're looking to build those defensive items. But you can kind of see here, there was little glimmers of hope for Astar. You can see that the gold graph ever so small. I mean, you need a magnifying glass at certain points within this game past that 4-minute mark to see that lead. But they were still maintaining around about that 100 gold lead ever so and then. But it was just that fight towards the top side of the map that really just opened it up. And you can see here, there was not many neutral objectives actually being taken. It was only one Tyrant, one Shadow Tyrant. The Overlord got no action.
Yeah, no action whatsoever. I mean, you don't need to, right? All you need to do is take that Tyrant and continue on with that push because you had that damage burst. You won those team fights. Once you had that numbers advantage, it was pretty much just like snowballing, right? You just rolled it down. And again, this is why Nongshim RedForce are so good. But as you called it, it is going to be Siri as the MVP, 6-0-1-1. But the 27% in terms of total gold earned on one player, as well as the 25% of the damage there. Just a really well-played game by Siri here.
With a pose like that, I feel like I'm being held hostage right now, Hauler. I feel like he's just came into a bank. He's got me at gunpoint. He wants whatever in my pocket, but right now I can tell you, Siri, I've got basically fluff in my pocket. There's nothing there for you, pal. Everything was for you on the gorge. You can't take anything from me. But we're going to look at these highlights now and see exactly it. You can see right now, Siri on these highlights, he takes a long rotation from bot side. He's going all the way to the mid, getting some extra bit of gold like the bank robbery is right now. You can see the VO is there. He knows that Jing is very low as well as Mirage. He still tries to go and contest to get the intel onto VO. Almost takes a lot of damage there, but uses the paracel over to the wall, gets the takedown. But it was just these beautiful moments where they would exhaust so many common skills from the side of Astar that it just meant that Nongshim had the intel and they could click green light go.
Yeah, green light go. I mean, it was once you had that board set up, then you were like trying to hit with the wombo combo with the tremor smash. Like it was just like go at them. And again, Astar Esports were just on the run. You know, it's a very scary moment when you see all of these big ults being used on you, and they really didn't have any answers for that. They didn't really want a team fight because they were a death ball lineup and they don't want to be grouped up, which is a very weird thing to be in.
Yeah, exactly. It's the one weakness they had, and they found themselves faltering to that weakness towards the end of that game. But Nongshim RedForce taking that first point onto the board, looking very decisive, especially that mid to late game. I mean, we say late game, it got to 12 minutes. It was borderline late game. But it was the right time. It's all about timers. Like the comment you said earlier, Hauler, is that some of these teams, they are good at obviously getting the scraps. They like to have the team fights, but they don't take into mind and consideration these timers onto the enemy team. So they're not really playing to their full potential, which is a big learning curve for some teams.
Yeah, but how do they extend the game? They need to slow it down. I mean, we're going to have to see exactly how they bounce back. But first, let's take a little bit of a break. We'll be right back.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Nongshim RedForce, that was too fast, too furious there, right? I mean, they took the pay and they just basically ran it down Astar's throat. They didn't really have much to respond with, but blam, what does Astar Esports need to do to come back in this one?
I mean, we saw promise in the early game, right? Like we said, once they locked in the Agudo, we knew what the execution plan was going to be. It was to match the pace of the pay. It was to make sure that their early game wasn't going to be dominated by the side of Nongshim. And correctly so, in seeing that and casting that, we saw that they weren't able to dominate the early game, right? I mean, even Astar got the first blood, so they were able to kind of maintain that motion. But it was just the fact that Nongshim RedForce, they knew what they were working with because the gold lead was so like neck and neck. And what's one thing at that point in the game, especially around about the 4-minute mark, that can neutralize such a small lead? It's taking that tyrant, because you are going to be getting that increased movement speed, that increased damage, what you should be getting when you're already kind of like ahead by 2K gold, what we normally see around about that 4-minute mark, especially in such a potential dominating game and early game aggressive draft that we saw there from Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing it was when you said it in game 1, you were talking about the macro game, right? Astar Esports were trying to out-macro Nongshim, who are very good, understanding that like if they're pushing in one lane, we've got space in the other lane, and just being able to just take what the enemy's giving to them. And Nongshim did a great job of just being reactive in that regard and then taking the fight to them. They turned that one around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the one thing that Nongshim's known for. Not only macro, but the reaction to what's at the situation at hand, right? Like, we've seen many, many times where Nongshim always looked like a little bit of a fish out of water in game number 1. But even then, within that game number 1, they adjust. They try and basically do things like, right, okay, what's not working? Let's try and go for some more macro. We're suffering here, so let's get the reactive straight onto the board, rather than like some of these teams where they have an issue that occurs within one match. They're like, right, okay, we'll wait till game 2 to fix it. Nongshim's not like that. Nongshim's a different kind of gravy, man. They're always like, let's fix it on the spot. They're the kind of like go-to guys that you want when you've got like a problem with your computer.
Yeah, and then not like 7 days later where they can kind of like look into it and potentially fix it, right? Like I've been there, right? So yeah, definitely you want to do it right on the spot. I think that that's the biggest thing, is their flexibility. But you know, again, it's definitely an easier one when you have problems that they can solve on the fly, and they're smaller problems, right? Some of the international teams, when they kind of really stuck it to Nongshim, gave them much larger problems, and they weren't able to kind of solve those on the spot. It took them 7 days.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was a 7-day turnaround. They asked if you turned it up and on again, and many times we tried turning it up and on again. It just didn't work. But to me, I feel like that's kind of a showing of a sign that there's only really maybe 2 potential problem solvers onto the side of Nongshim. So you've not got a team that's kind of always proactively sort of looking for the fix. You've already got 2 people that are potentially looking for the fix there. And we know that obviously Illusion, Faye are pretty much like the captains of the team. So I can imagine it's all down to them. And that's quite a bit of weight to bear when you're actually at like a competition on international level, like KWC, right? Like KME, yes, that's going to be your ticket into such a tournament for that grand stature. But you need to start making sure that you're making those adjustments now, so that it kind of just builds up and flourishes when you get to that point.
Yeah. I think taking those L's has been really good for them in the long run. I think that that's the biggest thing. This is a team that's still, I mean, they're playing well now, and obviously they still have, you know, one more game to go through, potentially, you know, maybe more. But Astar Esports here on the other end, the idea was great in terms of just like how they were trying to draft and to deal with this early game pressure. Just too strong in the end by Nongshim RedForce. So Astar Esports need to go back to the drawing board. They could potentially go with the pay themselves as well.
They could go with the pay themselves, absolutely. I mean, they could, to be honest, most times when we see the pay come through in game number 1, it's generally the team that's taken it, they generally ban it off after that point. And from experience, Haku is really more of that Augurin player, right? Like, I suppose if they really want a dominant game, they just give Haku the Augurin, and then we kind of start to see the likes of the Ganon Mo for Illusion and stuff like that. Then we can kind of see the actual prime Nongshim RedForce that we used to.
Yeah, and look, everyone knows that about Nongshim, right? They know, and they've shown this plenty of times to go to the Haku Augurin as, you know, something that they're very comfortable with. It makes a lot of sense if they want to do that here. It's best of 3. You're not really showing anything new, but at the same time, this could be an opportunity to try something out, something that we haven't seen too much from Nongshim. We're gonna have to find out as the Van pick is underway.
ban pick is on the way. Liang being banned out still in that first banning phase. So Astar really don't want to go up against this sort of heavy crowd control, suppression pick that they could go for the side of Nongshim. Maybe it's a kind of spelling of what they really want to go for within their draft, right? They want to go for some more high frame heroes because the ban kind of made sense in game number 1 because obviously they wanted to go for the likes of the Mai Yi. What really shuts down the Mai Yi is that suppression. And there it is. Nongshim with that payback.
Yeah, they're not going to be, you know, giving that up anytime soon, right? The potential there, they're like, too much, too strong. We know the power of this one. We do not want to deal with it. And they're going to make them play a little bit more standard in that regard. But now it's started. At the same time, when you ban out the Liang, tells me that Jing Tian wants to play something like a Luna, a Jing, somebody who's going to be high-flying himself.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, he could go for something completely out of the pale, right? I mean, it's not like it's something that he hasn't done already within the KME Fall Fall Season 2025. But it looks like it's going to be the Q1 here that was banned out for the side of Nongshim in game number 1. So it goes back to the point he was making for them in game number 1. This is a flex pick. Now, Nongshim have to think, right, okay, this is a first pick that we have to kind of counter. Do we just decide to go and lock in our bot side of the map so that there's no bans for Siri? Because in that game number 1, he was very dominant.
Yeah, very dominant indeed. And I mean, these are some other really good dominant heroes for Nongshim. Okay, they're not going to go with the Dharma. They were pretending to go. But it looks like they're going to go with the Moats and Lung also just solidify that bottom lane, right? And you were talking about how just powerful it could be. It doesn't show your draft as well. So these are very solid picks now.
It doesn't show you draft. It means that obviously Faye gets to go on the shot calling hero that is Motsu, right? Like he's able to stay from a very long distance, use those cannon blasts. And many times when we saw Faye on the Motsu, it's been a very successful kind of game. They're able to just have that room to breathe, have that kind of range to phase check, because he's gone from one close combat hero, which is the Liempo, to the Motsu. But now they've got to contest with this Luna. Those think inside the boxes, got to make sure they're hitting onto this Luna, or else she's going to be pretty hard to lock down.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I mean, the Cannon Blast is going to be tough, especially when he's zipping left and right all over you, right? But right now, they need to figure out either, you know, you got to be tanky enough to survive her assault when she jumps on top of you, or control. It looks like Nongshim are going to be like, hey, we're going to bring the Dharma. We're just going to control this one.
They definitely love the bit of control here. But I mean, I do like the pick up to the Chano here for the side of Astar. Not only does it give it a little bit more of a long range onto the Lung, because Lung needs to be in that kind of mid-range territory to get those flaming palms up. But then it's that late game assurance for the side of Astar. So to kind of match the late game potential of Nongshim here, you can kind of already see that Astar, yes, they don't have that early game aggression so far, because obviously if Luna's put in check and put in a box in the early game, it's pretty much goodnight Irene. But if Nongshim allow them to breathe onto the Luna, then that could cause trouble here. But I don't think Nongshim are going to be able to do that. They're not going to just like, you know what, you've got Luna, let's see what you can do.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to that initiation, how the jump is going to happen. But Nongshim are going to definitely be prepared, right? The Luna being picked up in the earlier part of the first phase of the draft means that you could have that potential to counter. The Dharma is a good one. They need probably some sort of tank, some sort of way to kind of just, stay alive and have a little bit more control, especially when we're talking about the jungle as well coming up.
Yeah, jungle, I mean, there's still potential here for, obviously, what we're saying in the pre-game number 2. Just that there and then, Haku still has a chance to go for the illusion here. However, the Q1 is going to be able to sustain these team fights for Astar. We don't know if it's going to be that roam. We don't know if it's going to be that mid, because if it's not going to be that mid, if they do lock in the Ogre onto the side of Nongshim, they could go for something like the Lady Gem, which is a great counter.
Yeah, it's definitely open right now. I mean, they have a lot of opportunities. A lot of different options to go. Are you comfortable with the Auguring going up against the Luna? Obviously, it's a little bit of a dicey one, especially in terms of farming. Got to keep up pace, but is it really the hero that you're looking for?
I mean, it gives Haku the insight into the enemy jungle, right? Just use the Haku passive, put the pressure onto the Luna. You know for a fact Jing Tian is going to go for the Azure Golem in the early game. So if you're able to kind of use the likes of the long range from Motsu, use the Augurin to just kind of just harass her at the early game, that's where they can kind of just stop the wagon completely off the road straight from the word go.
Yeah, it's all about just like restricting her from getting that blue buff more than anything else. But Zachiao on this one, a little bit of control, a little bit more of just dealing with this potential jump in of the Luna. And like ever since like then, every single hero has been picked with some more control, but the Bai Chi being hovered over with the Dolia, this is going to be an interesting one.
very interesting. Obviously, they got the kind of like hyper carry team comp going here with the Dolia and the U1 keeping Chano alive because he is a very squishy hero. But what's one good hero that's good against healing, especially put him into that kind of that limbo state, is potentially Haku on the Musashi. And really, within the KME Fall season, we've seen a lot of Musashis and they've been coming through and they've been working really well. I believe it was the game where Astar took a match up of Gen.G was with the Musashi.
Yeah, they had a great time with that one. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? The Musashi is just like a homing missile, and plus, Luna trying to get away might be a bit of an issue, considering Haku will be looking to prioritize as much as possible. If we're looking at control, it doesn't really have too much. I mean, Baichi, yes, but it's not the easiest one to hit. If there's, you know, any sort of CC that gets knocked up onto the Luna, you might have a bad time. So they need to be very careful with how they proceed in these team fights.
Oh, very careful. I mean, it is Astar going to be one of those teams that can be careful. I mean, we can see that Abdo is going to be the anchor of these team fights once again. Like you were saying, Hola, Baichi's ultimate, it does have that kind of taunt effect onto it. So once you're in there, you're kind of stuck into this sort of like small AoE. You're not going to be able to kind of use the skills and whatnot. That's when we can kind of see the damage come from the Chano. But it's going to have to be way into the late game. But it's also the synergy that potentially could come through here for the Dolia. Does Dolia give over double ultimates to the Hugh-1? Obviously Unending Sorrow, but then go for the healing instead, which could obviously sustain the team fight even longer for the side of Astar. Or did they give over that kind of double taunt? So you've got like more than one jump over to the side of the Baichi.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to that taunt, and that when that team fight happens, is he able to kind of keep everyone alive? Because they have just the Nongshim side. I mean, you have so many different ways to kind of crowd control, and they're kind of AoE. If Faye starts hitting those cannon blasts, it just makes it so much easier for the rest of the team to have those wombo combos and that control. And if you're looking on the Astar side, kind of squishy, so they're definitely vulnerable to that.
They are very vulnerable. They have a very squishy team comp, so they have to make sure that their early game and obviously that Jintian has that room to breathe onto the Luna. But we can just kind of take a little bit of a pause here for either one of these teams, but it gives us a little bit more of a time to take a bit of a breather. I mean, we did see there that Hugh-1 has the smite, so maybe that's the issue. Obviously, flex into the mid lane last minute. Maybe that's probably a bit of a potential here. This could blunder the match because obviously, yes, we don't normally see the smite come through in the mid lane. We see players like towards the MKL region, those mid lane sort of like masqueraders that love to play the Hugh-1 into a carry role. You kind of need that flash to go in and start the team fight and put the pressure on when the going gets tough.
Yeah, that would actually be huge. If he's not able to get that flash, that would be a bit of a misclick or misplay. I mean, unfortunately, that might be the case here. I'm not exactly sure if that is, but that's definitely something that, you know, you rightly pointed out. It's a concern. You definitely don't want a smite on your U-1 here.
I mean, you have to be a good player to kind of adjust to that straight away, right? Like, I mean, we saw these blunders happen in the likes of Season 2 Invitational, where TNX took no smite onto a dude and took Intimidate, but still made it work. So, hey, if you're going to own it, own that mistake, take the smite, try and take away those neutral objectives, which is something that obviously Astar didn't do in game number 1, right? So now they have double smite, they have no excuse.
Yeah, they're going to take every single big neutral. I think they must, right? Or else they're going to really struggle in that regard. But, I mean, look, if we're looking at this draft, though, I mean, the Baichi, this is the first time that we've seen it in the KME Fall. Is this really the hero that you're looking for to kind of protect the Luna, the Chano, and just, like, have that control when these team fights are happening? Is this the one that you're looking at?
I mean, it depends on how Nongshim RedForce play this one, right? Because, I mean, if Baichi is able to just farm up, get those tanky items, and if Astar are able to kind of survive into the late game, because they're going to need that for the Chano anyway, but onto the fight of the Baichi, once he starts to get those tank items coming through, he's going to be kind of like trying to thrust himself into the vision of Haku onto the Musashi, so that he gets taken onto the duel to the death, right? Because if you commit one duel to the death, that's it. You've got to wait till that cooldown's up to try and get that Calamity onto the Luna. So really, I can see it just being a big stone wall here for the side of Astar if it is implemented correctly.
I mean, he's got to be on point with that pole, right? That site. I mean, the dual step goes in, yeah, but then, you know, it might just be instant deletion on that one hero, right? So I think that it really comes back to that play of just being to deal with the counter initiation and to kind of ensure that everyone stays alive. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Abdo to ensure that he keeps everyone else alive.
Yeah, definitely insurance on Abdo to keep everybody alive, because he's going to be kind of like the, not only the bricks and mortars to this house that is a starring game of the two, but also going to be kind of like the anchor to try and bring down the side of Nongshim RedForce, because you can kind of see a little bit of synergy here, right? Especially if it's implemented correctly. You can have obviously the dive in, or you could all start off with a moving piece that is U1, right? Get that CC, that AoE CC, catch them on the back line. You can see that potentially the Gen.G can come from either a brush, over the wall, somewhere unsuspected, a positioning that could be hard to implement here, because you know you're going to be having Faye check these brushes. You're going to be seeing those umbrellas or those fans from Xiao Xiao go into these brushes as well. So they're really going to be testing Nongshim's intel skill here, because they need to make sure, like, right, okay, we don't know where they are, what brush could they be in?
Yeah. It's going to be the vision game, super key, right? So it comes back to more the roamers for me. Really, Faye, is he going to be able to kind of keep up the pace with Zugzwang, ensuring that they, again, have that intel up for that initial jump, because it's a huge advantage being able to just kind of get in and to get onto one of those squishies, because if we're looking at both sides, they're kind of vulnerable. They need to play very carefully and ensure that they stay alive and just, again, cycle their spells as much as possible and to stick around.
Yeah, it's again back down to that timer issue that we was talking about in game number 1, right? There's a lot of timers onto the side of Astar for this to work correctly. Yes, they have the kind of like margin of error because of the Dolia. So if there is a little bit of a mess up or a mock up of somebody's ultimate, say Baichi, say Yuan, then they get to have that remake on that mistake with the Celestial Melody. But it's really going to be at the detrimental to Astar, right? So if Nongshim RedForce catch any kind of win, that is your strategy, that you have a kind of get out of jail card, beating the Dolia, I can imagine that the Dolia is going to be the kind of like focus here. Maybe Baichi, Luna, get a little bit of a get out of jail free card, like, oh, okay, maybe we're not going to be the prize pony, maybe the Dolia is.
Yeah, might be at the end of the day. There's a lot of good ults though for the Dolia to kind of use that Celestial Melody. So Zugzwang is going to just have to be on Johnny on the spot, ensuring that the right hero gets there at the right time. He could really win team fights with the right ult at that moment. But again, while we do have a bit of a pause in the action right now as we're getting into game 2, just a little bit of context here. If Astar Esports lose this game, they would drop to 0-5 in the ranking week. That is a bit of an issue for this squad that really hasn't found its footing.
Oh, massive issue. I mean, to be honest, like, I did name them the ragtag team of the KME. Yes, they showed a little bit of kind of like promise in game 1 where they took that round from Gen.G, but like you were saying, Hola, that's the only round they've taken from a team this far. So they've really been kind of like actually, no, they got the second round from somebody else, another team here. So it's not like they aren't trying their best. It's kind of like you're seeing a new team, you're seeing the synergy potentially sort of coming through and seeping through. But within the format of the Major East League and the Major West League, obviously, we only really have those the 3 weeks, right? We have the ranking week, we have the survival week. Can they adjust from that time period that they're going to have now between the ranking week and the survival week to make sure that they can climb all the way to the top of Group A?
Yeah. I mean, and they've taken games off of Gen.G Esports and R8 Esports, both formidable titans in the KME, but it's just like they haven't really, again, I mean, when they lost to Crazy Raccoons 2-0 as well as SCARZ 2-0, it just kind of a bit of an issue for day 2 yesterday. They kind of struggled in that regard, but, they've actually got more wins, at least in terms of the series, than BTK does in the KMW. Boom, shots fired.
Shots fired! You're fired! Yeah, no, we're looking at obviously our worst and then looking at the KME worst. It'll be something worse, right? Opinion based. We're seeing the stats. It's on the screen. You can all read it. You can't interpret it any of a different way. So you're not calling us biased. But no, we're just comparing the two, and obviously right now within the league, I feel like Astar's definitely played more games though. So I'm going to be a little bit more charitable here to BTK. I think BTK's only played 2 games, whereas right now, Astar's played 1, 2, 3, 4. This is their 5th game within 3 days. So there's already been quite a bit on the board here for Astar in terms of opportunity to get those round wins, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the more games that you played, right? But, they haven't really had, not to talk too much about the KM worst teams, but it seems like there's a little bit of discrepancy in terms of just the play, right? We haven't seen them kind of really been able to just, again, BTK has really struggled, right? So it is what it is. Obviously, every league has the team, unfortunately, that are going to be towards the bottom, but they're not out. It's about the survival week, being able to kind of make a name for themselves. It's going to be a much tougher road if you do drop down in Group A into the 4 through 7 seed. So it's going to be interesting seeing how these teams really play this one. I mean, at this point, I think they're kind of locked in, and it's more of potentially saving spends, testing things out at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I like to know the ranking week, especially if you don't have those first 2 solid days. So say, for example, you're a team like either Nongshim or Gen.G, where most of your matches are going to happen in day number 1 and day number 2. If you are of that same kind of caliber or that same kind of pattern in terms of those are your matchups, most of them are going to be 1 day 2 ranking week. If you've not already secured like maybe the top 3 in terms of the group stage, it's all about making ranking week turn it into rebranding it into research week, right? Like you are looking to get as much research, much learning as possible from as many of these global teams have been on the international stage, right? Gen.G and Nongshim could be one of the 2 that have been onto the international stage more than the others. So you can kind of see that some of these teams may be able to bounce back in survival week, and we kind of saw that same kind of story happen in the spring season of KME, right? Like we saw teams like SCARZ have a much better performance. I believe they even took a game from Gen.G within survival week as well. So it's all to play for here. There's an extra round that's potentially onto the board as well as we get into survival week. So there's a lot that could change here from week number 1 to week 2.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that more for like ranking week, you got to go all in, right? I think that for these best of 3s, they're too short. There's not a lot of time. Plus, you got to guarantee yourself in that top 3 into groups at S. Then you can kind of be a little bit more comfortable going into survival week because, again, you're playing the top 10 teams and the series are a little bit longer, so you have a little bit more time to kind of do that research piece of testing new strats out. So it does make a lot of sense to me. But going into this one, I think that you're kind of seeing, even with these drafts, they're going heavy, right? They want to just win out this series and just like put as little tape out there.
Yeah, exactly. They are going heavy in terms of the best of 3, and I feel like they need to. These teams know what's at stake, right? Like, they know that if they're not first place, they potentially have to play against the WKS champions, right? Like, it's no longer just KME and KM Worst second place. It's now you have the WKS champions that's going to be included, which at this current moment in time look like it's going to be Fearless Esports Hong Kong, and that's not a team. If you're second place within these two leagues, that's not a team you want to be adding into the mix, man. That's kind of like adding gravy to a cake.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I mean, it's tough enough to win KME or KMW, but then be like second place and be like, oh, wait, now I have 2 other teams to kind of deal with, and then to potentially get that last slot. And with Fearless Esports also joining the fray, this is going to change everything, right? So a lot of good games, and it's a difficult road ahead of them, and it's going to be exciting to see who actually does qualify for the KIC in November.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, then they also do have, like, if there's one thing we know BTK have, it's a fan base, right? So if this fan base really want to see BTK try and get a 3rd and final place up into the KIC, they have obviously the Phoenix Reborn, right? Where you vote your team in game. Those 2 teams go head-to-head. Whichever team comes out on top gets to go to KIC. So really, that could also be another means here for the big fans of BTK over in the KSW to try and get them back in onto the international stage once again, where they can learn against the best within the global scene. But it's still going to be one of those hard challenges, right? Because you've also got to not only get the votes, you've then got to see who is your opponent, because there's potential, right? There's potential from either the PKL, IKL. There's teams over there that have such a huge following, and they are going to be thirsty to get onto that KIC, not only for the prize pool, but to be like, hey guys, we failed at the league. Don't worry about it. We got you back. You gave us our vote. You gave us our support. That's going to carry us through against this other team.
Yeah, actually, that's going to be the most interesting thing. I mean, not even seeing them playing, but just who they vote, yes. Right? Who is the most popular teams of the teams that did not actually qualify already, and to kind of get in, and then who's going to be locked in into this one, right? Because that's going to be a gauntlet in and of itself. I want to see if people are like, having like speeches, getting on soapboxes, kind of, to see exactly which team they should be voting for, right? I think that there's going to be a lot of, campaigns around which of these teams should be voted in.
Yeah, vote for me is a vote for for victory? I'm not too sure. We'll try our best anyway. We'll do our best. You gave our vote, and we will try our best. But it is a very interesting format, to be honest. It is the first time that's happened within the global esports as well, so it's just another means of Honor of Kings esports being so accessible from grassroots all the way up to the international stages. If your team has a following and they were in the leagues and they didn't make it, they can be voted in. And honestly, I feel like I would throw one of the Chuck VR teams into the potential of a most voted team, but the fact that Chuck VR got 2 slots, I feel like their most popular teams are pretty much secured for KIC, right? So I feel like it's definitely going to be an IKL or PKL team, or even if unfortunately for some reason whatsoever Gen.G don't make it, maybe Gen.G can muster up the following of the MENA region and get them back into a second chance, well, a third chance at this point.
Yeah, I wonder if you just jinxed them and then now Gen.G are struggling. No, but we're going to have to see. I think right now, this is going to be the rat race, and this is what's going to be exciting about the KME, right? Because it's not a given, right? I think Nongshim, RedForce have shown that they do have some, gaps in their play. And Gen.G can capitalize, RA8 Esports can capitalize. You're seeing the rise of Crazy Raccoon kind of making some waves as well. So there are definitely a number of different teams, and we're still only in day 3 of the ranking week. There's a lot of potential for these teams to really step up. So it's going to be an interesting ride for these 3 weeks.
Yeah, day 3 of the ranking week, we're literally still match number 1, right? Like, this is still the first game of the day. We still have some bangers to follow in and shoot. And I mean, definitely the next game is going to be an absolute banger. This is a rivalry that's sort of like, seems to be older than time itself within Honor of Kings Esports. You got Gen.G going to be its R8. I mean, every MENA qualifier, every MENA championship that's happened, it's always these 2 teams that are at the top, right? And now, with obviously the likes of Yushing being onto RA Esports, you kind of see the step up of Ryuchi as well as Xenon as well into the mid lane. So it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top of that. But after day number 1, I probably would have said that RA Esports may actually have it over Gen.G. But yesterday, seeing Gen.G not only batter SCARZ, but then batter Crazy Raccoons, I'm like, you know what? This could easily go for Gen.G as well, but it could still go for a full best of 3 the next game of the day, I feel personally.
Yeah, and that's why all of the teams have leveled up so much, right? They're just so much better, and it's much closer. And you're kind of thinking, oh, wow, they look amazing. But when they go up against each other, that's the true test. Because we can talk about it on paper, we can, we can think about the theory and just see if these teams are really up to it. But they just need to go at it. And that's what I'm excited about, especially in that second series with Gen.G and R8. That's going to be a true banger.
Oh, absolutely. And then you've also got, after that, CMF against Nongshim RedForce. We know CMF actually holds quite a lot of fans from their region as well. So I suppose they're going to all be in the chat giving sort of like the hoorahs to CMF to see if they can take anything up from Nongshim. But that's going to be a real test for CMF, right? Like, we're already seeing them. They were obviously bottom of spring season 2025. They are potentially looking at the bottom of the the fall season as well. But they still have plenty of games to play today to make sure that they can boost themselves even past Astar or even try and climb higher, right? Like, they're definitely not going to be a team that's going to take it lying down. They really want to kind of get their best positioning, or at least progress from spring to the fall season.
Yeah, CMF, though, they have yet to find a single win. I mean, they've only played 2 matches thus far, but they're playing 3 matches today. That is a gauntlet. That is tiring. That is going to be tough for them. They need to start with just baby steps and just get themselves in. But the exciting one, and it's going to be off screen, is when they go up against Astar Esports. That one is going to be the last one of the day. Again, it's off screen, but I think that it's going to be super exciting to see who wins that one.
Oh, absolutely. Just to see who comes out on top of that one, as obviously they are very close in their ratings. But I feel like even the last match of the day is going to be a great one as well. SCARZ obviously having their debut yesterday, 1 online, 1 offline. They took a 2-0 from Astar, but they also took a 2-0 battering from Gen.G. But I say battering, but they had glimmers of hope, right? There was certain moments of time within that game where both of the teams looked like they were at a bit of a stalemate, but that's the one thing I know that Gen.G is good at, because there's other teams within other regions, I will specifically call them out, PKL, where they find it very difficult to finish up a match, same as Gen.G, and that's exactly what I was trying to see here between SCARZ and Gen.G and Crazy Raccoons. But we're still obviously getting a little bit of notification here due to technical pause. The match was paused after the confirmation for both teams. The game will be restarted while BAM pick remains the same. So It may be the Hue 1 common skill here. It may be something else, but we're going to get back into the game very soon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being so patient.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm very patient myself. No. Not me. Oh, but you were talking to. Okay, all right. Anyways, I thought everybody was going to be. When it looks like the game is underway.
Gentlemen.
Oh, how dare! I am definitely a gentleman. Was my mom wrong?
You are right. You took us out for Korean barbecue in Indonesia, so yeah, you are a gentleman. So I'll take that one back. But we're gonna get into game number 2 here between Astar and Nongshim RedForce. Finally back on the board. You can see here it's actually Enigma into the mid lane. So VO has actually been taken off, and it's now Enigma joining the ranks onto the Gorge.
Interesting. A little bit of a swap. Yeah, and it looks like, as for what you were saying, Blam, I believe it was in the mid lane with the smite to flash. Yeah, the change on the common skill.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been literally day and night difference of how this game could go, right? And at this point, what was making the point of when we was obviously yapping so much is that every match counts within the ranking week. And right now, with Astar being potentially one of the bottom 2 teams, they want to try and climb higher, try and get as many rounds onto the board as possible.
It's got to be key going into this one. I mean, Astar Esports right now, it's just any sort of win, any sort of momentum that they can build. Because again, this is a team that's kind of needs to learn, yes. And I mean, you're going to get a lot of lessons when you're losing, but pulling out that win is a huge confidence boost, and they really need that right now.
Yeah, it's confidence boost. It's going to be the momentum that they need going into potentially day number 3 as well, day number 4, sorry, as well. But then also just to kind of have a little bit of a mental break, because that's really what's going to be eating you away, right? Like if you are bottom of the ranking week and then you've got like days to ruminate on that and then try and improve going into survival week, it's a lot to take on for some of these players. Obviously, a lot of these players are still quite young in terms of obviously emotion and stuff like that. When it gets to such high stakes within the tournament, it's something that a lot of people, especially the viewers, don't take into consideration. So I hope for the best of both of these teams that they're able to come out on top. But Abdo, Kyung9 just trading a few blows up to the clash lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a, just like the pillow fight type stuff. And I don't think there was going to be a true potential for a kill or anything like that. Abdo's a little bit tanky. I mean, yeah, he took a little bit more of the wards one, but they actually get the knock up there. Find Jingtian, who eats a flaming palm. He's barely going to survive. Oh no! Oh, the cannon blast from Faye!
Faye was like, Illusion, you got a great knock-up, but let me just do this. Let me take the mic for a second and landed that cannon blast. That was so nice there from Nongshim RedForce. A bit of a progress from game number 1, right? They were obviously the victims of that first blood, but maybe Faye here.
Yeah, almost getting gone on himself. And I think Jingtian, like, he dashed away, and I actually thought that I'm sure he thought that he was safe as well, but Faye with just that long-range cannon blast, just barely enough to take him out.
I mean, I underestimate it in my rank games, right? Like, you think you're safe, you're behind your T1, you're like, right, there's no way that this hero can hit me, and then all of a sudden, it's kind of just like a huge bomb to the face. Like, oh man, I should have stood back like 2 more yards.
Yeah. I mean, he tried to get away. He did his best in that regard, but that's not a great start. And now you're seeing almost a 2-level differential. Jingtian just leveled up right now, so this is going to be a bad situation for him. He needs to catch up.
He does need to catch up. I mean, this is the point what was making within the draft, right? It's like, yes, they've got the Luna. Yes, they can get on top of Nongshim RedForce if they really want to, but it's these kind of early game blunders onto the Luna that really stop her in her tracks, and it's already showing right now. I mean, look at the global difference of the gold, around about a 2K. We obviously just flicked it to 9K, but we'll keep it at 2. There we go. 11. It's 2K.
Yeah, it's about 2K here, but Haku has about a 500 gold lead over Jingtian, which is pretty much the jungle. Like, this is the role that you want to be watching, because that's where pretty much the action is going to be happening. And now Siri, with this chip damage on this bottom T1, put the pressure on as the 4-minute Tyrant spawns.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful position for Nongshim to be in. I mean, Siri may get caught out in the brush there. He's just taking the wave breaker, maybe just trying to get a little bit of the aversion away from that Tyrant.
Yeah, but look at how they're wrapping it around. The Tyrant is about half life. Jingtian potentially looking to go in, gets the Snary Stab, gets the take, and it looks like they're going to get on out of this one, and no kills on this. Abdo looking to join, not able to find anybody, as Siri had just dragged on out of there.
This is something we mentioned once again within the yapping session we just had, is that Astar, they did take a single neutral objective in game number 1, and when they're behind by about 1K gold, yes, game number 1, they had a little bit of a privilege. It was literally maybe the matter of a few hundred here and there, flittering to and fro, with the pendulum swinging between Nongshim and Astar. But right now, they're still behind by roughly that 2k gold lead. It's still going over to Nongshim RedForce. So getting that Tyrant is really going to still put them a horse in the race in the early game.
And with that, I mean, Nongshim still has a bit of a lead. I mean, it could have been really disaster had Nongshim picked up that Tyrant and taken it away. But, you know, Astar Esports, with that take, you know, salvage at least the early game, giving themselves a chance. But Nongshim, again, extracting farm across the map, doing a great job in the early game.
They're doing very well right now, Nongshim. Definitely playing the early game better than they were in game number 1, sorry. And it's surprising. Obviously, they have the Lung, which is obviously a late game assurance here, but it's doing well. Siri knows his positioning. He's not playing too overzealous. He's not overextended. And we're not seeing Gen.G putting pressure into that side lane, right? Like, we've really barely seen any contention since that first minute up into the clash lane. Those side lanes are getting a little bit of an easy job here.
A much easier job, but now a little bit of assault. Oh, nice little play. They get that nice little knock-up on, but the Unending Sorrow, the Infinite Fast is used instantly. Siri realizing that he's in trouble, he's going to get back to safety.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good use of Xiao Chao's ultimate as well, right? Illusion was using that massive AoE that can cause a lot of damage and just basically ushering in Siri, like, right, okay, they're not going to dive you, because if they do dive you, they're going to take a lot of damage from my ultimate. So I feel like there was a good synergy there between Siri and Illusion. But now Enigma is able to get that CC off. We see the teleport come through to the side of Astar, looking to defend that bot side.
Yeah, but now the catapult has been taken out. They don't have minions, but they're looking to dive. Abdo looking to go aggressive, goes beyond it, but Siri doesn't have the infinite fastness. But now Illusion joins the fight. Faye has been picked off, and Haku wants revenge, finds them in a bad spot, and it looks like he's going to get the pick off, finds VO as well as Abdo.
That was a nice turnaround, though, there for Nongshim. Yes, Faye got picked up in the early game, but it was actually that rotation from Illusion. Haku was on point. They needed that when, at most, right? Like, they could have gone into the fray. They could have lost at least another person, because Siri, like you said, Paula, didn't have the infinite fastness. And Astar, I have to give them props. They knew the intel, and they struck when the iron was up.
Yeah, it was a good time to go, but it's a kind of a dangerous one when you haven't taken the T1. It was probably a little too over-aggressive. Now Siri on the run. Jingtian is looking to join. Oh, he gets caught on the wall. He wasn't able to dash over, and now Engma tries to go for the stun, but Siri, he's going to get dove under and somehow survives. Oh, with a sliver of life, and here comes the duel of death. Haku is a little bit angry, but he's going to be picked off, and no members of Astar Esports are down.
A tower.
You can see the fright in Siri's eyes, right? He was running away. Come on, the cooldown off the fastness needs to come up, but then the wind kept him alive, like we saw there. He had a sliver of health, so really played to the timers there with Siri, and he was really like trying to get that infinite fastness and buy himself enough time. But fortunately, he was able to, but Haku did pay with his life.
Yeah, Haku going super aggressive, though, is like 1 versus 4, not the greatest situation. Yeah, you get the pick off, maybe you go in for this one, but it was just too dangerous, right? And I think at some point you need to kind of rein Haku in and just be like, hey, we can play safe. We still have the net worth lead. We don't need to be throwing at this point.
Yeah, they don't need to be making any kind of mistakes here that they don't need to, but there's going to be the bot with it. Okay.
Oh, Jingtian, he's taking a lot of damage. He does get picked off, and Haku makes him pay for sticking around. And the blue buff is in favor of Haku, and they've got 2 members with Engma as well.
Not only did they get the 2 members, they got the Azure Golem. So they came in, they cashed out, they got some more. They was like, right, okay, now they got these minions into the mid lane. 2 of them, the Wave Breaker's going to try and clear them away, but there's just not enough damage. T1 gets taken down into the mid lane here for the side of Nongshim. Nongshim played very fierce here. Yes, they're being a little bit overzealous. Yes, they need to rule in Haku, but the aggression is catching up Astar for now.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like, Haku, like, you need him to be aggressive. You want him to be fearless, and you want him to kind of just play, but sometimes he needs to kind of rein it in just a tad. There are definitely moments that we've seen, even going back to the KWCs, KME, last spring, there are moments where he's just like too much, right? And so that's the thing, it's like that balance of like, how do you kind of, balance the aggression with, the risk-taking?
Yeah, I feel like this kind of just pays dividends to Astar's draft, though, right? Like, yes, you have the extreme speed to get in and get out normally, but there's a torque on the Bai Chi, there's a lockdown of the Luna, there's a lot that he has to contest with, but right now, it's a team fight here. Faye making caught out.
Yeah, Faye already got caught out. I mean, there were just 5 members of Star, and they were just like, okay, you want to go into me? And Faye just gets blown up there. No chance at that point.
Oh, you need range? Nah, sorry, mate. You're not getting any range. You have to stay here with us. You are now a 6th member of Astar Esports. But Faye going down there is not going to be the be-all or end-all because we already have, obviously, the priority here for Nongshim RedForce. I feel like it's just, at this moment in time, Astar just to make sure that they're putting the pressure on into all these lanes, or at least trying to get the minion waves pushed through, maybe mitigating that pressure that Nongshim's already created into that mid lane.
Yeah, you need that hard network, right? And towers definitely do that. It helps accelerate things. The top T1 is under pressure. But the Tyrant, this is looking to go. Kyung9 find him with the truth, and Egma not able to even get the unending sorrow off. And Abdo in a bad spot. He gets locked around with that box, with that duel of death on it too. The infinite fastness is going to be used. He's going to go aggressively. 3 members already down from Astar, and he's going to chase on and find Theo as well. And Siri making plays with a 4-for-1 trade.
4-for-1 trade there for the side of Nongshim RedForce. That is going to be the team wipe as well. That is an ace as they approach that T2 into the mid lane. They're looking to back off here, looking to go for a neutral objective because, like we were saying earlier, Hola, they just need to rein it in a little bit more. But they're not just reining it in. They're going 0 to 100 in 2 seconds. They're going for both neutral objectives here. They're looking to put that final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, taking everything, right? I mean, Mirage actually thought he was safe yet again, just like Jingtown was earlier in this game, but just being able to get caught out. Kyung9 found him a little out of position, was able to flash and enlightenment right on top. He was a little bit low, so it made an easy one. But that ace, turning it into the Shadow Overlord, just a huge win for Nongshim RedForce. Again, in the driver's seat and just doing a great job right now.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of defense here from the side of Astar. It's not impossible, because nothing is impossible, and Honor of Kings onto the Gorge, but it's definitely going to take a very hard beat here, very hard defense, hard-fought battle as well, right? So you can kind of see here, the Gold Jar, top 3 was Nongshim until there, but GTN, he's just trying to get the chip damage onto Kyung9, but it's going to be Faye here, just putting the pressure on, gets a lockdown.
Yeah, a little bit of lockdown. Kyung9 had it, and then Faye right on top with that Cannon Blast. Those combos can do quite a lot. Barrage so low, has to run away. They're looking to cover this one. They get this one with the duel to the death, and Haku chases them down, gets that kill. They don't care that they haven't taken the top T2 yet. They want kills.
Just look at the damage that Illusion's doing at this point of the game. Like, Enigma had health. 1 second, gone the next, but he was able to survive. But no, speaking of surviving, it's not Gen.G here. Bot side of the map, looking to be pushed.
Yeah, looking to be pushed here, and Haku looking to dive in. They don't care. They're just going to go right onto Barrage. They take down Egma as well. And Nongshim, without taking a single T3, there we go. That's the first one. They're now looking to end the game as the Crystal has been exposed. Abdo is all by himself. The box locking him in, and they're going to take game 2, Nongshim.
Nongshim taking that 2-0 victory after that long pause there, and honestly, I feel like the pause was probably longer than that match because Nongshim keeping the average on pace. That was a 12-minute and 30-second match. Previous one, 12 minutes and 5 seconds. So Nongshim, with this draft, was feisty, man. Like, we were commenting, saying that Haku was just kind of going in a little bit too deep, a little bit overzealous, but what they were getting from that and translating that into the late game, it didn't matter.
It didn't matter at all. I mean, that was pretty much all you needed to do. And it was just like green light, go. Every single time, just like consistently, just like fight, right? And this is the Nongshim way. If you want to scrap, it's a tough one to scrap with Nongshim's lineup because that lineup is ready to go. But being able to close that one out, I think it's hilarious that you were talking about the break being longer than the game. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we need that flash. We need the flash, we don't need the smite. I mean, yes, Astar was able to get the neutral objective, but it wasn't thanks to the double smite. It was just naturally within their ability. So they can do it, right? This is a team that can take these neutral objectives if they really have the early game that they want. And obviously, they were punishing Nongshim for overstepping every so often, but they didn't do anything with it. Yes, they got the neutral objective, but every little overstep that happened after that point, Nongshim was getting something in return, whether it be a T1, whether it be kind of a push or pressure into another lane that's been kind of like completely not opposed. They were definitely always thinking 2 steps ahead of Astar, unfortunately.
Yeah, they were 2-3 steps ahead at times, right? They were just like the way that they were moving across the map. And then when those team fights were happening, just being able to take what they wanted and then just use that to kind of help accelerate them even more. They had a great early game. And I mean, when you win a game at 12 minutes, a lot of things went right in the early game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, even in game number 1, where everything didn't go right for the side of Nongshim, but still turned it around for that 12-minute victory. Maybe 12 is the magic number here for Nongshim. Maybe that's their timer, right? We always talk about other teams where they have that 10-minute timer within the international tournaments, but now 12 minutes seems to be the record here that Nongshim really want to kind of keep hold on to, and maybe even bring that further down, right? Because obviously they're looking to beat that 11 minutes and 25 score that we have currently for the shortest match within KME, but this is just another notch onto the side of Nongshim, which puts them above Gen.G for now. But if Gen.G win the next game, they then climb back up into that first place of Group S.
Yeah, actually, that's going to be the biggest one, right? When Nongshim play Gen.G Esports, that's going to be tomorrow, but that one's going to be the one to watch, especially if Gen.G are able to pull out the victory later today in the next series against R8 Esports. That's going to be super exciting. But okay, Astar Esports, let's talk about this one here. I mean, a lot didn't go right. It seemed like Nongshim had their answers, but like, what could they have done a little bit better here, Blam?
I mean, it was just kind of like, we saw the synergy, we saw the potential, but we also saw the potential for it to fail, right? The fact is there was a lot of room for error, especially with Abdo onto something like the Baichi, which doesn't normally come through, but it's going to be the use of the taunt, the kind of like the AoE of the all-round Dolia, as well as the Q1 for the healing. It was meant to be lung-sustained team fights, but when you've got like picks like the Motsu that kind of start the team fight or start the pick up before Nongshim are either in there, it becomes difficult to execute that kind of game plan.
Yeah, really no answers on this one. And it's funny because I was like, oh, Haku, you're way too aggressive. And then he died that one time, 1 versus 4. But that was actually his only death. So aside from that, I feel like I'm really nitpicking and I'm just like kind of being mean to them. But I mean, it's hard, right? Because you see these sorts of mistakes against other teams, they would not have done as well, right? Those are the moments the other teams can kind of come back. But the gold graph completely in favor of Nongshim here.
Yeah, completely different gold graph from game number 1 to game number 2. It's all red, the greatest red, taking that gold lead from the step go all the way to that 12 minutes and 25 seconds. So really Nongshim here becoming a little bit more dominant. They're just trying to get a feel out for some of these teams, which I feel like is definitely a respectful approach from Nongshim that you always see within these competitions. They want to kind of assume the best of the enemy team. They want them to show and showcase what they can do best, but to Nongshim's detriment, they always react quickly. And speaking of quickly reaction, it's that one death Haku with the 619. The Rey Mysterio KDA right now, he is going with this one. It's the Mustache pickup.
Yeah, aside from that one death, again, that I was kind of harping in on, he had 6 and 9. Nice, right? I mean, those are nice 2 numbers to have, but also the 24% damage as well as the 23% with the total gold. Just Haku doing Haku things. This is why he's one of the best here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's normally obviously playing Yorgrim, which is obviously Musashi is normally the great counter here. But the fact is, he had that dive into the backline, which he really needed, which was even to kind of aid the escape of Siri, as well as an illusion there, using that great AoE into those team fights, which obviously we picked up into the game. But looking at these highlights, the contestation of the Yorgrim as well is also a great pointer to also benefit and take down this potential carry the Luna, right? So Jing Tian at the beginning of this game was already getting contested, already getting his Azure Golem taken away, and it was just the fact that the team fights were played very well. Positioning from Nongshim was fantastic.
Yeah, positioning. I mean, they had the numbers advantage, and the target prioritization, when the hero's going down, it was like the right one at it's the perfect one at the right moment, right? Having that time and just being able to take down Jing Tian, Engma, you know, Mirage, all these guys that needed to die at the right time. Everybody was there together. So the calls are on point, and this is why this team is, you know, it took a bit for them to get going, but they're a very strong, formidable team because of the comments right now and the priority that you're seeing.
It's always a marker, though, of Nongshim, right? They always take a little while to get going. They always have a little bit of like a bump in the road to begin with. But we are going to go for a little bit of a bump in the road. We're going to have a pit stop for a break between this next series. So make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back very soon.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are.
We go to the second series, Gen.G Esports, second place in the KME Spring, going up against the third place team. It's going to be R8 Esports. I know that there's a little bit of bad blood in going to these ones, but Blam, your thoughts on this series here?
Like I've already said many times, I mean, this is a rivalry as old as time will tell with On Our Kings, right? Like, they always go up against each other. They're always in the same kind of competitions, but it's always Gen.G that comes out on top. So really, R8 Esports is looking to make sure that they can make progress. Maybe with their new import, Guxing, they're going to be able to get this win for themselves, or at least take a round from Gen.G Esports.
I think that that's going to be the biggest thing, right? The eyes are going to be on Guxing. Is he able to kind of be able to play to the level of Rock, who's been literally there? I mean, for lack of better terms, he's been the rock of the team in the sense that he's just really solidified it. He's been that core. He's been very solid. And now Guxing has been stepping up, and we've seen him play very well thus far in the past 2 days. But is he of the same level of Rock?
Only time will tell, right, once we get onto that gorge. But obviously, Rock, we haven't seen him play his Nutsa yet, which is obviously one of his big picks from the KWC. It was one of the picks where he likes to lock it in with the likes of the Dolia for Kalu, so he gets that double starfall as well. It's a great pick, and we've seen him time and time again perform on this, so maybe this is where it kind of has to be busted out, because they know that R8 Esports, they're obviously time-old rival, could be the potential ones that dethrone them from that top spot as well. Because if they lose this game and then lose against Nongshim tomorrow, then it feels like Gen.G may potentially even go down to third place.
Yeah, it might happen, right? I think that right now, Gen.G Esports are 3-0. R8 Esports, there are 2-1. If they were able to kind of draw blood in this series against Gen.G, that would be a huge statement. Obviously, Nongshim RedForce are kind of like, hey, R8, you know, I kind of need your help a little bit. Maybe you kind of stick it to them. But again, I think Nongshim RedForce actually don't really want to face either of these squads right now.
Right now, no, definitely not. Especially when they've kind of saw like little glimmers of hope for Astar Esports in that one, especially in the early game where they try and punish Nongshim, able to obviously make the greatest red lead as well. And then not only that, the Crazy Raccoon in day number 1, they also made them lead, took a round of them, blemished their ranking week undefeated streak from spring season in day number 1. So this is a Nongshim that are either kind of like a little bit more unstable, there's still work to be done, or the teams are just catching up to them. But we're gonna go check on the first team, which will be Gen.G Esports. So let's look at the guide.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you can be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
This is Gen.G Esports. Obviously, their players, as we've known, core many a times over than the new face Monto. We have Wawa into the Clash lane, we have Brock into the jungle, Inua into the mid lane, and Clue as their rogue. Clue being one of the faces of Gen.G Esports, being one of the personalities as well, right? Like, he's always kind of like very emotive on stage. He's always trying to get the crowd going as well, like we saw in Season 3 Invitational. Even at the lowest points of Gen.G, he's always trying to keep the spirits high.
Yeah, he's one of the most fun guys to watch. He's just very passionate about the game, and every time, you know, they're winning, he'll let you know, right? I think that that's the biggest thing. I mean, the emotions that he kind of shows is very, like, you know, dare I say, it's amazing to see. But let's see R8 Esports, their opponent here.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock, yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
R8 Esports to infinity and beyond. They've upgraded by taking up Doma, who was previously on Vicious, as well as Gushing, Xenon, Roichi, and Midge. This is a team that has a lot of potential, and that's why they are, of course, to infinity and beyond. That is their slogan.
That is it. They're shooting for the skies. We've had the Astromancers that was obviously A-star in the last game, and now we are just shooting off infinity and behind for R8 Esports. But they have the band of brothers, right? They have Mijoj, they have Xenon as well. They've been on this roster since the inception of R8 Esports, it seems.
Yeah, and those two are a lot of fun to watch. I mean, just having brothers on the team, there's a lot of that. Even in Blacklist International on the PKL side, you're seeing just like, you know, they're definitely going to be in sync. Obviously, there might be some, you know, in-family feuding, but all in all, I think it's going to be good for the team to have those two guys that will be very solid and be able to kind of, you know, continue on and being those cores for the team. They've been solid. They've done a third place, you know, placing in the KME Spring. So this is a team that, again, wants to just upgrade on that number.
Yeah, I mean, they've always kind of tried to be part of the international competitions, right? But the head-to-head is going to be none other than what we just mentioned there. Xenon, and then Inua, a player to me that seems to be one of the most kind of like progressed players that we've seen since last year, right? Like, he was the farm lane for Falcons Esports, then he transitioned into the mid lane. Wasn't having the greatest 2024, but then when we see him come into this year, he's definitely become like miles and miles ahead where he was. So we always love to see that with an Honor of Kings, is see these players progress so they can even get the greater heights. But like you were saying, Paula, both of these teams want to try and make it to KIC, but R8 Esports, they haven't tasted an international tournament for quite some time. So I can imagine that the taste for the learn is probably more in their mouth.
I mean, they need to exercise their demons, R8 Esports that is, and they need to overcome Gen.G Esports. They haven't been able to do that, and it's been like that last hurdle, and they've kind of always blocked them from being able to make it, and this is why Gen.G have kind of gotten all that experience and being able to kind of pull things off. And now he's solid in the mid lane, and that's exactly what you need to do. He's really complemented the team, really taken them to the next level. With this addition to Monto, they were looking to upgrade from Ray. This seems to be a positive one, at least from what we've seen in the past 2 days.
I mean, day number one looked very shaky for Monto, right? Like, I mean, even game number one, he was giving over the Arlie, and the Arlie wasn't actually just finessing the way it should have, right? Like, normally we see the Arlie come through, and look, there seems to be a little bit, let's put it in polite terms, a little bit more Loon players, less Arlie players right now. But yesterday, he did prove a little bit better, right? Like, I was watching, I was like, okay, maybe it was day one jitters. And now they are looking at this BP at game number one. So Arlie, Liang being banned out here, R8 maybe trying to look in for Gushing for the Jing, but they're going to lock in the Loon here. We mentioned him, he arrives.
Yeah, it's like you called for him, right? And I mean, they banned the Arlie themselves, and they don't want to let, you know, Monto play that one. But they're going to pick up the Loom, again, just be very solid. But Gen.G, like, this has been the meta, right? Especially in these best of threes. Everybody wants pay for that early game lead, and now you have the Mai on top of that one. Both power-heavy hitters, especially in the early game.
Yeah, early game is going to be super aggressive here for Gen.G, especially when we get to level 4 onto the Mai Shiranui. We're going to be seeing some of those rotations to potential D side lanes just to kind of make an equalizer for Gen.G. But R8 Esports, they're going with the big boys. They're going with the Musashi. Gushing loves this pickup, and they've obviously banned out the Augurin onto the side of Gen.G, so maybe they were even like, maybe they're trying to bait out this Musashi pick here for Gushing.
It's interesting if they want to. I mean, I think the Musashi is going to be something that Gushing really loves to play. He's played it, you know, even yesterday. But Gen.G going with the Byron, letting Wawa work on this hero. He's done quite well. He's had definitely a lot of success. You need a little bit of crowd control, a little bit of beef to kind of protect the squishier other two. This is a great pickup. A good first draft for both of these squads right now.
Very good, right? I mean, we're getting that frightful combo of the Byron and the Pei. I mean, that matches up really nicely here with the Mai Shiranui. So we're going to be looking for, like, heroes that are potentially going to get the lockdown here for R8 Esports. Because right now we have obviously the Zhongfei. We're probably going to look for some more control into that mid lane, right? Because they need, again, something to lock down either the Pei or lock down the Mai Shiranui as well. But to the side of R8 Esports and Gen.G, they're banning out the Guan Yu, so looking to put some pressure into the picks up into the Clash lane. So Byron right now is not going to get those counters of the Mai Shiranui or the Guan Yu.
Okay, so interestingly enough, it looks like they're going to go with the Gen.G a little bit more, just a solid farm laner. I think it does lose lane one-on-one in a vacuum against the Loon, but again, you just need to be solid. You just need to not lose the lane or the tower. I think you'll be fine. Monto, that is. So that's going to be an interesting one for that. But now, R8, going with the Nua. You want that burst? Pei and Mai, very squishy. They get hit with that Annihilation. They're going to be very timid moving into that team fight.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact is, what Nua gives you is that Lung range, right? Like, Lung is a mid-range, just like the D-Ranger, like you called out there. That laning phase is going to be a bit of a tip for tap, but like we were saying with the Mai and the Pei, there's going to be a lot of rotation, so I can imagine the support's going to go down to Monto into the farm lane, so that D.G is going to be able to have a little bit more of a better enhanced laning phase against the Lung. But the Lu Bang here, we've seen this combo time and time again. And Musashi dives in, kind of replicates the one we were seeing in KWC from certain other regions, right? Was the Lam and the Lu Bang combo. This just replicates it, but it also exhausts the healing from the select person with the Duel for the Death.
Wow. Okay, so Gen.G have kind of gone back into their bag of tricks, and they've pulled out the Zhongzi as the last pick. They did this, I believe it was against SCARZ, but there was a lot of CC that they just kind of mitigated almost everything. Everybody else was just literally able to just run away. This is an interesting pick here, because if you're seeing the potential crowd control, that Majo jumps in with that Umbrella Outburst, you can kind of butterfly affect it and kind of mitigate most of this. All you need to do is stay alive, especially since you're squishy, and R8 want to be kind of looking to jump you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it definitely gets better with the itemization, right? Like, I've seen some Schwangzers in games that are pretty much untouchable. They have so much shield in, especially from the ultimate as well. Not only the CC immunity, but it cancels out quite a lot. Like, if they CC immunity, but to the detriment of Gen.G, R8 Esports could just try and get the butterfly effect off the board straight away. So if they use the duel to the death, they get that cancelled out, but then they set up a massive Unbridled Outburst. You kind of just basically playing 2 for 1, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's all about that bait, that initiation. Who's going to just blink first, so to speak. But then you also have the Doma Liu Bang, right? Musashi was going to go in. It's a one-way ticket, but now you got a buddy that's going flying coach with you, right? So this could be an interesting one of being able to jump in. But of course, this is the second series of the day. Game 1. If we're talking about these drafts in a vacuum, take out the players. Blam, who are you giving the edge to?
I mean, we've seen much kind of joy and victory from the likes of the Pei and the Byron combo, and then you've also got just like a massive pick like the Mai Shiranui mid, right? Like, unless Xenon can play this Nua to a T and just put so much pressure into the mid lane, that's where Inua is going to struggle, but I can't imagine that happening.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on this one. I think that Byron Pei is just super scary, right? That early game is just going to be on point, but if it really comes back to just like how Gushing gets his farm, if he's able to kind of protect his own farm, taking, you know, if they're going to funnel even more into him, because Gushing is your win condition in this game. Obviously, Roichi will be there to back it up, but those two really need to shine in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this potential lane swap come around here, right? Top side and bot side, because of the mid-range that both of these marksmen operate on. Like, they were going to be either just hitting each other with basic attacks or using their skills with the flaming farm. So they swap with the Gen.G, but Wawa, and then it's going to be the rotation from Inuit that gets a pick off here. They're looking for some more. And Mijoj does not have the Unbridled Airburst at level 2. So right now, if they're going to go for the pick off, they could go for now, but they've got to make sure the fusion does not collapse in onto this.
Yeah, R8 might have gotten the pheasant on that one, but Wawa, this guy has been so good in the KME thus far, the past 2 days. He's been on point, like literally with that flash storm strike, just setting it up for the rest of them to be there. Inuwa was low, but he was just like, I just need to be, just do enough damage for the rest of the team to get those kills, and they got first blood huge.
They got first blood. They're looking to go for some more. Gushin goes in with the duel to death onto the backline. Emergence comes through as well, pushing away. It's going to be that pay, and Rock goes down. So what was looking like it's going to be a Gen.G outcome is now being turned around to an R8 Blitz. They get a 2-0 trade into the top side of the map.
Gushing was that target. Gen.G were like, he's so low. Let's try to stop him. They would try to focus in on it, and pretty much they just got baited out. The perfect emergence by Xenon. The reinforcements were right on time and ensure that they got those 2 kills. Huge win for R8 Esports there.
I mean, I felt that panic from Gen.G, man. Like, when you see that emergence come through, when you're thinking you're taking a team fight and Nua drops in on top of you, you're like, oh, man, they've just completely killed my vibe. And that's exactly what they wanted to go for here for R8 Esports. Kill the vibe of Gen.G and then go for the top. So look here, Mijoj is pretty low, but then into the backline's going to be Gushing there, just trying to get the impel and stay on to the pace so no healing comes through. It was just enough to get that takedown. And then Wawa was already pretty low within that one, and he didn't have his ultimate for that sustain.
Yeah, no sustain at that point, no force field suppression at that point. I mean, Wawa was going all in. It was kind of like because I complimented him, and then now he's like, oh, okay, it's in my head. I can be this, overconfident guy. And he got caught out on this one. He did get baited out by Gushing, who just played that one perfectly, kiting them out. Really well played by Gushing there.
Yeah, exactly. It was kind of like battle as a junglers, but surrounded by everybody else. But to be honest, even though that team fight went into the favor of R8 Esports, the gold lead is pretty much neck and neck here between both of these 2 teams, which is rare. You're going to be, if you're either of these 2 teams and you're kind of losing in the kills, is where you're going to want to be, right?
Yeah, definitely where you want to be. I mean, look at how Wawa he's looking to bait them out. He knows that Gushing is there, but here comes Rock.
Rock is coming with us, the help of Inuit, but there's going to be the Battlefield Command as well on top. It means that it's going to stay alive to get the takedown onto Wawa. Maybe they'll get the Dharma here, and they get the kill onto Gushing. So 2-for-1 trade is a definite good trade here for the side of Gen.G. And especially at this point in the game, right? Like, we've seen Gushing spend too much time into the top side of the map. That's going to be a lot of gold being taken off for now when he was being down with the death timer. But now, obviously, he needs to get in a more healthy position when these neutral objectives come up in a moment of seconds.
Yeah, Wawa right there. I think he'll be more than happy trading his life away for those top 2. Checking this replay. I mean, he was baiting it out, but Rock and Inuwa, the perfect timing, understanding that they need to be staking alive. The Battlefield Command just barely enough. Yes, Wawa did die first, but getting Gushing and Doma, that's a win in the books of Gen.G.
Oh, huge win. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even the Annihilation there, like, it didn't hit anybody, but it did the job. It zoned them out. It's like, guys, we can't overstep, or we're going to get hit by some great magic damage coming through from the bot side of the map. But it's not going to stop Gen.G here. The Unbridled Airburst is going to catch onto the side. Oh, okay. R8 Esports do get the tap onto the Tyrant. And now Mijoj Beast Mode is able to get out alive, so they don't lose anybody. They get the neutral objective as well.
And while the net worth lead is slightly in favor of Gen.G, they have to pay. So you're thinking, hey, I mean, that was going to be called in. They were definitely going to take this, but the duel to death.
Duel to death is committed, but they do get the usual goal as well. But that's not going to be it for the side of R8 Esports. They get the pickup of Ray. They get the pickup of Rock, Inuwa, as well as Rock, and Wawa is looking a little bit Wawa worse for wear at this point in the game. He gets the Pure Sky, which is going to obviously mitigate some of that damage reduction as well.
Yeah, Wawa just running for his life, but with Rock and Inuwa both down, I mean, this is R8's game to lose. They are definitely in control. They put the pressure on Gen.G right now, are trying to just hold on.
Yeah, Gen.G definitely looking like the passenger's princess right now in the car. Like, R8's got his foot to the gas. He's going down like the highway. He's not stopping at this point. And they take the T1 into mid lane. They look to put that pressure into the bot side. All it takes is just for that natural mini wave to crash through. Madama looking a little bit worse than where he is able to get out. The Annihilation is just doing so much damage, especially on Ponto there. Lost like, what, 1/3 of health. We see the Gushing extreme speeds over the wall. Mijoj just being that stone wall, gets the leap onto Rock, denies the access onto Gushing, but now Ryuchi is in a little bit of a bad situation. Into the backline, he gets a takedown onto Pain, but now it's going to be the takedown onto the Dharma. But the Lubang Dharma, though, it is now Gen.G. They have to kind of formulate and get something from these kills.
While R8's Doma died on that one, R8 played that one perfectly. Majoj did such a great job of sacrificing himself, understanding when the stuns needed to be been high. Just did a great job of keeping it alive, but Wawa getting very low.
Oh, very, very low. I mean, Gushing here, he doesn't only just have the one dive of the Lubang, right? We completely forgot about this, like the immersion coming through and the help of the Xenon onto the side of R8 Esports. Like, that's going to be damage. It's not going to be the defense that the Lubang gives over, but it's going to be the pressure that's really going to be able to get that lockdown to Wawa, because we've commented it already that Byron is such a 1v1 sustainy fighter.
It's sustainy for sure, but if he's getting outnumbered, that's kind of where he struggles, right? And I think R8 have done a great job of being like, hey, if we want to fight him, we need to have those numbers, and they've had most of it most of the time. And Wawa's been getting caught out. Yes, he had that amazing first blood in the first minute of the game or something, but now he's kind of been grouped up on, ganged up on, if you will. R8 have answered almost all of the calls right now.
They are doing well, right? But I mean, I don't want to kind of like count out Gen.G. They look to go endless, like kind of give us a false sense of security there. But the Battlefield Command is going to bait them off of the side of Gen.G. They forced at the top side of the map. They do have the pressure, so they could really push. But it's their mid lane and bot side that's getting pushed right now.
Yeah, nice little play just to stay alive. But it's a huge ult that has a long cooldown. And it looks like Rock he's on the prowl.
He's on the prowl, the armor getting slowed there. He has to force the flash over the wall, gets into the safety of the T1. Oh, right left burst not connecting onto none, but there's the lead. It's going to keep them in place. Rock not looking too good here. He just needs to get the damage from Wawa. It's going to be that saving grace to the backline. And speaking of backline access, it's going to be Inua onto Mijoj. Doma down. That's the tanks of the side of RA Esports being dissipated.
Oh, Majoj had a nice umbrella outburst, but he was kind of isolated from the rest of the team. No one could really take advantage of the stuns that they had. And now Gen.G made them pay. Doma coming in a little bit late as well. And Gen.G, again, just made them pay.
They did. They're putting the pressure into these side lanes, which we know is kind of like the MO of some of these great international teams, right? It's like, yes, they're not winning the fights. Yes, they're behind by 1 kill, but they have the difference that is that gold, right? Like, it's not too far in the regions of another comeback for the side of Gen.G. It's literally the matter of about 600 gold here and there. So they can keep that pressure into these side lanes, keep chipping away, keep giving RA Esports a little bit of a false hope within these team fights. And then all of a sudden, Gen.G get the wipe, they get the push into one of these side lanes, back doors open.
Yeah, but this is still 50-50. I mean, it looks like they're going in.
Oh, yeah, for the Bastards is just going to bait them into this team fight. Rock and Blue are looking to commit with this one, but they're not going to go any further. Obviously, Tyrant is up. We see that Dopamine there into the bot side of the map is looking to get a bit of a push, put some pressure on. He does have the Battlefield Command, so he can just literally go, boop, beam me up, Scotty, I'm out of there.
I mean, some of the kills have gone in favor of Gen.G as of now. I mean, the Tyrant had just been picked up, but to be honest, R8 Esports are playing this very well. They're still keeping it into this one, especially with the pace. They just need to get to that mid to late game.
They do, and definitely that's not how you get to that mid to late game if you are Xenon, right? You're going to get taken down there by Rock, but this is the typical Gen.G, right? They get together as a unit, they then dominate as one, which we see from other teams. They like to scrap, but they're not scrapping like how Gen.G do it. Gen.G at least tend their farm before they tend the fight.
Yeah, that was a nice little pick off here. And I mean, converting it into this potential mid T1, that's going to be a huge favor, but they're contesting, making everything uncomfortable.
Red team has
trying to get the access there. I mean,
tower.
forcing the flash there for Wawa to try and get the knockup. Actually didn't get anybody onto the side of RA Esports, was just to kind of push them away from this Crimson. I don't feel like Gen.G even got it. No, it went over to Gushing.
Yeah, it didn't go in his favor in that sense. But Xenon is back up on the table, so this is going to be huge. But the Azure Golem, this is the one where RA Sports need to do a better job of protecting their buffs. They will take that one. But Gen.G now still on the prowl, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a crucial thing for a pick like the Musashi, right? Especially having that extreme speed on a little bit more of a lower cooldown. It just means that you're able to get in, stick around, team fights, and just obviously stacking passive. But there it is, Dalton Death in the back line with the help of the Lubang gets to take her down onto Inua. But now, Clue just putting the pressure on, just trying to force them away, slow them down. As we can see right now, the Umbrella Outburst can be proc, hits onto none. It's just the beast mode is coming through. Mijo just needs a little bit more sustainability to stay in this team fight. For 4v1, try to climb in on onto the beast. It's only going to be Ryuichi here. He does not have the ultimate. He's about to be taken. Actually, he hasn't even advanced this, but Mijo gets taken down. But now the damage goes through. Gen.G goes down. Gushing is now getting taken down by Rock, and Clue is here to stay and try and keep the pain alive.
I mean, Gushing right there, just kind of going back and forth a bit on that one. Mijo is just barely staying alive, but Gen.G kind of made him pay in that regard. But Monto dying was the biggest one. Rock is still alive, obviously done great. Oh my God, he got picked. He picked off Roichi as well.
He thought he was safe. He was just like, nah, you know, no one is safe when Rocky's on the board, right? Well, especially when Pei. Let me just look how frightful this hero is. Just dashing off the walls. You can think you have nobody around you, and then the moment's notice, it's a dark alley. You're getting your pockets picked, and it's Rock taking the kill onto you. But Wawa just putting that pressure into the top side of the map here. So they're just trying to pay back that early game aggression that RA Esports had, especially the pressure into these lanes. It's now slowly but surely formulating over to Gen.G's favor.
Yeah, this is why I don't walk down any dark alley, right? Especially by myself. I come in with, you know, friends or, you know, other people, accomplices, if you will, because I think I need that help. And they need the buddy system, right? They need to stay alive. They need to ensure that they don't let Rock just blow you up. You cannot get caught out like that.
Overlord has been defeated.
I don't blame you going down any dark alleys, right? I mean, Kindo Fu is nearby you, so you can come out of nowhere.
Exactly.
He could be wearing his headphones. You don't know where he is. He just comes out like Spider-Man sometimes. But this is obviously the Shadow Overlord going up the side of Gen.G. They could just basically choose which lane they want to fight, right? They can put the pressure on, get that enhanced kind of damage reduction from the Vanguards and the Overlords and the placed lane. So right now, they're looking to not just go for one lane. They're looking to split it into the two, a split part.
Yeah, they're taking both the T2s, the mid and the top one at the same time. RA Esports just looking to just hang on, deal with the minion wave more than anything else, extend the game. Again, it's all about just like making sure that you survive to the mid to late game against Pei.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what they're going to do here for the side of RA Esports, right? Like, they need to make sure that Ryuichi gets online. He has had a good game so far. Xenon's been picked up a little bit too much for my liking at this point in the game, but Gen.G are not going to take the foot off the gas. They need to make sure they get at least one high ground turret and make the most of that Vanguard being put down to the bot side of the map.
Perfectly played right there. That Siege, taking that bottom T3, losing nothing, not even taking any sort of team fight. No action was had. RA Esports did not want to risk it. That was perfectly played by Gen.G. Now they can back off and look for the next big Overlord to help them with a push.
Yeah, and all these perfect plays have now transitioned into almost about a 6k gold difference right at about the 13-minute mark, which, as we still start building itemization, that gold lead makes more of an effect right now. And I mean, you've already seen into the jungle itself. You're looking at a 1.4k gold lead just between the Masashi and the Pei at this point, which is going to be crucial, but we all know that Pei falls off around about this point in the game.
Yeah, which is going to be a problem, right? And he needs to understand that, and this is probably why Gen.G are looking to push.
They're looking to push, looking to get a collapse here, but he's obviously forcing the flash off the Xenon. He's able to try and get out. The Battlefield Command is just not enough. He dies. He gets taken down in an instant. Same with Mijo just now. T3 to the mid lane, getting taken out, as well as that top side of the map being taken out too. They look to usher these minions into this crystal. It's going to be down to the light star Gushing as well as Ryoji to keep this alive. Minions crashing through. Can they wipe it out? But Wawa's making work onto the crystal as they take down Gushing. And game number 1 goes to Gen.G.
Very well played, and being able to close that out and just understanding the timer, right? Like understanding the objectives and how we need to play this to close that game out. Very well played there. I think towards the end, Doma trying to go for that Battlefield Command onto Xenon to keep him alive. He was just instantly deleted. Did not have that Battlefield Command for later when Gushing was looking to go in with that duel of death. So it was like, you know, wasted ults, if you will, and Gen.G just made them pay and were able to close that one out.
It's those little spontaneous mistakes that make the difference, right? Like, if you are going to like expand an ultimate that has such a massive cooldown on it, then you kind of like, if you commit that mistake, you then got to own it, and that's exactly what happened there in this game number 1. But you have to give props over to RA Esports. That early game was looking like they were very dominant. They was putting the pressure onto Rock. Rock probably died way too many times than he thought he'd need to within this game number 1. But it was just back to Gen.G. Gen.G, we know, don't always have great early games unless, especially when they're kind of like paired up in terms of the performance against their opponents, but they still manage to turn around an early game kind of like blunder. But it's all thanks to the fact that the gold is always neutralized. If the gold wasn't neutralized and RA Esports had that 2k gold earlier on, I think we'd be seeing a different result here.
For sure, for sure. I think it's all about that early game. I mean, it was closer than I expected. You know, R8 Esports really took the fight to them. And you saw there were moments where, like, are they able to kind of just slow this game down just enough to take down Rock on that pay? But in the end, they were able to find those pickoffs. Gen.G finally able to kind of formulate that choking style. Once they have a little bit of a lead, they get the pickoffs, and then they take towers for free, and that's pretty much all she wrote.
All she wrote there, but I mean, they still have a potential 2 games comeback, right? R8 Esports are only down 1-0 at this point in the game, but is it going to be Gen.G looking to clean out another 2-0? Because they've been dominant since day number 2. Day number 1, like I said earlier, was looking very shaky, but now we're starting to see the resemblance of the Gen.G that we all know and love, and you can kind of see the experience of these band of brothers that they have for quite some time now formulating onto the Gorge.
Yeah, and look at this one. I mean, KDA's straight I mean, Rock was 7-3-6. Yeah, he died 3 times, and that was kind of, you know, uncharacteristic of Rock. But he did get focused quite a bit, but he definitely made the comeback with those 7 kills. But Monto, let's give a shout out to him as well. 4-1-5. I mean, you just need to be that solid farm laner and ensure that if Rock's not having a great game, you're taking advantage of that farm so that you have the damage. And again, he was kind of babysat by Clue, who did a great job, not even dying himself, but just sticking around and ensuring that the team is, you know, alive and well and not stun locked.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't make sure that was it stun locked, but it got to that certain point, right? I mean, if you look at the itemization there of Rock, he built the Demon's Bane towards the end, right? Like, you can see the amount of magic damage coming from the side of R8 Esports. You've got the Nua, you've got the Lu Bang, and obviously it's quite an explosive bit of magic damage that can happen with that Battlefield Command on top of you, right? So, getting the Demon's Bane, building that magic resistance, thanks to obviously scaling with how much physical attack damage you build, was a good call for Rock, and obviously you saw his survivability in that mid game. So it just transitioned and it brought the results that the side of Gen.G needed.
Definitely what they needed, right? And Rock, of course, like, dying so many times early, but then still doing 104,000 damage, like the most in the game. I mean, just speaks volumes about him as a player, right? Being able to just the resolve of being like, okay, I'm not having the greatest time, but I'm going to be able to come back. It doesn't matter. Yes, I'm on the pay. I'm still able to find my damage. And this is why he's super scary. And, you know, Gen.G, like any team that's going up against him, you got to be super careful about giving up the pay in the draft.
Very careful about giving the pay up in the draft, but also being very sort of like mindful of, like, I've already spoke about this like time and time again, but I feel like this is the main difference, right? Just look at the gold graph. It was never all like in the favor of R8 Esports massively, right? Like, we're still kind of peaking below that 4.1k gold lead. So looking at that, I mean, realistically, we're lining up around about an 800 gold lead at max that they ever had off the side of Gen.G Esports, which was always going to be an issue because 800 gold is a team fight. It's a shutdown. It's a neutral objective. It's a wave into 3 lanes. It's not a lot of gold to try and, like, make that gap up. But speaking of gaps, the gap was definitely into that jungle, right? Especially towards the latter part of that game where Rock came out on top with that 7-3-6 KDA.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you want, right? From the pay, just being able to do that damage as, like, that, you know, the damage dealer, just being able to burn people down. 35% of the damage. We talked about the fact that he capped 100,000 in you know, the time of this game. Just had a great time. But 26% of the total gold as well. You know, being able to just take some licks early, dying, but still able to out-farm everyone. Again, yes, you have a lot of mobility on this pay, and we'll see most of the highlights here on just how he did that.
I mean, I think it's all down to the thanks. Obviously, Monto is going onto the D-Ranger. D-Ranger, as we know, yes, obviously, as a marksman, as a farm lane, you want to go for the resources to give him the itemization he needs. But once you get to a certain point, once you get a few items onto the board that's going to keep and aid and abet the D-Ranger, you can just focus everything over to the Rock, right? Like, over to the pay. And you saw it in the formation of Gen.G. They were always going around with the buddy system. After a certain point in that game, there was always 3 of Gen.G rotating around. It was Clue, Rock, and always Inua. And that's what they're doing, just funneling all those resources into the Rock.
Yeah, they know he's the win condition. And this is that fight where I was like, oh, they were doing such a great job of just ensuring that they mitigated as much damage as possible. They did a great job. Majoj gets caught out here, got, you know, paid with his life. And Gen.G was able to kind of run it down once they had a certain moment. Like, Monto dying was a bit of an issue here, but this is the last fight. They really didn't have the ults to really fight for this one, and Gen.G were able to close out game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Monto on the Ranger was kind of like a silent assassin, right? Like, his whole point and shtick within that team fight was to find a position in, use his ultimate so the damage reduction would go on top of the Zhongfei, right? So Mijo had a lot of a hard time when he went beast mode. He got so much damage that he didn't know what to do with it. So he was licking wounds, but wasn't licking fast enough. We're going to go and lick our wounds. After this, we're going to go into game number 2 between Gen.G and our Esports. Make sure you come back.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time.
Gen.G Esports strike first off the play. The MVP play of Rock. Just an amazing game by him. But Blam, okay. Is this pretty much over? Is it just too much momentum at this stage? Like, what is R8 Esports doing here?
I mean, to be honest, I feel like it's going to be the saving grace of the global ban pick as well, right? Like, they can't draft this draft once again. Byron, expensive pick. Pei, expensive. Mai, expensive. Gen.G, technically expensive. And then Schwangsa was probably like the least expensive pick here. So really, I mean, now that they got the Schwangsa off the board, do R8 try and lock in a very CC heavy comp, especially with the Clash lane, right? Maybe lock in the Dharma because they know that that natural counter is not going to come through for them. And maybe they try and formulate it that way because there was a lot of presence and pressure for the side of R8 Esports in the early game. They were having great fun. It looked like it was going to go in their favor, but unfortunately, this is where Gen.G, as we always know them, they like to come back after just a little bit of a gold difference that the enemy team have, and they always like to make sure they're maintaining that gold, like that gold bar, especially in the favor of just a team fight. If a team fight can go in their favor, they get the lead.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me. I think R8 Esports, they don't need to panic. I think that if it was like 5K down at like, you know, the 8-minute mark, obviously that's a whole different story, right? But they were able to fight with them. They were able to contest, which was great. They had opportunities. Even the gold graph shifted in their favor. Going up against a Pei Byron, that's not easy to do, right? So I don't think that they need to be in all panic mode as of now. But again, just kind of look at that replay a bit later. Look at this as game 2. They can fight with this team. They just need to shore up the weaknesses. The transition into that mid game did not go in their favor in this one, so they need to figure out something, how to be a little bit better going into game 2 here.
Yeah, I think like what R8 Esports did in game number 1 was the fact that they had that rotation to the top side of the map, right? They took their marksmen, put into the top side because they didn't want that mid-range to mid-range kind of slop fest going on in for the first 4 minutes. So rotating up the lung into the top side of the map naturally meant that they were at an advantage. They could get the momentum. And that's exactly what they were able to get, right? They got the momentum in the early game. They transitioned it into the first blood, got a few kills onto the table as well. But it was just kind of like that proactive thinking kind of stopped at a certain point in the game. And I think that's where R8 Esports folded.
Yeah. I mean, the early game was great. It had an opportunity, but, you know, it's just like, again, just those minor little mistakes. It's not huge. It's not a big panic moment. So that's the biggest thing. And I think that going into this one, I think draft-wise, they need to be a little bit better. I think that we're seeing that, especially in these best of threes, these early game monsters like the Pei are, you know, something that you need to worry about. You need to be picking up. You want the tempo. That's the biggest thing of just putting the pressure on the enemy team. That's going to be key in game 2's draft.
Yeah, exactly. It was another game draft that they needed to put the pressure on, but it's like I was saying about the lung transition to the top side. That was kind of like the almost like a little bit of a break there for the side of Gen.G. Like maybe they were anticipating it, but weren't able to kind of like actually commit to it or even change their draft. Like, right, okay, we need to put pressure on the top side, which they did, but then it was the fact that the Lu Bang and the Musashi did a great combo, right? Like, they was always into the back line. They was always making sure that Rock was going to pay within those little kind of like 3v3 skirmishes.
Actually, it's funny that you bring up the Liu Bang. I think that of that entire draft, that was the most, I'm thinking that they could have picked a better one. Just because, yeah, he was there and he saved himself a couple times, but I'm wondering if you just had like, I mean, if the roles were reversed and then they had like the Byron, right? I think that would have way more impact, the control to kind of help the Musashi just lock the guy down, and so they had that burst damage. That probably would have been more beneficial for them.
It would have been more beneficial, absolutely. But again, I feel like it's just the ban draft, obviously, towards the end of Gen.G's draft, they the ban phase, they banned it, obviously, like the likes of Guan Yu, the likes of the Mayin, so it kind of became very strapped for them. But game number 2 BP here, we're seeing the typical victims into the first part of the banning phase. Lung, Ali, Pei, and the Mai Shiranui. Both of those have been picked, but there it is, the Dharma that we're speaking about in the early parts of the post-game, the pre-game of number 2, right? This Dharma's coming through because he knows he doesn't have a Schwangsa that's going to counter him.
Yeah, very good here with Dolia and Dharma, dare I say, the double Ds, right? This is going to be a great little combination. It's going to be huge for them because they need to really set things up. I mean, plus you're taking the Dolia away from Gen.G, which could potentially have looked at it because of the Yuan right there.
Yeah, absolutely. They need some kind of sustain already. They know for a fact that maybe, like most of the teams, are always kind of trying to guess, like, where's that Yuan going to go? we know that Clue, we know that Inuit have played the Dahlia and the Huon combo originally, but with Rock getting another carry jump ball, RA Esports needs to put the pressure on even more for this Luna.
Wow, Luna. I mean, this is great, right? Because you know that you've seen the Dolia. They don't have a Liang. They're not going to lock you down, right? Which is kind of like the hardcore counter to the Luna. So being able to just understand that, opens up the door. Gen.G drafting very intelligently, and they're going to pick up the motes here to kind of just further lock someone down for the Luna to just clean up.
Exactly so, right. I mean, right now, RA Esports, they lock in the Lady Gen here, so they're obviously going to get the crucial crowd control from the Destructive Deluge, but also the damage from that, right? Like, if you can have a Luna lock in, or even if you have the Motsu trying, like, use their think inside the box to lock down one of your members of RA Esports. You drop the Destructive Deluge down on top of that, and thanks to the Dolia, you don't just have one, you've got two, so you can use one offensively, use one defensively as well.
But being able to hit the Luna at the right time, I mean, obviously Xenon is up to the task on this one, but when you have multiple ways to kind of deal with that, especially with Celestial Melody, it's going to definitely help out. Then you have the Doma Dharma just coming in with the truth, potentially setting it up, right? Everything needs to go right, but it's all about this initiation and how, if in fact you do get jumped, how the counter initiation happens.
I mean, they could kind of try and maybe use the wave breaker to obviously slow them down. Obviously, I think that's a great kind of like speed stop, a little bump in the road there for Rock on the Luna, just making sure the wave breaker hits her every time so she doesn't dive in before you even get that. But yeah, it's going to be hard for them to try and stop the jump, right? But they do have the Lady Chen. Lady Chen can obviously have her own kind of splendor, her own status as well, thanks to her skill. So if she tries to get the jump on there, she can use that. She goes, basically stops the marks, right? Kind of completely stops that tempo of Rock on this Luna.
Yeah, and it looks like Flowbone Marksman is going to be picked up for R8. Interesting play, and just ways to kind of just, you're looking for a great range dealer that's definitely going to be bringing that one, and the amount of burst that you have. And Gen.G instantly counter with the Chano and the Mayin, just looking to jump on this squishy backline. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, they're switching it last second. They're going to go for the Lady soon here, so they want to go for a little bit more of a late game assurance. And going up against the Flowbone Marksman, I mean, you can roll the raid out of the ultimate as well, right? Like, you can only really use the Soaring Signal of Chano to try and kind of push him away, so you're not getting hit by that ultimate that can be quite oppressive onto the side of RA Esports. But the Main being picked up here for Wawa, they need a little bit more lockdown, because obviously they got the Motsu for the long range, they've got the Think inside the box as well, they got the AoE from the Huon. They need somebody close and comfortable with the side of RA Esports so that they can just lead that Luna on top of that said person.
Plus, the Mayin is fast enough to really keep pace with Rock's Luna, right? The jump in is going to happen. You have more than one. Plus, you have the Cannon Blast, Lady Soon from, like, the Artillery Barrage to really help support that sort of initiation. That's going to be great. R8 Esports are like, okay, if they're going to rush at us, we have that tanky frontliner. We have Dune to kind of just soak up even more. Plus, you have the Dolia, right? This is the traditional double D combination, not just with Dharma. And now you've got triple D on this one. What more could we be asking for?
I'm gonna say, what's more livable than a double D? A triple D, man. Like, this is what we need. We got the Dharma, the Dune, and the Dolia. There's a lot going on here, but like you were saying, we have the double sort of unruly blade. So in terms of trying to sort of like bait the enemy team, you can use the unruly blade in there. Maybe they try and dive in on top of you. Maybe they try and use and exhaust the Think inside the box a little bit prematurely, and then you're able to kind of dart out thanks to the Celestial Melody. But that was definitely what was needed on our Esports side, right? They needed a lot more frontline. They needed that tank to be the kind of like the anchor for their side.
My concern, though, is that Gushing, he flies high on his assassin style. That's like his play style. And having to kind of shift everything because you're playing the Doom, which is the tankier frontliner, you're not doing as much damage. Now everyone else needs to step up in that department. Roichi's got to be there. Doma's got to be on point with those truths. Everyone else needs to play much better because Gushing, who previously in other games that they've won, he's been able to carry. On the Dune, it's a much harder task.
Oh, it's a very hard task, right? Like, you are there to try and maybe get the setup and then allow your teammates to get that damage. But I feel like that's where it's all going to come down to, right? It's trust issues. Does Gushing have the trust of his team to actually be the carry that he normally is? That, obviously, time will only tell in this game number 2 between Gen.G and R8 Esports, but they're already cleaning out the mid wave here, obviously giving over a little bit more resources over to Monto, and obviously having the access to the enemy's boars as well. They're already kind of hindering the growth of the Dune and giving over the growth to the Lady Soon.
That's actually a question that I would love to ask Gushing. Is like, how much do you trust these guys? I mean, he's like been the latest addition to it, and obviously it takes some time to kind of gel with the team. But it's at what point are you like, I trust my teammates to 100% be there for me, right? Like that takes some time, right?
I think that's probably maybe like a bigger spanner in the works, maybe a bigger kind of hinder to any kind of trust that they have right now. The only thing worse would be playing Monopoly, you know? Like, if they played a game of Monopoly, this team would be disbanded.
Yeah, they would kill each other, right? Who likes someone else when they play Monopoly? You hate everyone, right? When you play that game. So, yes, that's definitely a way to destroy a team more than anything else.
Exactly. So, we'll keep the trust issues at bay for now. But speaking of being at bay, we have Gandama using the flash out there. You're having to commit the flash, but now Luna and Rock, they're going in. They're going for 2 first bloods here. That's going to be a double kill going up to the side of Gen.G.
Wow. All I can say is wow. Because I would, like, when I saw Rock dive under the tower, I was like, okay, he's going to take some tower shots. He's going super risky, especially early when you're kind of squishier. But being able to find them, getting the pull back, what a play by Rock. And this is why he's an absolute beast on these jungle, assassin-style heroes.
Yeah, I mean, he's aided and abetted by Wawa as well, right? Like, Wawa is definitely one of the better Clash leaders. When we're not looking like import players, in terms of Clash, Wawa's up there, man. Like, you go like Schwan, you go like Baby Keke, and then like Wawa's like 3rd, 4th, man. Like, he's a very good Clash laner on the side of Gen.G. And just look at that. He's just able to set up Rock very nicely. They're playing that Clash core kind of gameplay very well here for the side of Gen.G. So really, Rock was stuck to Clue like glue in game number 1, but now it's Wawa who has been at the behest of the glue gun here for the side of Gen.G. And it's looking like they're trying to get a little bit more here. They're doing a lot of damage onto Dama. Innu is in there. It does get taken down. The thing inside the box is committed catches off 2. But the Destructive Deluge, like we were saying, gets dropped down. There's a lot of damage on the glue, but into the back line, it's going to be Wawa getting the pickup onto Micho. So that is going to be a 2-2 trade for now. Can they get the pickup here onto Gushing? He's a little bit too tanky.
A little too tanky, and they're just gonna shrug that one off. But Gen.G just showing that, hey, they want a team fight. They want to brawl. They want to go at this one. They're not afraid of diving towers. They just want to take the fight to you. And they are looking to kind of close out this series in this game, too, by being very aggressive.
Yeah, I think this is the beauty of obviously Wawa picking the main into the Dharma, right? Like, you've got only the HP regen when you go idle. You've obviously got the HP regen when you use the right kind of combo as well. It's very hard for Dharma to actually do any kind of damage in the early game.
Yeah, he's done a great job right there. I mean, he's got like I think about a 700 gold lead over Doma. And I mean, obviously Rock was there, helped getting all those kills. But now the pull in, Gushing, just very tanky, tough to deal with, but he's not really farming.
He's not farming. I mean, Ruichi's got worse for wear there. Can he get the rolling raid throughs? Not going to quite land there. Oh, okay. We don't have the ultimate shell. He's safe for now.
He's safe for now, but that was actually very close. Monto could have potentially gotten that steal. It reminded me of those one-on-one games, right? There was no one else there. It was just you and him going at it, and it looks like Ruichi blinks first.
He did blink first. The poker base wasn't strong enough, right? And I mean, now, speaking of strong, we have a Gen.G that are around about a 2k gold lead, a Tyrant ahead, and now have that pressure down to the bottom side of the map. Flowable Marksman is not a spring chicken. He has to be a full-fledged rooster, right? He's a late-game marksman. Think inside the box has been committed and gets wiped out here. Keeps Gushing into place, but it's not going to be enough for the side of Gen.G to get the takedown. They need a little bit more damage to come through. That's why Monto comes with the rotation, but still, they have that T1 here. They have that saving grace. Mijo has to teleport between 2 turrets. He doesn't recall. He's like, you know what, guys? Let's commit. Let's give over the Unruly Blade. But Gushing is only surviving thanks to that decision there from Mijo.
This is like a long extended fight, but R8 Esports, look at them. All 5 of them are congregating in the mid lane, and they're getting minimal, value out of this. Gen.G are pulling them. They're like puppet masters in terms of just like dictating the movement. Is Rock gonna go in? Is he not? But in the end, they got the Crimson Golem as well. They've taken that all away from R8, who are just literally trying to be reactive and defensive, but they couldn't get any sort of value.
Yeah, the image in my head was literally there. R8 Esports was a guy just with his fists over his face, just taking those punches, right? But then he was getting jabbed in the left hip, he was getting jabbed in the right hip because they took the T1s into the top side of the map, and obviously T1 was already gone. So really forcing them into that mid lane, and then the rest of Gen.G just formulating and getting, like you said, the Crimson Golem was a huge play here.
Yeah, Rock with that steal. I mean, it's one thing to take away the blue buff from Rock, but he's actually being aggressively stealing the blue buff away from Gushing, who is left wanting yet again.
Yeah, exactly. He's just like we were saying, obviously, in the draft, right? Like, Gushing, he likes to be the carry, and onto the likes of Adun, you can't carry even if you try your hardest, right? You really got to just commit the team fights, dictate them into your own tempo, and then just hope that the rest of your team can come and shine through. But I feel like for R8 Esports, if they're able to get to the late game, if they're able to get Ryuchi up to speed in terms of gold and in terms of itemization, we could see a bit of a turnaround here for R8.
But he's actually 3 levels behind Rock. I mean, I know it's tough, but Rock has just been, I mean, he's 2 levels up against Gushing. Like, this guy is farming all over the place. He's made a presence, and he's sort of fight. Like, well, you can't, your back line is just wide open.
The backline's wide open. They have the T1 still enabled, but Rock's like, there's no boundaries here. I don't believe in borders. I'm just going to dive onto anybody. I don't care. They don't get the kill, but they're able to obviously put the pressure on, do the damage onto R8, which forces them back to base and forces that T1 opening up into the mid lane. So it's just another dominant play here from Gen.G. A little bit more of that synergy that we can kind of see comes from experience from a team like this.
Your base is mine. I mean, at the end of the day, Rock just taking everything. Like, he's going back and forth, understanding, just aggressively stealing everything, staying alive, putting the pressure on, and then going back to his own jungle to just kind of clean house. His farm rate is insane.
Oh yeah, I mean, you expect it on some Luna, right? Like, this is how you make a Luna shine. You have to go pretty much 0 to 100 from the word go. Like, straight out your base, you have to make sure you're not stopping, you're not hesitating, you are just fully committed and getting those prime objectives. But right now, top side of the map here, Dom is able to keep up the Luna for now, gets the help of the wall, but there it is, the Unruly Blade just a little bit late because of that flash, the dash from the Luna.
It comes back to that draft, right? They saw that, again, the Dolia pick was there. There's no stun. So this is Luna. This is a wide open game. How are they going to control him? Yeah, you have the Wind Slash. Yeah, you have the Truth. But that's hard to kind of lock in, especially since Rock is actually able to kind of, you know, anticipate these stuns coming out.
Yeah, exactly. He's playing to the timers, right? Like, this is an experienced player. Rock, obviously, not always the key player. We always kind of like focus on the clue, being kind of the showman it is, but Rock's really kind of like the guy behind the mask. Like, he knows what's going on. He plays. He has to be the carry, right?
Yeah, and all that space that's being created, look at this, the free Tyrant. Yeah, Gen.G are going to kind of like take their time. Inuo and Monto are going to slowly take this, but because they don't know where Rock is, he's going to jump in, boom.
Oh, careful takedown there for Xenon. I mean, that's going to be a lot of crucial crowd control, as well as the damage being taken off to the side of R8 Esports, which, when we look at their draft once again, damage is not going to come from anybody but Ryuchi at this point, and he's not quite at that level, right? He's only got the Shadow Ripper. He's only got the Doomsday. He needs a little bit more gold in the bank.
I mean, 8.1k net worth for Rock versus 5 to Gushing, right? And Wawa is also doing very well as well. He's kind of keeping on pace with Rock as much as possible. So Gen.G right now rolling in the dough, finding ways to just extract so much money on this map.
They can do extract so much money, right? I mean, they're always into the enemy jungle. I don't think I've seen them once into their own jungle. We do see the actual Azure Golem being stolen there, actually given over to Gushing. So that's probably like the first successful attempt they've stopped to the side of Gen.G. But around about 9 minutes, is that a little bit too late?
It might be too late. I mean, it's looking rough. I mean, you do not want to play from behind, especially against your Gen.G, who are able to close the game out by being very suffocating. They were always in front, taking this out. And look at how R8, I mean, yeah, they're sticking together and they're staying alive, but they're fighting for scraps. The value that they're getting in terms of, like, money is just so low at this stage.
Yeah, like, hey, sir, can I have some more? And it's just not coming. The more's not coming. They just have to deal with what they have. They just have to make sure they're breathing, make sure they're creating space for the side of R8 Esports. And I think that's kind of like the saving grace of having these high ground turrets, is the fact that that is their only stance of creating space for themselves. But right now, they need to be pushing forward. They need to be divided and conquered, because right now, Gen.G, they're looking at taking both of these neutral objectives. And it's not just any neutral objectives. It's the Shadow variants.
Yeah, they're going to take that one for free. I mean, essentially, Gen.G, like, cutting off the supply lines of R8. They are literally struggling to find any sort of farm. But they're taking the Overlord and the Tyrant at the same time. I mean, that's as greedy as you get, but they are so far ahead that they could do whatever they want in this game.
They can, and we aren't anybody to stop them. It's like, hey, you played such a great early game. You put the pressure on this game number 2. And this is honestly the Gen.G I was really hoping to see in day number 1. But I'm honestly just chalking it all down to day 1 jitters there from Monto. Because Monto's playing very well into this team right now. He's definitely kind of standing up on his business.
He's definitely doing a great job, right? I mean, he's stepped up since day 2 yesterday. But it's more of the fact that, like, when... you know, Rock is creating all the space. You have all the time in the world and space to just farm whatever to your heart's content, so to speak. So that's kind of why, you know, he's kind of accelerated his growth, or he's playing much better.
Yeah, play much better into the backline. We're going to take that onto Xenon once again. The Micho looks pretty low, but I mean, they commit the think inside the box into the backline, which means that Doom gets locked down and cannot go back to base. He has to go to jail. He cannot pass go with the Vanguards pushing this high ground turret into the bot side of the map. They're able to take it. Gen.G maybe looking to put this final natal top in here for the side of RA Esports, putting them back at the 3rd place, but they go for some more. Ruchi is at back at base, trying to put the damage on, but it's not going to be enough. They're able to get the Vanguard, but there's still being pressure applied.
I mean, all 5 members still alive. They're going in.
They're going in. They're getting the heal from Inua as well. I mean, Mijo, side of the fence there. I think he may have just took the wrong turn on the nap, but it's still needed. He's going to get taken down there. There it is. Rock gets the takedown. They're looking for the takedown onto the T3 into top and mid, and they get it. They're looking to cement their victory with a 2-0 here for the side of Gen.G. Think inside the box just to keep Gushing in place. Cannon Blast, once again, same MO, but they're not stopping yet.
Yeah, not stopping yet, but R8 Esports. I mean, Gushing is Dune. You're tanky, but it doesn't seem very tanky going up against this lineup. Gen.G just absolutely decimate him. They burn him down, and he's not able to do Dune things. This is how bad of a situation this is for R8. Yes, they're alive, at least for now, but man, the next big push from Gen.G, and I think that's all she wrote.
Yeah, are they alive or are they still breathing? I think is the point that RA Esports should really be looking at for themselves right now. 'Cause, I mean, they're looking at a 10k gold difference onto the side of Gen.G. 12 minutes, that's a lot. 12.4k to Gushing 7k. That's a lot of gold lead for one hero alone.
It's huge. And I mean, Wawa also has like 9.5k as well. So the guy has just been a complete compliment to Rock. And now they're looking to potentially end.
They're able to defend the base, right? I mean, they're definitely doing something well here for RA Esports. Game 2, not looking as like hot as game number 1. They're defending the base here. The minions are coming through sort of like very slow and steadily, but they are going to be at the behest of 3 minion waves coming through soon. Rock actually might get shut down now. So this could be the coin to pull. You have to get the takedown onto Monto goes down, Wawa goes down, and now they have to save their base. This is where we start to see RA Esports breathe out and just get that pressure. Just claim a little bit of gold. Just try and mitigate that goal lead because they need some more.
They need as much as possible, right? I mean, they'll probably take minimally just at least this mid T1, assuming this wave clear, you know, isn't real for this one. But Gushing needs to push them away, which is great. Potentially turning this one to a Shadow Tyrant. They need to work quickly, but Rock is up in 5 seconds. I think that gap is already closed.
Yeah, I mean, they got the T1 into the mid lane, right? I mean, at least they were able to get something. RA Esports being a team that some of these teams within Honor of Kings Esports don't even get past that crystal state. Once that's laid bare, your enemy team takes it for the granted. But it goes back to the point that I made pretty much before even game number 1, right? Gen.G, like PKL teams, they struggle sometimes to finish off the match. And this is where it started to show.
For that fight, it would seem like Rock went in. That Sage of Sanctuary was used haphazardly, right? I think somebody else needed to have initiated first.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It was used a little bit too early, a little bit prematurely, but maybe there's like a bit of a fault in the comms there, but into the back line, maybe Wawa looking to get the pick-up onto Xenon. He does get the pick-up there, but it's going to be at the behest of Inua going down as well. Monto is now on the roll. He gets Ryuchi, he gets Mijo, but they have any minions at this point of the game for the side of Gen.G, and the answer is no.
Yeah, no there, but I mean, Monto getting that triple. This is kind of how this story has been played out. Rock created all that space, bought so much time for Monto to get going. Now Monto needs to be there to just finish out the game, and it looks like he's about to do that.
Oh, the thing inside the box there being committed to take down Lady Chen, and that is going to be it. Game number 2 for Gen.G against RA Esports. It looked like there could have been a potential comeback there after Gen.G's little mistake of using that Sage Sanctuary a little bit too aggressive. But Monto, the prodigal son, comes back with that triple kill and gets the victory for the side of Gen.G with 2-0.
That's the perfect way you want to do this, right? Just being able to close it out at that last moment, right? Monto had given all the time and space in the world. Rocket created that space for you, that fortune. Now you need to just invest it. It was all into Monto's net worth, and he was able to close that game out finally in the end.
Yeah, closing the game out, another 2-0 fashion for the side of Gen.G. They've definitely kind of upped their game since day number 2 and day number 1 as well. So that's already a very quick 2 series that we've already witnessed here. But these are 2 series from both of the teams in the spring season 2025 that were top 2, right? So we were expecting nothing less than a really fast series from these 2 teams.
But Gen.G really stepping up to the task, right? They've kind of leveled up. I mean, you were talking about day 1. They had a little bit of the jitters, right? They weren't so, smooth. But right now, they're starting to hit their stride. This is starting to be a very scary team. I think if you're a Nongshim RedForce fan, you're kind of a little worried because Gen.G is starting to level up. They kind of outplayed RA Esports. They played them very well. And now I really think they can take the fight to Nongshim at this pace.
I mean, those words were spoken by Nongshim's #1 fan, right? Like, I was about to ask you, hey, how does it feel? I mean, you are Nongshim's #1 fan, so, but you gave me the answer. I was just like, this guy's laying it all out for me. His heart's on his sleeve. He's worried for Nongshim RedForce, but I'm going to give you a little bit of reassurance as a good friend does, right? Like, the thing is, as we just saw in that game number 2, Gen.G struggled to finish off that game, which is at either a mistake or communication or whatever it may be, and that's when Nongshim really pounces and can come back.
Yeah, they can't do that against Nongshim. And it's one thing to call it out. It's another thing to ensure that they, again, know that they're making these mistakes, right? Because they cannot do that against any of the top tier teams. This is why they lose, and they need to fix these mistakes and not let that happen. But if we're talking about the KDAs and things, I mean, Rock had an amazing game. The only time he died twice with the Sage Sanctuary, but 5-1 and 4, only one of them is going to count. But Wawa had an amazing game as well. His net worth was on point, really setting it up. He plays an amazing Mayan, but Monto was there to really help them get over that hump.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that Gen.G have, right? That's the one thing they do have going for them. It's not like you have some of these teams within other regions where they just have one star player. Yes, Rock does probably bear the load more than Monto or Clue, but he's able to then be like, right, okay, guys, I need you to take some of this load. I need you to be the carry. And that's exactly what happened there, right? Like, Wawa was the key component for a lot of those setups, and Monto was the reason why they're able to finish that game.
Yeah, and Wawa, again, I kind of want to see the stat of just like how much control he had, how many stuns, because him and Clue were just like locking him down and made it so easy. Because Rock, yes, he's squishy, but if everyone is being stun locked, it just makes it very easy. And this is the gold graph. We saw that giant rise by Gen.G. They were looking to just end the game, and then they were like, oh wait, we lost that one team fight. There's this giant dip, and they need to work on that one. They cannot let that happen especially against like Nongshim.
Yeah, I'd say it looks like a kind of hill that I'd like to roll down, but I mean, you see that kind of a very sharp sort of like flat surface, that would hurt, man. My ribs would be broken, but maybe the other kind of little hill there where we see the little dip. But no, Gen.G knew they made a mistake. They knew they needed to come back from it, because if they didn't, if they made that mistake again, RA Esports from that one mistake was able to take not only the T1 to the into the top side of the map, the T1 in mid, but also the Shadow Overlord. But the only Overlord onto the side of Gen.G within that game number 2 has to be Rock here, right? That 5-1 for KDA. Very impressive play by Rock himself.
Just so much impact, right? Early game, mid game, late game, he was always there, and there's a reason why he's the MVP, and also one of the titans in Gen.G Esports, right? If you're gonna understand how this team plays, it's around Rock and the way he does things. He sets things up for the rest of the team, and we'll see all of these highlights here, especially starting with these first 2 kills where he goes aggressive. Gushing thinking he's still alive, but then Rock is like, I'm gonna dive the tower, I don't care. And Wawa doing such a great job of taking those tower shots as well.
Yeah, exactly that, right? Like, obviously, with the Luna be able to kind of like get in, get out, and obviously already having the level advantage at that point in the game as well, just meant that he had that free will to do so and basically just commit whatever atrocities he wanted to onto the Gorge, and that's exactly what Gen.G Rock did. And there was no real point of setup here for Gushing because he was playing a little bit too slow. It's the problem when you have a Dune. Really, you want to be committing somebody on your team to enable that farm in the early game, but nobody did that. Everybody just left Gushing on his own. They left Baby in the corner, and unfortunately, Baby could not amass that goal.
Yeah, just not enough damage on this team. I mean, there's a lot of squishier guys on Gen.G, but the only one that could do it is Roichi, and you're putting a lot of pressure. He needs to play perfectly, and if he's not stun locked, and then, you know what I mean, then you don't have anyone else to really just kind of help support. You need that team play. Gushing, the Dune, for me, was just really not the play to hear.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, obviously, we spoke about the synergy from the draft. Obviously, the Dune, Dolia, nobody comes through. But like you were saying, it just never really was able to come through because of the pressure into the bot side of the map, and there was just too much going on for the side of RA Esports to even try and, like, counter the rotations into the mid, right? Like, already starting Monto in mid to get those farm resources, take away the boards, was already spelling the sort of, like, means to the end that we saw there towards RA Esports.
Yeah, no real chance. I mean, they were just way too strong in the ends. But that's just going to be the end of the second series. We're going to have the third series coming up. We will be doing that, but shortly after this break.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025, and I am Blam, and with me once again is Hola as we get into the 3rd series of the day. It's been quite a quick day for these 2 teams. So far played, we've had obviously Gen.G go up against Esports, that was a 2-0, and then Nongshim going against Astar, which is a 2-0, but now Nongshim are back up onto the plate and have to play again against CMF.
Yeah, CMF really need this win, right? They need to get themselves in that win column. I don't think they have a single round, a game win inside the match as of yet. But I mean, they've only played like 2 or so games, so 2 matches. So it hasn't been that many, but this is one where, again, they're going up against Nongshim RedForce. What a statement it would be if they were to take at least a game off Nongshim here.
It'd be huge, right? It'd be just as huge as when Crazy Raccoon took a game off of Nongshim as well. But to be honest, Crazy Raccoon did beat CMF 2-0 as well. So obviously CMF lost to the 6th place team. They've lost the 3rd place team of spring season. Now they have to go up against the 1st place team. But obviously we talk about CMF, but let's look at them onto the screen now.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
So here it is CMF, the Undertakers, that is going to be represented by Psych and Oya, Wei, Ashir in the mid, Anthem into the farm lane, and Tamid actually in the room.
Yeah, some of these players, Ashir and Tamid, both previously from Venomous, they participated in the KME Spring 2025. They have a lot of potential, right? And they were able to kind of hit that mark. Obviously, they picked up Wei here, which is going to be huge, an import player from Malaysia, which will help them along, and Anthem and Psychonoa as well. So this is a team that's really they need to have a little bit more time to kind of figure where they are. But let's check out their opponents in Nongshim RedForce right here.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta
Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red. They're going to be made up of Kyung9, Illusion, Faye, Siri, and of course the finals MVP of KME Spring 2025, Haku in the jungle. This is a team that's, I would dare I say, the favorite going in. Yes, they've drawn some blood. They haven't played perfectly thus far, but they're starting to hit their groove. And playing up against CMF Esports, I think they're going to have a decent time.
Oh, absolutely. They found the stride up against Astar earlier. They're warmed up, and this is what some of these teams like to do, right? Like, they just need a bit of a warm-up match, then they can go on, just divide and conquer, right? Like, this is what potentially we could see here for Nongshim, but we really need to put some stress onto, obviously, CMF, is they need to try and get some points onto the board, right? Like, currently, you were saying earlier, Hall, that they don't even have a single game point, so if they can take a game point from Nongshim, then that's going to give them the confidence boost they need before they go into the break for the ranking, for the survival league.
Yeah, I want to see that, actually. I think that it would be huge for CMF going in. I mean, they've only lost 2 matches. They're not completely out of this one. They have other games ahead of themselves, and especially with today and tomorrow to kind of round that one off. They have a total of 3 matches today, so they have a lot of games ahead of themselves. And the biggest thing right now is to make it competitive and to not lose your head, because it will affect you throughout all of the other series as well.
I mean, the way I see it, they've obviously got 3 games today, but their hardest contender is this one, right? So if you can learn from the hardest contender, your hardest opponent, and then translate that through to the next 2 series, that's going to keep you up. That's going to hype you up. That's what some of these players here need to do on the side of CMF. But we get into the game number 1, a ban pick here for CMF versus Nongshim. And again, it's the same old dance, same old Sungri. It's a country western one. It's the Liang ban. It's the Maishurenui.
Yeah, I mean, like, CMF are going to pick first. They're on the blue side. I mean, they're not going to be given access to the Mai, but it seems like right now they're kind of focusing on Faye's hero pool right now, especially with that Liang and Zhang Fei. They don't want to have to deal with that team fight and that potential lockdown here.
Maybe they're just trying to give Anthem the Ali, right? I mean, you can see here that Ali hasn't been banned. They do have the likes of obviously Pei or even Dharma if they really want to go for it. So it's really depending on who they want to give this massive prio pick over to, because there's so much on the table that they could go for, right? Wei could get Pei, Anthem could get Ali, Psycho could potentially go and get the Dharma.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go with that Arlie, as you rightly pointed out. Very open, and again, it doesn't give away your draft. You're not like showcasing like the Pei right away, because you have the Pei, and the other team could be super smart because you have literally 5 picks to counter pick it. But it looks like Nongshim are going to go a different direction. They're going to go kind of flexible themselves in the sense of the Dharma and the Yuan as well.
Yeah, Huon flex wherever they need to go, right? But it's going to be over to the side of CMF. They're going to lock in the Byron. They're going to go for the Lady Chen. So not as much deliberation on those 2 picks there. They're looking to obviously give over Byron. Just basically one of the sort of like tier 0 picks up into the Clash lane. Does very well up against those 1v1s. But Nongshim, Haku gets that Pei.
Yeah, opened it up, right? I mean, you're not going to pick it yourself, and this is a great opportunity for it, because, I mean, when you go with the Byron and the Lady Jun, and you still have that Pei out there, you still need to be thinking, what happens if they did pick the Pei? Is this going to be enough crowd control? Yes, they have crowd control. Not the easiest to hit, especially against a mobile Pei, but you still have some options.
You do have options, but like you were saying there, it's not the easiest to hit, especially when the likes of Nongshim have the Huon, which you know is going to be there to bait out those skills. So if you're already using and already been put under a lot of pressure by the Huon and you haven't dropped your Destructive Deluge yet, you're already at a bit of a loss there. You have to make sure that you're using it very sort of like timely. I mean, they could try and go for a Dolia here so they get 2 of those Destructive Deluges, but Nongshim here banning out the Agudo to not match so CMF cannot match that early game pace.
I think that you would go with something a little bit more team fighty, a little tanky, and like the Dolia for me, it was kind of like what happened in that last series, right, with the R80 Esports. They tried that themselves, going up against like a Luna, right? It was really hard to hit that, you have the Celestial Melody, but then now you have 2 chances like a Destructive Deluge or some way to kind of potentially go, but you might miss twice now, right? So you need a little bit more consistent CC and some way, again, to just kind of be able to just survive the onslaught of the Pei.
Hey, it's not the Dolia's fault that you missed twice, right? That's more down to you, but
true.
Nongshim says like, we're not gonna let you do that. We're not gonna let you do that on live television. You can't miss 2 Destructive Deluges, and we're not gonna let you.
Yeah, I think it would be best case scenario. I mean, that's ideally what you're looking for. And even as like a Dolio player, when you're giving away the Celestial ability, you're like, bro, come on, man. How many more times do you need to potentially get this stun? And I think it's going to really come back to this of just CMF being a little bit more consistent. Maybe like a Lian Po, something that's can be, you have that hard lockdown, you have a little bit of tankiness. I mean, yeah, the Tremor Smash is going to be on point, but I think it just kind of rounds out the draft a little bit better.
I mean, it's less of a melody, it's more of a loan, right? Like, you want to give out a loan to your teammate, you expect some rate of interest to come back, and nothing comes back. You're like, bro, you're not good for this. I'm not giving you over another Celestial Melody. I'm not giving you over another Ultimate. So no, it's done for us. We're done. But CMF here actually rounding out the draft very nicely with a lot of CC, thanks to the Liempo. Has a good amount of frontline as well, paired with the Byron. And Luna on top of you here. Wei could be in for a good game here if he's not being contested by the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, and now we're looking at the other end. Like, how do they deal with the Luna, right? So you have the Yuan, this obviously a little bit sustained, the Truth, even from the Dharma. The Imperial Order from Gen.G, Zhao Zhao, you have the Honey Sweet Breeze, so not the easiest ones to hit with, so it can kind of play to their favor. Now, CMF, if they're able to get going, Wei is able to kind of pop off on this Luna, they might have a real good chance here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Nongshim drafted the Xiao Chao against the last Luna they played against, right? Sure. And it worked very well. They were able to get the knock-up, so landing the trick shots is not a problem here for Illusion, and that was already up against a team like Astar, which obviously showed a little bit more presence within the Major East fall season already. Obviously, they're above CMF right now in terms of rounds taken, so really, they've got to make sure that they are landing Luna, or at least positioning Luna with Wei on the on this pick here, a little bit more sort of like a catch-off kind of playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, looking at both of these drafts, though, I mean, in a vacuum, I like them both, right? I do think that the CMF Esports definitely can be played. You know, it has a lot of potential. It's really going to come down to execution for me and able to kind of play this one out. It's hard to, to vote against Nongshim, who have been the favorites, who have been running the table, so to speak. Yes, they've lost a single game, but, CMF, if there's ever an opportunity, this is going to be it for them.
Yeah, I mean, CMF now definitely have to put the pressure on here onto the Gorge, right? They have the early game here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But speaking of what we have is the official gaming phone. It's the Realme 15 Pro. It's built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just like myself. Just the way esports demands me as well. And ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Wait, am I buying a Realme phone or am I buying Blam at this point? I don't even know at this point, but nonetheless...
You tell me. Which one do you
What is the buying price? What's the asking price for Blam? That's all I want to know.
Just feed me. Just feed me, okay? Just feed me. I'll be yours. I'll keep coming to your door like a stray cat. Just keep feeding me.
All right, I'll remember that, and just have some food on standby. You'll always be, you can always come over. You can always just stay at our place in that sense. We'll have food for you at the table.
I'll try not to scratch your door, okay? I'll try not to scratch your door. I promise I'm potty trained as well. But we're getting into this game number one, and already we're seeing Nongshim. They've already invaded the side of CMF. They've taken their red buff. So Luna, yes, Wei gets that Azure Golem, but they're not going to have a single Crimson Golem for a good amount of time.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit rough. But taking the blue buff is still key for Wei. Oh, he needs to be careful.
Yeah, be careful. He's taking a lot of damage there. Too much for my liking, but they're not going to be able to get that pick up there. Anthem comes through with a little bit of pressure, putting that damage onto Haku.
Yeah, and it's not about the kills sometimes. If you've done enough damage, now he has to play a little bit more timidly. He's not going to be looking to jump in. Oh, the stun.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I mean, he jumps in there, and that return of that umbrella was something you don't want to be the receiving end of. Once you get hit by it once, that's a problem enough. Get hit by it again, that could be an issue. But speaking of issue, I have to fall to flash here from Illusion, because Tamid almost got him locked into that prison sprite. If he got immobilized, he would not be able to use that flash.
And look at how CMF are just kind of focusing on the mid lane. They're trying to attack Illusion as much as possible. This is great. I mean, not only do you put pressure onto Illusion, but you're cutting off the angle of where Haku looks to rotate, because he's always in the mid lane, and now you always have eyes on him, and you're putting the pressure on. You're not giving away free minions to him, because again, Haku really needs that farm to get going.
Yeah, it's a good call for the side of CMF to have, right? Like they need to make sure they're keeping the intel and eyes on Haku at all time, because he could be on the map somewhere on the gorge 1 second, then next he's pretty much all up in your grill. He's taking the teleport down to the bot side, and you've just lost 2 members of your team. So crucial point here for the side of CMF is making sure that intel is on point.
And look at how Kelme9 is just completely zoned away Saikanoa. He was a level behind, and Haku joining this one, they're going to take the Sprite as well in the top lane. They're extracting, again, a lot off the map, especially early.
A lot of the map, a lot of the gold resources as well, right? Like, you're going to see Illusion committing the ultimate here, maybe trying to get the burst damage onto the Luna, gets a takedown onto Way. Are they going to get Tamid as well? That's another one as well. So 2-0 trade for the side of Nongshim RedForce. We do see Faye and Nashir battling it out here, but there's not going to be much damage coming through for these 2 majors.
Illusion is so good on this Xiao. I mean, that's the big thing. Like, hitting your Honey Sweet Breeze, being able to get that stun at the perfect moment. Yes, Wei could potentially dash on out, but if you're getting knocked up by that stun, that's pretty much all you wrote. Like Haku has that damage, the burst. They have so much control, and with the damage, it's like a really tough fight for Wei to get into.
Oh, very tough fight. I mean, we pretty saw it in that last game that they played against Astar. Like, Illusion on the Xiao Qiao, especially towards the kind of like mid-game, that umbrella is going to hurt, man. That skill is just going to keep freezing you. It's not going to be Honey Sweet. It's more like going to be like hot sauce at that point. But no, speaking of hot sauce, it's going to dive in for Wei. He may have committed a little bit too early. He does take a lot of damage, but they do get the pick off here onto Illusion. Can they get Faye? Faye gets out alive.
Yeah, but they got Wei, which is the biggest thing, and Tamid in a bad spot.
I mean, maybe get taken down. Oh, it seems like they're a 2-for-1 deal, right? Wei and Tamid going down all at the same time, every time. So it's a 2-for-1, a bit of a meal deal here for the side of Nongshim.
Tamid's just like, just take me. You took Wei, I'm going down with him. I'm a freebie. I have to go.
On the snap.
Or the dessert at this point, right? Just being able to take them both. I think we're both hungry at this point. It's very obvious at that stage. But being able to take them out, I mean, Nongshim just making them pay. Illusion, yes, did go down. Wei kind of went all in on this one with Tamid to ensure that they secured that kill. But again, I think that Nongshim will be very happy with that trade.
Yeah, man. I mean, we're seeing the trades come through here. Illusion just trying to put pressure onto the enemy jungle from a very safe distance. And this is one of the things I love about Xiao Qiao, especially with that Honey Sweet Breeze. It just travels so much distance and can test those kind of like small objectives into the jungle like we just saw there with the boars. It's just enabled just to be a little bit of pressure that sometimes teams like CMF may crack at.
Tyrant has been defeated.
The Tyrant,
yeah, a ship. Potential gets taken down there as well. The Tyrant is going to the side of Nongshim, so they've already lost 1 kill onto the side of CMF. They're looking to take a few more bloods here. Anthem looking pretty low, but it gets a takedown onto Haku. That's pretty huge here. Maybe they can save this T1, but it's not looking like it. They have to retreat. They're looking battered and bruised.
Yeah, over-aggression by Haku there, a little out of position. Again, I'm just like Asian dad at this point. I'm very nitpicky on him, right? Because yeah, like his potential for that damage and that burst, I totally love it, right? When Haku's on point. But sometimes when he steps out, like dying to a shear on that one, just kind of like too close to the tower, like there's really no need. Like you just kite him, keep him at arm's reach. You did not need to be so close.
It doesn't need to be so close, and I can say the same thing here of Psycho Owner, right? Like, he phase checked the wrong brush, and right there, Illusion almost got caught out by Ashir's destructive delusion to the backlines. So we are seeing potential from this team, right? Like, CMF, they have glimmers of hope. It's just making sure they're formulating these team fights in their own favor, making sure they're not dropping Wei and Tamid as that kind of 2-for-1 offer. There's a buddying system in Honor of Kings, and we don't really want to be buddying kills, right, at this point in the game.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to be buddying kills. That's like the biggest thing. I mean, it's weird because it's like the jungle of Rome, right? Yes, they're sticking together and they're kind of always in the same spot, but they need to do a better job. If they're going for pickoffs, great, but you know, take better risk, or you know what I mean, like high success chances, you know, attacks, right? I think that that's the biggest thing, and stop going all in. You're definitely behind. You need to play a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, if you're going to be kind of like expanding the resource that is the Lee and Poe, right? Like, Tamid is going to be the key initiator into those team fights when he has that Tremor Smash. So if you're kind of keeping that to yourself into the jungle just to keep Wei alive, is a little bit of an issue, right? Because you're not getting the vision score, you're not getting the intel on where everyone else should be, which is what Tamid was doing in the early game onto Haku. And now he may get picked off here, and there it is! That burst damage from the Xiao Qiao comes through, gets the pick up onto Tamid. He will not be the buddy of Wei for quite some time.
Yeah, that Blossoming Fan, I mean, he's just like a sniper with it. I mean, Tomit thought he was safe. He's tanky, yes, but just not enough right now. But they're going in.
Faye with a flash as well. Obviously getting that pick off into the backline of CMF. We're at 7 minutes and 35 seconds, Hola, and we have a takedown of the high ground turret. And even Way goes down to pay in that 1v1 in his own jungle. He is not safe anymore.
Yeah, nobody's safe on the CMF style. I mean, they're diving. They just took down the T1 mid. I mean, this is, they don't care where you are. Nongshim is like, okay, everything belongs to us. We're going to continue to push and put the pressure on. And without Way right now, this is going to be a world of hurt on this defensive hold.
Yeah, they've got to defend really well here, or else Nongshim RedForce are looking to beat the KMW short this time, right? They're still chipping away at the high ground turret. They have this force cycle into the opposite end of that team fight, right? Trying to get Haiku out of there, doing that long range damage from the pay to get that high ground turret, but effectively it happened in the end, so it was just a matter of time.
Yeah, a matter of time at this point, even for the minion wave that's about to crash in the bottom.
Minion wave, mid minion wave, top side minion wave. It's all on 3 lanes at this point of the game, right? Like Nongshim, they've got it going forward, but can they finish it off here? They take the high ground into the bottom side of the map as well. So CMF, unfortunately, don't have any higher ground turrets, but the enhanced minions aren't going to come through until the next following waves.
Yeah, okay, CMF is just like, we don't need towers, okay? You know, they're just slowing us down, right? At the end of the day, I think we're going to be fine with just the crystal. We're going to just keep it alive. They need wave clear. They need to have some sort of miracle hold right now.
1 target to protect is better than 3, right? Like, I get the thinking here from CMF. It's what my rank teammates do all the time, but into the back line there, gets the stun, is able to open up this crystal, and it is going to be the shortest game yet between the leagues, and that is a 9-minute and 13 seconds game. So, we just shaved it off there for KMW, so take that one, KM Worst.
Yeah, I mean, those guys, at the end of the day, KM Worst, like, what are those guys doing? They can't go as fast as these guys. Nongshim just like speed running here, and they're just able to take them down very quickly. Very well played. Very, like, I mean, almost like 1 or 2 mistakes, I would say, at the end of the day, but I'm being very nitpicky in that regard. But this is just a typical Nongshim game, especially when they have that lead.
Yeah, I mean, when we see these mistakes from the likes of Haku on the pay, it seems like maybe it's a Haku pay issue, because normally on any of the sort of like jungler, he's not really kind of making these mistakes. I mean, he did on the Masashi, he does it on the Orgrin, however, so it's really maybe just getting used to actually paying the play, because playing the pay, wow, that was a hard one to say. That was like, pick up Piper, pick up Peppers, that was hard. But anyway, we'll get back on track. But yeah, it seems to be a bit of an issue there, a little bit of synergy difference between the pay and obviously Haku, who plays.
Yes. I mean, but I think that they'll be happy. I don't even think YK, the coach of Nongshim, is even going to say anything, because this is Haku, right? The one time he goes aggressive, yes, he's going to give up kill here and there, but at the end of the day, they're going to close out the game, and that's the most important thing. And Nongshim RedForce, like, everything else was almost flawless. They were able to close things out when they got that slight lead. They were taking towers left and right, and that's the fastest game because of that, right?
It is exactly that, right? Like, honestly, you can kind of see why a lot of the teams, when they go for like the likes of a Hue 1, right, they're not really drafting a tank to be the front line, because you saw many times where Faye was just using that flash, using that big AoE CC, just really kind of just shuts down any kind of backline of the enemy team. And then that's when you got Paige jump in, Dharma finds an angle, gets the truth mantras. I mean, only Illusion and Haku died in that entire game.
Not only that, I mean, look at Ashir in the mid lane with only 3.6, tied with Tomid in that regard. They just really struggle. I mean, more than double in terms of net worth. Nongshim just, like, this is 9 minutes, but they're like 7K, 6K, 8K, 7, you know what I mean? Like, everybody has so much gold. It looks like they're looting and pilfering the enemy jungle, taking everything from them.
I mean, they was, right? Like, even at level 1, we saw Haku was already sort of like level 1 invading, but I do obviously have to point out, obviously, Ashir on the Lady Gen, you're not really looking for that kind of, like, heavy resources to be given over to you, right? Especially when you got resource-heavy heroes like the Ali, like the Luna. So really, you can kind of see there that what was lacking in the mid lane was kind of like split evenly. I mean, very evenly, 5.9k on both the Ali and the Luna.
Yeah, and also Wei just dying. I mean, you were talking about the 2-for-1 special with Tomit. It just happened way too many times, right? And he never really got going. You saw the damage. He was like 3rd place even on his team. So that was very minimal. I think it was about 16,000. Didn't really have much of a chance. But this is the gold graph, the greatest red. And you're seeing a lot of red here because they were just in complete control of this game.
Yeah, and there it is. You saw it in the right, and it was a 9 minute and 9 seconds. We shaved up a whole 6 seconds, baby, off the shortest time. I mean, if that's not something to be impressed with, the MVP surely will be. And it's actually going to go to Illusion here. So yes, he was one of the teams. He's throwing up the double victory for those at home, but he's now getting that 3-1 for KDA. It did so much damage, man. Like, the damage on the Xiao Qiao is nuts. 29% damage.
Yeah, I think we're going to see even more of this hero. We've seen kind of like the rise in some of the other leagues, and some of them are kind of toning in on, you know, from the KPL as well. But the amount of damage from that fan, plus you have a little bit of AoE stuns, and we'll see most of that here. But this is Haku looking to go in, finding way one time with that stun that we're just talking about from Illusion with that Honey Sweet Breeze, just really sets it up for everything.
Yeah, I mean, we always see the Xiao Qiao come through when, like, the farm lane lacks range, right? Like, we saw it paired with the Lung, we saw it paired with the Gen.G. Both of those are farm lane heroes that have a mid-range at max, unless you build a Spark Forge Dagger for, obviously, Gen.G, and then you get a bit more poke, but it's not going to be a sustainable amount of poke to outmatch a long-range hero. So going for the Xiao Qiao gives you that poke, gives you that AoE damage, and also, importantly, gives you that knock-up to try and counter the Luna. So it's a trick shot, but it's worthy if you can land it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I mean, Illusion is up to the task. Like, seems to be the next hero that's really picked up for. But of course, that was just game 1. We're gonna see exactly what CMF have to bring for game 2, but after this break.
Dream my way, never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025, and we're already into the third series of the day. We're currently looking at CMF going up against Nongshim RedForce. They did lose the game in about a 9-minute fashion, but still, we saw some glimmer of hope here for CMF, right? Like, we were really hoping that in game number 2, maybe they can draft something a little bit more different that's going to kind of like throw a spanner in the works here for Nongshim RedForce.
CMF, their biggest thing was execution on that one. I mean, just going into it and seeing just like the Luna dying early, you never want to see that in the jungler. He was pretty much your carry in that game. He needed to really get going. He died twice with Tomid, 2-for-1 special that you were talking about. Always just not in a great spot, right? And you need to be super careful. You need to stay alive more than anything else. You need to keep on pace with Haku in terms of that farm, and just too much Nongshim in the end. But that was a bit of a disaster, I would say, considering it was 9 minutes and 9 seconds.
Exactly. I mean, we just beat the quick smash for KMW as well, right? We shaved up a whole 6 seconds, so I'm proud of that one. Thank you very much, Nongshim RedForce. We'll put that one in the bank. But to be honest, like you were saying in the game against the CMF and Nongshim RedForce, right? Game number 1, Tamid playing into that mid lane meant that obviously they had eyes onto Haku. They knew where he was going to be at all times because Pei needs to farm up that mid lane, get the extra little bit of resources over, so it just kind of keeps that aggression going. But right now, they need to do a little bit more than that. They need to not only keep eyes on the Pei, they need to make sure that they take down Haku as well.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for CMF is that they need to kind of just prioritize someone, right? Limit them from having a good game. It's tough to do with Nongshim because almost everyone really kind of picks up the slack if someone's having a bad game. But I think that you need to just be aggressive, like take out Haku or take out, Kyung9 or Siri, one of those two, and then just kind of focus on that so that you can kind of just hopefully get an edge and just build your lead from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we were saying, obviously, before game number 1 as well, right? Like, if they can learn anything from Nongshim RedForce and then apply to the next 2 games that they have today, that's going to be a bonus for them anyway. So, really, realistically, look at trying to take down Nongshim RedForce. I mean, it is within the realm of possibility. Anything can happen within Honor of Kings. But if you're going to learn something, it's to learn what you can do against your opponents that aren't Nongshim, that aren't as good as Nongshim, and then you can use that and just basically say, oh, well, what would Nongshim do? What would Nongshim do? And that can help you with these next few matches.
What would Nongshim do? I would have said, like, what would Nova do, or what would AG do? But in this case, I think the biggest thing is to figure out what Nova. Yeah, true, but I think that if you're gonna learn overall strategy, I think that those are probably the teams. Not to say that Nongshim RedForce isn't there, and this is definitely their opponent that they're playing right now, which is key. Yeah. But if they really want to get to the next level, I think that you got to think even bigger than that, right? And Nongshim right now, this is the mountain that they need to climb, at least for now. They need to be focused. They need to figure out a way to kind of dismantle this team right now.
But in the same sentiment, I mean, this is a team that came from the Open Series, right? Like, this is not like a team that has obviously been established for quite some time, like the examples you give, AEG, Nova. They have very sort of established rosters all the way since 2025, if not pre-2025 as well, which was obviously with Nova Esports. But they're a learning team. They are obviously, again, a byproduct of the great ecosystem that is within Honor of Kings Esports, right? They got all the way from the grassroots tournaments. They're now into the leagues, and now they're looking to try and get the home balls to learn more against these international teams, because other than this, like the scrims, the potential for CMF aren't going to be at this caliber, right? So if you're into a competition like this, you are going to do as much learning as possible whilst you are playing the game that you love, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if you're able to extend the games a little bit longer than 9 minutes, I think that you'll have a little bit more time to learn, right? And yes, it's easier said than done, especially when Nongshim are just literally running it down mid and just having a tough time, just trying to take any sort of fight. They've controlled the map, right? But it's shoring up that early game so that you have a fighting chance. I think that that's the biggest thing. And yes, this series might not be great for them. Yes, they have 2 other series matches ahead of them even today, but hopefully they can take what they've learned in this one to kind of put it on the other teams.
Exactly, yeah, put it on the back, wear it as a badge of pride. Obviously, yes, there is a potential here that it could be a 2-0, or maybe CMF come back with a bit of boom, boom, pow within this game number 2 as we get into the BP right now, and obviously just the normal suspects. We have obviously the Q1 being banned out to the Pei, because Nongshim picked them up in game number 1. And now they're going to give over the lung to Siri, which we've already seen before, right? I mean, it was the Siri and the Xiao Qiao combo, so now it's going to be a little bit different flavor here for Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, and they're giving Siri his main in that regard. He loves the Loom, so they'll be happy with this one. But CMF going a different route. I think that they're, you can see some smiles right now because they're thinking about the Princess Frost Leon combination. This is a tough one. If they're able to lock you down, this is one way to control a potential assassin-style jungler that's kind of like, diving you, right? But Nongshim, the perfect counter with the Guan Yu.
Yeah, man. I mean, we love to see this control combo come through, but if you've got like immobile heroes, Guan Yu just comes through, he's going to make you mobile, but he's going to make you die as well. Like, he's going to push you into the board. He's going to push you into range of the Lung, right? Like, there's going to be a lot of bullying going on potentially here for Nongshim RedForce now that they've locked in this Guan Yu, because this seems to be like the green light go whenever Guan Yu comes through. It's just if you have immobile heroes, it's pretty much Guan Yu come through.
Yeah, you have that one lockdown. You have the winter is here, potentially just creating a difficult zone. But if Kyung9 is already in the back line and he's looking to Razor Cavalry the rest of your squad into the heart of the rest of Nongshim, you're going to have a tough time. And CMF right now trying to solidify, trying to go take themselves. They're going to pick up the Flowborn.
Yeah, Flowborn Tank is going to round this one out pretty nicely. Again, just some more area of effect coming through thanks to his ultimate, that big slam that you can get. So not only do you get the knockup, which is obviously really helpful in terms of taking down shield as well, and obviously access into the backline, mainly going to be trying to use to get a pick up onto maybe the potential of the Lung here. But CMF are making sure that Nongshim don't get that carry kind of jungle hero. So I can imagine the ban out the Luna as well here, as well as the Jing, because Pei's already been played.
Yeah, and actually the Jing ban is interesting because I always feel like you had the Liang, you had the Princess Frost, you already have a good counter, right? I don't think that you're so scared of that. I think for Nongshim, you're thinking probably like an Oghren, something like a Dune maybe. Obviously, I think you need more damage, so I think the Oghren is a little bit better here. But you need somebody who's just like a tanky frontliner, and CMF might struggle with that.
Exactly, yeah. I think it is all signs are pointing towards the Oghren. And I mean, yes, the AoE comes through from the Princess Frost, which is going to be a bit of a good counter here in terms of slowing him down. Because obviously with Oghren, it's the whole thing, right? Use the Path of Passing to get in, do a lot of damage onto multiple heroes at once, and then drop your Conductor of Souls when you're a little bit down on life. But Conductor of Souls can be pretty mitigated at level 4, right? Because you don't have the likes of the Eye of the Phoenix being built onto your itemization. Therefore, the HP regen is not going to be as stacked as it used to be.
Yeah, not going to have as much, but I think it really makes a lot of sense for them to go Oghren here. The Chano is going to be picked up to deal with the Loong, looking at more for like a lane matchup. Yes, it has some damage. Mid-tier is where you're going to be looking to go. So CMF right now, they're gearing up for that. Nongshim, if they decide to go with the Oghren, and that's that late game assurance as well, it just makes a lot of sense for them to pick it up in the the potential last two picks here.
I mean, with the Motsu being flashed here as well for Faye, I mean, okay. I mean, is it going to be the Schwanzer? That'd be pretty crazy. I don't think it's going to be. Maybe the Agudo here, because they do need some kind of sustain, right? They don't have any healing onto the side of Nongshim, so really, one bad team fight, they aren't going to be able to keep a sort of like a back leg behind them to be like, right, okay, this is your crutch. Let's maintain this team fight. But Agudo is going to give that over here.
Interesting. I mean, it just kind of plays into the Guan Yu Razor Cavalry, World is my board, Wild Growth from Agudo. Like, you have these giant area, it's going to be tough to kind of crack into. Plus, you have the Cannon Blast to just kind of make things a little bit easier once they're grouped up for you. So this makes a lot of sense, but in terms of damage, a lot of it is going to be on Siri. Is he going to get space to farm? If he's not, if he gets picked off, they're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, I mean, damage obviously will come from Siri, but also obviously illusion on the Yixing as well, right? Like, if he's like able to sort of just make sure he's not getting picked off into the early game, which illusion was obviously one of the members of Nongshim that actually did die in the last game, then he's got to make sure that he's kind of keeping a safe distance, using that board to kind of trap and ensnare the side of CMF.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense here. We're going into this one. I mean, look, they could have gone with the Oghren, they could have gone with the Agudo. They decided to go with the Agudo. Haku is great on both. It doesn't really matter. It's either 1A or 1B. I think in this case, it makes a lot of sense, especially since you have so many of the other AoE style heroes and that control. It's going to be a tough nut to crack, especially if they decide to just run it down mid with this death ball style.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Agudo as well, right? Kind of makes sense. If you launch Furball into the backline, you're going to get a knock-up, but then because you're dismounted from Furball, Agudo now gets that dash, which can obviously mitigate CT when timed properly, and you can dash out of those AoEs. So it's really going to be kind of like an escape mechanic here for the side of Nongshim RedForce, using that pseudo tank that is going to be Furball.
Yeah, it's almost like the perfect counter. I mean, the Liang Princess Froster thinking, this is going to be crazy. We're going to be able to just assassin style, like just one by one each of the guys and then just run it down. But look at what they picked, Nongshim, right? Like you have the Agudo, you have that Furball to like, he's got the suppression on you. You throw in Furball, just breaks it up. You have Cannon Blast from Faye. You have so many different options to deal with the potential questions that CMF are going to be asking.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Liang and Princess Frost are tanky heroes as well, right? Like, they're very squishy, so one good pick-off, it's going to mean that they're both going to get taken down, which you can really see here that CMF, that's why they drafted the likes of the Flowborn tank, as well as the Sun Tzu, just to kind of potentially give them a little bit of a lifeline to get out of a team fight that they maybe didn't want to commit. But Tamid here, maybe getting committed here, taking a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, the Cannon Blast, and then obviously Guan Yu over the wall gets the takedown.
Yeah, Kyung9 all the way from the top lane to the mid lane, goes through the drive-through, picks up first blood, makes his way back into the top lane, munching on that one, that food, that free food that was given to him. But if there's any condolences, Tamid died solo. He didn't take anyone down with him for a 2-for-1 special.
Yeah, there was no meal deal that time around. I think they've learned from game number 1 now. They've got to make sure that they got to work for that 2v1, right? I mean, definitely with inflation and whatnot. But right now, you can see that Haku is rotating out to the bot side of the map. That Gorge mobilization coming through has to force the flash from Tamid. He's looking like he's going to get low. Purple's one in blood and gets it. The Frigid Prison, however, is going to lock in Haku, but the Cannon Blast is going to see them through. That's a stay as well coming through. That's a double kill going up to the side of Nongshim. They're looking for more. They could potentially get another kill, and that's another one going over to Siri.
Yo. Hold up, okay? This is a Wendy's, right? Let's just just hold our horses. Why are we diving the top T or the bottom T1? We're going in between and just forcing it down, taking what, 5 kills at the 2-minute mark? Like, Nongshim, like, guys, calm down, buddy.
It's a family bucket. It's a family bucket. They are literally just picking up this replay. Obviously, the top side of the map, we did miss out there, but it's meant to be down to the bottom side there. But we do get a kill that we missed into the clash lane as well. So there was a lot going on. There was definitely multifaceted kills.
Yeah, multifaceted, just all the different angles and just coming from everywhere, right? Haku looked like he was in a bad spot, but Faye and Siri were there to help kind of just salvage him, you know, keep him alive, make sure that he's kept going, and he's level 6. I mean, yeah, he's tied with Wei or whatever, but Wei has not made an impact because he's been busy solo farming.
Yeah, I can say Wei won't make an impact until right about that mid game, right? Like, he needs a few of those items on the board. He needs the kind of like anti-heal to deal with the likes of the Agudo. And Flowborn tank, he isn't the fastest farmer as well. Like, he's got to make sure that he's not being contested, and that's probably like a Hail Mary right now. The fact that Wei has not been contested just yet, but Psychonana has to use the set itself defensively to get back up into his lane.
Oh, they were trying to go for that, you know, that level 4 Tamid suppression play, right? Right when he hit it, and Siri was just like, I know it's there. Tamid was way too close, and now even some action in the top lane.
Yeah, push, pull. I mean, he doesn't have the set sail to go away. He has no anti-CC property to get out, and now it's just another takedown here for Kyung9. Trying to do a bit of damage control into the mid side of the map is going to be Astar, Anthem, and Tamid as they defend that mid lane, but they could be losing that T1 to the top side of the map pretty early, which, again, spells a little bit of a disaster here for CMF, unfortunately.
Yeah, the brave thing about CMF was that they actually picked the Sun Tzu last. And you're picking it into a guy who mains Sun Tzu. Kyung9 is an absolute beast on that hero, so he knows the ins and outs, he knows the weaknesses, and trying to just kind of one-up them with this one play from, you know, the Sun Tzu, not going to really happen. Kyung9 has all the answers.
Yeah, do you reckon he's got, like, he knows all the timers, so he's, like, fighting this 1v1. He's not even looking at his screen, he's there counting at his enemies, like, dead face, like, 5, 4, he's dead.
yeah. I'm sure he's got everything down, locked down. I mean, they're up 3K at this point. It's only 4 minutes into the game. This is a crazy game for Nongshim.
Very crazy, but I mean, I didn't expect anything less, right? Especially when Haku gets a pick that matches the pace of a pay, right? Like Agudo, yes, he's not going to do as much damage, but he still has that siege potential, which we're seeing right now. It's nothing stopping them. They get the T1, sorry, and they get the Tyrant into the bot side of the map as well. So extra damage going over to the side of Nongshim, but the set sail actually lands onto Illusion here, but there's no real setup because of the rest of Nongshim. Haku maybe trying to get a hit onto Tommy. Tommy gets knocked about. It's a pressure. That is not what you want to do when you are Liang. And then Astar has to use the flash out of there because he would have been gone bye-bye.
Okay, Tommy right there, that was a complete panic mode. You're like, okay, I'm getting jumped out. What do I do? Compression, like a suppression. I'm just going to lock this one down. I've done it myself when you're just running for your life, but unfortunately for them, now Nongshim just looking to just run it down in his bottom lane.
Yeah, looking to take that T2 as well. Obviously, they have no minions. They've got the minion there, and now they've got the T2 as well. But they're just looking to maintain and stay into the side of CMF's jungle. But really, what CMF need to do is just drive them out of this jungle and then just kind of calm collectively try and get some kind of resources back, because gold-wise, Wei is like 3rd place right now, 2nd place as he's climbing higher and higher, but Anthem needs to start bringing up that gold resources for himself, because he's like 2.7, the series 3.8.
So, seeing as that they haven't been able to get any kills, CMF that is, Wei has just been like largely farming on the map, taking things, like he's been the guy at CMF, right? So they're funneling everything into him. Everyone else is going to be suffering a little bit, but this could be, you know, again, to Nova's advantage, or Nongshim's advantage of being able to understand who is the money bags and how do we proceed on these assaults.
Killing spree.
That's exactly right. I mean, they're looking to just take any suppression off the board, any kind of CC that's going to stop the momentum of Nongshim RedForce within this barrage in that mid lane. They're going to take down the Diamond. They get their kind of blast off the back line. The Sheer gets wiped out by those flaming bombs. They're looking to take another T2 for themselves as well. Nongshim are not holding up. They're looking to break their previous record.
Yeah, how many towers do you want? Yes. They're going to look to take this mid T3 as well. They're going to take everything at this point. CMF, this is going to be a tough hold, even without a sheer.
A very tough hold. They've got the critters just obviously buying time for the minions to come through here as well, which is another beauty of the Gudo, right? Dropping down that first skill. Critters then spawn, and then it just gives time for the minions to be slow, drive through, but come through at the right time. Higher ground turret being taken around about that 7-minute mark once again for Nongshim, as they did in game number 1. So mid lane is just completely obsolete for the side of CMF. They need to make sure that they don't have the same mistake into the side lanes now.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. I mean, CMF right now, they're sticking together. They're using the buddy system. Tommy needs to just stay alive. He needs to stay all the way in the back. Maybe let just, you know, the rest of the team to initiate. Then you look on to latch on. Maybe you find Siri at that point. But at this point, there's just so much control that it's really difficult to take any sort of fight into Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim are playing to their footing, right? Like, they aren't waiting for CMF to kind of overextend or try and make the first step. It's Nongshim. They are being kind of like the gentleman within this one, but not handling them very well. Gentlemanly, they are definitely not handling this package with care.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And they're like tossing this package around. They're throwing it around like a typical delivery guy. They'll have some fun with it, maybe kick it a bit. But they're looking to put things down, taking the top T2 as well. And CMF, all they're doing is just like, buddy, I just want my package in one piece.
That's it. It's like, hey, I've got a boot mark on my box. Yeah, it came like that. Don't worry about it. Which is exactly what Nongshim are basically saying here to the side of CMF at this point. Catches 3 with that kind of blast into the back line. Again, just using those critters just to run down this T3 into the top side of the map. It's just all beauty of this Akudo Haku playing it very well right now.
Yeah, playing it very well. The bottom T3, the only one standing. CMF just trying to hang on for dear life, extend the game. I mean, go past 9 minutes.
Ooh, I mean, there he goes. We're going to have Kyom9 into the back line, and Anthem is looking for a little worth sweat. Suppression actually comes through for once, but it's going to be Illusion with the passive, but they get taken down. CMF trying to get the first kill off the board, but it's a little bit too late. We see it away, looking pretty low. Oh, the furball on top of the Anthem there gets the takedown as well. Wei was able to get back to base at the prime time, so he looked like he was going to go down as well.
Wei's getting a little angry. He's looking to turn this.
He is. He's looking to use that ultimate, that very impressive ultimate that's been used with the Winters here. I mean, CMF are finally getting those connections with the crowd control. So now they fight away. They get 3, I mean 4 for 2. Illusion just came back up, but they've got to breathe. They've got to make sure they're getting some of these resources. And he's like, nah, bro, I'm taking this too. I'm a support mate.
Would you say that CMF have found a way back into this game, huh? I'll show myself out. I'm sorry. But I mean, They came back in. I mean, look at off this fight. It was very aggressive. They were diving under the towers. The control was great by Tommy. That's the perfect one. Locking them down. That's exactly where you want to be. And the fact that they were able to get Kyung9. But now they stuck around. They had a chance. And this is where Wei's just like, actually, I'm stronger than them. I've been out farming. I've been doing very well. I'm able to take them, especially when they're low. That was that golden opportunity for Wei.
He knows the way. He knows the way. He knows the way. He knows the way out of the base. I mean, they still have a high ground strength at the top side of the map. But now, Nongshim, thanks to obviously all that early game of just pressure to the side of CMF, means that even though they died 4-2, they can still just come back and take an initial objective, because the wave pressure here for CMF is it's now slowly amassing, but at the same time, Nongshim are back on the board, so again, they're just playing to those death timers.
Yeah, they're playing to the death timers, but check out the net worth. I mean, 3K at 10 minutes, they've kind of salvaged it. I mean, they were down like 2K at like the 4-minute mark. So seeing as that they're here, they just don't really have the towers to show for it, but this is still Nongshim's game to lose, but this could be a potential comeback if they're able to kind of just take out another team victory like they did in that last one.
Yeah, it's got to make sure they obviously get in the net positive in their favor, but I mean, now that Kyung9's back onto the board, I feel like that's the most impressive part of Nongshim right now, and it's one thing that CMF really find hard to actually maneuver around, and there it is, Kyung9 just doing some damage onto Wei, but Wei gets a double knock up there, uses the ultimate to compete defensively back into the base, but it just means that both Haku and Siri was just able to just open up that TE3 down to the bottom side of the map. The world is what board catches onto 3, we get access onto the back line, as well as the thing inside the box. The CC comes through for Nongshim this time, and now they get the takedown onto a sheer as well as Wei and Tommy. Now they can be able to get this minion wave through, but Wei is trying his best, but it's going to be the takedown of Sopiana as well as a takedown of the Crystal.
Yeah, that initial assault, the way that timing, just the green light of the 3-2-1, everybody go, and everybody was jumping in. There was no second guessing. Everybody was in that moment, right? And Siri, especially with that infinite vastness, he actually goes aggressive, hits about 3 people on the way down, and just really with that AoE damage right under the crystal, it doesn't really matter. Nongshim too strong in the end, able to close that one out. I mean, that was almost a perfect game by them.
It's a very good game. Obviously, they had that little falter at the base, like Gen.G did as well, right? Like, so there is still like points within these top 2 teams where they do make these tiny mistakes, which is a little bit of an issue for them. And this is the kind of place where you want to iron that out. You don't want to be taking those little mistakes into an international competition and then get punished for them.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to make those mistakes, but I think that they were so far ahead. They were in control. It was like not panic mode. We still got this game. It's just a matter of the next push. Let's just be a little bit more patient when we go in and initiate. But that's a typical Nongshim game, right? Just being able to close the game out when they needed to, just everybody on the same page.
Yeah, everyone was on the same page, especially towards that last team fight, right? Like, that's exactly where they want to be. That's the kind of like state of mind Nongshim really kind of thrive in, is the fact that they're all kind of taking the lead. No one's died. They're all still there. They're all communicating. They're all getting that CC. I mean, that definitely the flash, I think inside the box, catching out 3 really was the big setup there for Fed.
Yeah, just a real good setup. I mean, everyone really played well. That was a really good draft. Just execution, everyone understanding what they needed to do. Yes, it seemed like they had 9 kills, but I think they could have gotten away with that game without any kills, because their siege was unreal. They were able to take it out. Obviously, it made it easier when you get those kills on top of it. But the way that they were executing, they were just moving from lane to lane. They were just like that hive mind of just moving around, just taking towers, and just really well played.
Taking towers, taking names, and all their milk was drunk, and they were ready to just take the crystal at that same time, right? Everything good comes in 3s. Then right now, we only see that there was 3 kills, 3 deaths onto the board here on the side of Nongshim, 1 being Haku, Siri, as well as Kyung9. Actually, no, there's 4. Oh, that completely took the wind out of ourselves there. Illusion taking a dub, life there. See you later.
Yeah, but Faye didn't die. That's the biggest thing. I think that there was that one jump in, that a little bit of a mistake towards the end where they're trying to siege it. They did go aggressive. They got a little impatient, and that's, Nongshim, they will do that at times, which is a bit of a problem. Kind of just starting things off. But I mean, if we're looking at the damage, not too much. It wasn't a whole lot of time to do the damage. It was more about doing the damage on those towers and taking them down. That was the biggest thing. But this is pretty much an even spread throughout.
even spread through it, but you can kind of see that dip there that did actually get caused as a little bit of a fissure there for the side of Nongshim RedForce, where CMF was able to actually take 4 off the side of Nongshim down in that one team fight of the Crystal. But it was just kind of like a team fight that took a little bit too late of a place within this game number 2, right? Like if this was taken maybe around the Tyrant, around the Overlord, it would definitely spell a bit of a comeback here for CMF. But unfortunately, when it takes a place at your base and then you can only really kind of push out so far because you have no turrets from that point on, it's very difficult from a team like CMF to come out at the base like that.
Yeah, and whenever we talk about a team losing, we're always like, they're learning. But this one, I think that you just forget about it. Let's not learn anything from this, because I think you just need to move on, worry about the other 2 series. But, you know, look, if anything, it's going to be Haku in the MVP. 7-1-5. His sieges, his furballs, everything was so on point. And the fact that he also got 7 kills, he was just completely the clear MVP in this one.
Yeah, he played obviously pay to a T in game number 1. He didn't obviously the MVP. It was actually Illusion that got that one. But just the fact that obviously level 4 started, he used the Gorge Mobilization as well, just dropped Furball, and that meant that he was able to just claim the kills onto the backline, right? Like once that knockup came through, it was pretty hard to do anything in there. Sitting in the brush, waiting for the timers to come off of his skills so he could get the healing, take down Anthem on the Chano, and then at the Ashir just falls at the wayside.
Look at how they execute. Like the way that they're team fighting, they got each other's backs. They're showing up at the right moments. And I mean, I think that this is the one they mess up. So I'm talking a lot of good things. This is the bad thing. This is the one moment where, you know, CMF were able to come back off of Way, just doing some of the damage. But man, the team fight, they are so well, you know, it's like a symphony, like you know, the way that they move around. They're playing around each other, understanding and supporting at the right moments.
Yeah, exactly that, right? I mean, we did see play kind of with that think inside the box in the first part where they did take 4 lives, but then thinking outside the box where they're actually dedicated and into that team fight meant that they was able to kind of just turn it into their favor. So that's it for Nongshim as well. So Nongshim do get the 2-0 there against CMF. That is our 3rd series of the day, but CMF still have 2 more games to play after this. Obviously, they're offline on the broadcast as well. Hopefully, they've learned something from Nongshim here in terms of maybe early game aggression, how to dictate these team fights into your favor, or even maybe just a bit of a better draft.
Yeah, definitely a better draft. I mean, Nongshim will just be very happy with that performance into day 3, but that just builds up even more drama for tomorrow when they go up against Gen.G Esports, also undefeated, to see exactly who's going to be the top dog, the #1 seed going into Group S. It's going to be a huge statement piece, and obviously Gen.G want this because like R8 has been to, or R8 has kind of struggled with Gen.G, Gen.G has struggled with Nongshim, so we'll see how that one plays out tomorrow.
Absolutely. But next up is going to be R8 Esports against SCARZ. So we're going to go for a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
Only one way, got 9 to lose. I gotta show screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. I am Blam, and with me once again is Hauler, as we are going to be going into the last series of the day, which is with none other than R8 Esports going up against SCARZ.
This is going to be an interesting one, right? I think that R8 Esports, after that loss earlier today against Gen.G, didn't really expect a 0-2 like that one. But going into SCARZ, this is the next level, right? SCARZ had been 4th place in the KME Spring, and to kind of be in that situation where they could get revenge on R8 Esports, this is a rat race. All of these teams really want this game, but this one is going to be key for either of these teams moving forward.
It is, I mean, especially R8, right? I mean, R8 only against Crazy Raccoon. So really, are they going to do what Gen.G did and destroy both of the JPKR teams? Or is R8 Esports going to be the victim of them?
Yeah, it will be interesting. But let's see exactly what happens with the first team here. It's going to be R8 Esports.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock. Yeah. 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
R8 Esports to infinity and beyond. It's going to be, again, for the second time today, it's going to be Doma into the Clash lane, Guxing into the jungle. We have Xenon into the mid lane, Chi into the farm, and then Echoj as their support players. So we've already seen these guys onto the Gorge already today. They played against Gen.G. They had a little bit of hope as well, because we were looking at that early game and we was really thinking, like, wow, R8 Esports have definitely gone infinity and beyond here.
Yeah, they've gotten better, right? I think that that's the biggest thing. They just didn't have enough today to go up against Gen.G Esports. I expect to see a much better game, but it's going to be going up against their opponent, which is going to be SCARZ, and this is their video intro.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you're running. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a rock, yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
SCARZ, the real ones. They're going to be made up by Aruru, Mfang, Hao, ASD, and Ochik too. This is a team that kind of leverages off, or they ride the Mfang train. This is a guy that really seems to pop off. They create a lot of space for him, which is how the SCARZ team really succeeds. I expect big things in this series.
I mean, it's not quite Halloween yet, so we're not getting any fake SCARZ, so definitely going to be leaving some real ones onto the Gorge. Here is SCARZ as they are here as this roster, right? I mean, it's saying that ASD is back into the farm lane, right? I mean, it did say that he transitioned as obviously joined the org as a farm. Yes, he's been onto the mid, but now it looks like we've got him back into the farm lane.
They kind of play around depending on the heroes, right? I think Hao is not 100% comfortable with some of them. Hao has generally been the farm laner, but it really comes back to just the composition of the draft, right? So they like to be a little bit flexible. I think it works in the end. They have a lot of experience in both of the different lanes, so they're able to do this based on which of the hero gets that hero for the right place.
Exactly. I mean, that could work for them, right? I mean, sometimes flexibility is sometimes a little bit of a hidden beast within Honor of Kings Esports, because sometimes you're like, right, we are for certain they're going to draft this, and this, and then all of a sudden a flexible team comes through and so, they didn't draft that. They're now obviously moving their player into that lane because they don't quite understand how that hero works or don't quite feel confident playing that hero. But we're going to go into the BP of game number 1 here between R8 Esports and SCARZ, the real ones. And it looks like it's just those usual victims. Once again, the Arlie doesn't want to come through here for either Ryuchi or either ASD.
Yeah, a lot of respect. Just take out the Arlie. I think, you know, SCARZ have proven that they are able to play it, and it's just too much, right? You don't want to be playing up against a good Arlie. It's so difficult and annoying to deal with. But R8 are going to go a little bit more flexible. They're going to go the Yuan to start off. Very flexible pick themselves.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of obviously annoying, the Yuan here with flexibility is quite annoying for your team to think of, like, well, okay, what we're going to do, where's it going to be, and what do we have to draft to get the catch out? But once again, we see the same kind of like same song and dance. Like when the Yuan comes through onto the blue side, they decide to just lock in the bot side of the map, right? Because it's like, right, okay, if we're going to solidify anything, let's make sure we're able to kind of like extrapolate around this core, which seems to be ASD on this Lung at this moment in time.
Yeah, and they're going to just kind of round it off with Ochik's Zhangfei as well. You can never really go wrong with the Zhangfei. It has a lot of play, just the team fight, the combinations. It just really adds on quite a bit. But R8 Esports, they're going to go with the Pei Byron. They lock that in instantly. They like this fast-paced game.
They've gone for the murderers that Gen.G went for, right? Game number 1, Gen.G locked in the Pei, locked in the Byron, and now R8's like, you know what? That worked super well against us. We were literally caught like legless at one point. And now they're like, we'll try it for ourselves, but we're getting the first party of the day as well up into the Clash lane, so that's going to go up to Aruru.
The funny thing is, SCARZ, actually, they were the second pick. Instead of the Zhangfei, they were like hovering over the Pei, like they were gonna pick it, and then they just pivoted at the last minute. But I mean, I don't know if it's just like, hey, they're trying to bait them out. They're going like 40 chess in this one and trying to just make them pick at one. But it'll be interesting, especially since they've got the fatigue in the top lane. You've got a little bit of sustain. It's a good counter to the Byron one, but the pay kind of worries me at this stage.
I think you were onto something here, Fuller, right? Because, I mean, they were hovering the pay within the first 2 picks. Who did they ban out in one of the first 2 picks as well? The Agudo. Who matches the pace of the Agudo? Pay. So they were probably looking to go and get the pay after banning the Agudo, but now they've kind of caught themselves in a bit of a tricky situation, right? Like, how are they going to actually overcome this pay? Because there's only a certain amount of players that like to play the Yukio Tachibana, right? Which is obviously one of the counters that some of these teams like to bust out when the pay comes through.
Yeah, it might be for the Mfang special on this one. They might be able to go that. It's still open. R8 Esports right now have not been banning that one, but the Musashi and the Jing, also two that are kind of, they don't really want to deal with, especially when you have that pay. If he gets focus fired and by that duel of death especially, he's going to be in a world of hurt. So right now, a lot of open opportunities for SCARZ.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see how Aru's going to play this party as well, right? Because obviously he's going to be mainly there just to get in onto the back line and onto any kind of like unsuspecting front line as well, right? Kind of like the Byron when he uses the flash combo to get in, just close that distance and then just lay waste with so much damage. You're going to see that same kind of play style come through here for SCARZ, but they're looking to take off some of those kind of like counters for the Lung, right? The long range of the Chano, and then take away the D-Ranger, which would be one of the more sort of like tankier, sort of like self-sustaining marksmen here.
Okay, so the Nua and the Shoyu moats to kind of round out this draft. I mean, you have that late game assurance in the Shoyu, but you have the pay with the early game spike, as you know, that can help accelerate you and get you there. But this is a team that's looking to go kind of end to end, like beginning to end. They're not afraid. They're able to kind of close out this game.
Yeah, I think with R8, there's a little bit of like root error here. There is the Yukio Tachibana, potentially getting locked in here for the side of SCARZ. But if they're able to kind of take out the likes of the Motsu here, that's already to kind of like cut off one of the lifelines of the Shoyu. Like that means that it's kind of like a killing spree or open season for Fatih to dive in onto the backline, because he's going to outrange the Lung. Lung will have to exhaust the flash to try and get in range of the Shoyu, but even still then, he can use the getaway and just kind of dive away and then obviously be aided by the Hu1 in terms of sustainability as well. So they've got to play this one very well in terms of SCARZ, in terms of team fights. And we already know that R8 can play team fights very well in terms of positioning. So I think it's all down to how they press go.
Yeah, how they press go, how they're going to go for this one, because this is going to be key going into this draft. I do like the Yukio ban, or the pickup here. I think it's going to play into their strengths. R8 Esports, if they get caught out and they struggle against it and they're not able to do pay things, the Shoyu might not really have that space to get to the late game. So that's a potential opening for this SCARZ lineup.
It's potential opening, but at the same time as well, like if we look at SCARZ lineup once again, where's the sustainability going to come from for the whole entire team? Yes, we have obviously HP regen on the likes of the Yukio as well as the Fatih, but you've not got any healing. You're really kind of just hoping that the shielding from the Leaping Saviors is going to be enough to kind of save those squishier heroes like the Nura and the Lung. But really, there's no kind of sustain within the team fight. So if R8 keep SCARZ within distance long enough, they can out-sustain them.
Yeah, they have a lot of range. That's like the biggest thing. I mean, yeah, you have the new those annihilations, but there's only so much, right? And the pay Shoyu, they can almost outrange some of the best from the side of SCARZ. So this is going to be an interesting one to watch. I mean, if you're going to give any of these teams an edge, do you have a favorite?
I mean, from how R8 played so far within this one, I'm probably going to go edge more towards R8, and because of obviously how they do have the early game, obviously thanks to the pay, they have obviously longer extended team fights if they really need to with the Q1, and then they have their late game assurance, which is going to be Ryuichi on the Shoyu, but they're already kind of bringing the pain here to Mfang onto the jungle of SCARZ at this point in time.
Yeah, but they're slowly taking it down. This is a lot of time wasted. The rotations are coming. Ochik he's going to be there as well.
I mean, the problem is if they take a team fight in the enemy jungle at this point, they're going to have obviously the Guardian Spirit as well, which means that they are going to do less damage onto the side of R8 Esports, whereas SCARZ, it's going to do pretty much 100% damage dealt to them. So they're going to be careful on how they dictate this team fight. But we do see here that Doma is trying to get the knockups here onto the likes of Navati just to kind of keep him at bay. But there it is. Nu is just attacking from a distance. How here, just doing the damage, and he's not even being seen.
There's so much time that's being wasted. Oh, flash forward, Doma.
It flashes forward. They are spreading some flashes here. First blood does come through for the side of SCARZ as well. And R8 Xenon is in the wrong side of the map. He may have to take an L here, get hit by the turret. He flashes over between those two. But then Mfang's just like, I've got you number, buddy. We know where you are.
All right, let me give him a status report. That was like 90 seconds into the game, and they were like playing a back and forth on that Crimson Golem, but Gushing got it in the end. Yes, they gave up 2 kills for it. I don't know if it's a worthwhile trade, especially since SCARZ has a 600 gold lead, but you can never count Gushing out, especially since they got that buff.
I suppose it kind of classes as a decent trade, right? I mean, the fact that obviously Mfang's not going to get that Crimson Golem, have that extra bit of damage onto his skills for the quite a little bit of time here now, and they only trade over kills, and kills, they respawn back. Yes, Crimson Golems do respawn back, but it's going to slow down the farm of the Yukio ultimately.
Yeah, it's all about that lane matchup, right? With Gushing and Mfang in that jungle, right? Who's going to get going, and then that will further snowball Gushing, because once he's got that early game lead, it's tough because he's going to do a lot of damage. Mfang, yes, is the counter, but he still needs items. He still needs time to get there, and probably in that early to mid transition, that's probably where he's going to spike up.
Yeah, exactly. When we start to see like itemizations like the Siege Break come through as well, that's generally one of the key items coming through for Yukio. But they both are currently around about the same kind of gold into the jungle. Obviously, we do see that Gushing is about 200 gold ahead at the current moment in time. So already having that GPM, and it's not kind of punishing the fact that he lost 2 members onto his side. But they're still, once again, trying to help themselves, trying to cut off this Crimson Golem. But it's going to be a room into the back line here, trying to get the pick up onto Gushing. He does get it as well. And Ochik is being very pressured into the back line of RA Esports. Xenon tries to get out alive with Mijo's help, but Mijo now gets taken down, and SCARZ is now paying back that dividends. They are now looking for the enemy's Azure Golem.
I mean, the first time they paid with 2, they lost 2, and now they lost 3. They didn't even to get the buff. I mean, Gushing going down there, that was an absolute disaster. And now SCARZ is looking to invade, repay by just taking everything away from them in their own jungle.
Exactly right. They took a loan. They became loan sharks. They went for their ankles. They bit them off. It was like, yo, bro, like you were 200 gold ahead like moments ago. We're now almost 2k gold ahead, and it was all thanks to obviously Ruru just diving in on top of the Gushing here, and it just meant that Ochik, yes, obviously the right left burst was the most impactful, but it's the beast mode, right? Especially at this low in the game where there's not really that much damage going through for the side of RA Esports. It's hard to contest.
Yeah, that stun, he just barely clipped Gushing, and Gushing, like, he thought he was going to be able to just bounce away, but just being able to be stunned at that moment was huge for them. But, I mean, the Overlord being picked up here, but, man, that was a really good fight for SCARZ.
Very good fight for SCARZ. They've now kind of got the motion back in the ocean as well, because obviously now Mfang's finally getting these Crimson Golems to himself. His teammates are looking to start this Tyrant as well. Trying to contest it there is going to be Ryuichi, but it's more kind of, he's just trying to make sure he gets intel for his team.
Doing a great job here by SCARZ. I mean, with those 6 kills, they've got a 2k net worth lead. They've taken the fight to R8, who have, you know, surprisingly been very reactive. They haven't been able to play their game, which is funny because they were trying to go aggressive. They were trying to take the fight to them, but they, like, that plan completely fell on their face.
Yeah, right, like you said, right, like they tried to make sure that they were the ones setting the tempo, and then all of a sudden SCARZ is coming out of nowhere, and then like just that Emergence coming out of nowhere, Jing as well. It's gonna be the thing that's gonna keep them alive in their enemy jungle. Takedown of Doma once again. R8 Esports are not looking GR8.
They are not looking great whatsoever. I mean, this is looking very dire for them. SCARZ right now, look, the Yukio pick has been just like, was the last pick trump card. I don't think R8 expected that one. And going into this, now they're further behind. They don't have a single kill. They're really falling behind. They're down about 4k. I mean, this game has gone all in favor of SCARZ.
I mean, the more I think about it, I feel like SCARZ just played 4D chess, right? Like, they banned out the Agudo, and it was like, oh, let's flash the pay. And then, obviously, they manifested RA to pick up the pay. And then we were like, Agudo banned out. Normally, good to measure the pay. And then at the same time, it's just like, yep, Yukio last lock pick in. And it's like, RA Esports is like, yeah, we forgot about that one.
Yeah, but they cannot forget about that one. That's the problem, right? Like, it came down to that last pick for that. And it really seems like they're kind of shell-shocked. It's definitely had an impact. And look at how Impact just running it down, forcing it.
He's trying his best, right? I mean, he's 2 levels ahead of Gushing. Gushing actually holding his own, though, with that 1v1, able to keep himself alive. But Arurudo teleports down to the bot side of the map. And we see that ASD, he's pushed that T1 into the top side. No one there to contest him. He's looking to go for a little bit more because he has the minion wave as well. But Ochek looking to push check that brush there. But looking for the side of RA Esports, Gushing's able to get out alive. But Ryuchi, on the other hand, is not going to be as lucky.
Ochek has been an absolute sniper with the Umbrella Outburst. The absolute tip gets him Roichi.
Yeah, he's like, oh, chick, we found you. But no, it's not. It's like, there's the thing inside the box being committed here on side of RA Esports. It's not a good one, unfortunately, because they are playing defensively at this point of the game. Q1 trying to get that sustain through, trying to get that extra little bit of just breathing space for the Star of RA as they try and clear out that minion wave there into the mid lane of the map. But right now, we're seeing that SCARZ is ahead by about 5k gold difference, which is, at this point in the game, pretty scary.
Very scary, but Empfang, they're dying, kind of a bit of a travesty for them. Like, he should have figured out a way to just not go in so deep. He was right under the tower as well. Very risky play. You don't want to let RA get back in this game. Obviously, you have to pay. It's something that's like early game, and they're faltering at this point, but Roichi is still a win condition. If he gets going, if he gets his farm, yes, he's about 1k behind ASD, but when that late game happens, it's going to be a problem.
It is going to be a massive problem here, but the emergence is maybe even a bigger problem here for Gushing. But the flash through comes in and gets the hit onto Gushing. Can they go and get Ryuchi? And they do. So that's going to stop his activation happening anytime soon. We do see, obviously, he has the itemization of the Eternity Blade. But speaking of Blade Dash, we're going through here. The Unending Sorrow is going to be enough to get Xenon out of this team fight. But this has been another aggressive play by SCARZ.
I think Empfang is the only guy that's played the Ukyo at the KME. I'm not 100% sure. I need to check this one, but I know that he's been really styling. He knows that this is the counter to pay. We've seen this, and he's had so much success, and he's just showing you why it's so strong. We don't see the Ukyo a lot, but it has such a niche gameplay, and it's playing perfectly against this pay lineup.
Yeah, it's not been played once as of yet. Obviously, all the stats aren't up to date yet onto the what we need them to be, but it has come through more within KMW, right? Like, I've seen it quite a bit come through there. Obviously, Clean was now the Clash lane of now TM, but I know their junglers used the Yukio as well. So it's still clearly a hot pick, still really a good last pick, especially within the draft, right? You don't want to draft the Yukio too early because there is a counter to the pay counter, which is obviously a counter like a Guan Yu to the likes of a Yukio.
Yeah, a lot of different options, and that's what makes this game so much fun, right? It's the chess match of the draft, but the execution has been key, and SCARZ right now, like, executing almost everything perfectly. Like, the 12-1, 7k net worth lead, that's a huge one, especially since it's not even 10 minutes into the game. SCARZ right now in control, and, you know, RA just doing whatever they can to just potentially come back in this one.
I mean, it's reflected in the itemization as well, right? I mean, you can see here, ASD has obviously the Starbreaker, he has the Eternity Blade, he has the Master Sword as well. Like, that's 3 items at about 9 minutes. That's a lot of damage going over to this Lung already. And he's looking to build, obviously, that fire, again, just another kind of attack damage item coming through. More likely going to be the likes of potentially either a Daybreaker or something along the lines of that. But it's going to be, whatever it is, it's going to be painful for the side of RA, and they aren't holding up to the punches right now of SCARZ.
They're being completely controlled. I mean, they're being pushed back into their own base, essentially. They can't find any sort of farm. This is a real feels bad, man. I mean, they're fighting for whatever farm they can get. You know, they're fighting for scraps, and it's looking to be a free tyrant going the way of SCARZ. They played this one perfectly.
Has been defeated.
They played it very well, right? I mean, Ochek as well, he's playing like Vision Score as if it's kind of like the means to the end of this game, right? Like, he's always in these brushes, making sure that they know where RA and they're approaching from, especially when you see the takedowns of those neutral objectives. So I feel like Ochek is definitely one of the star players for me, especially with his performance of his Zhongfei.
He's very good. I mean, Vision, I mean, it's not underrated. Everyone knows the importance of it, but Ochik gives it in spades. And look at how far up he is. He understands. He's a tanky boy. He's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine. He has the right left burst if he really needs to use it, but right now he doesn't. Let's get the two T3s into the mid and into the bot side of the map. And really now, RA Esports are going to have a bit more of a harder match on their hand, right? Not only are they in an 11-minute game where SCARZ are technically a 10k gold lead hauler, they have got to try and find some way to gain those resources for themselves. And then Gushing, his timer is up very soon, right? Like, that's going to start becoming less effective. But, oh, okay, the wipeout, the annihilation coming in through for SCARZ is huge. But right now, is that push into the crystal? Can they get it for the side of SCARZ? This may be their burst up onto the board on an online broadcast. And SCARZ takes game 1.
Takes it in 11 minutes and 24 seconds. That was an absolute slaughter. I mean, it wasn't as fast as the Nongshim one in the last series, but that was almost as good. It was super clean, and that's kind of how you want to play. Just being able to just like force the issue, and this is how you stop the pay. That was the biggest thing. There was a lot of, you know, we've seen the rampant pay picks throughout. It's been winning a lot of the early games, but that's one way to just slow it down. You actually take the fight to them. You don't play scared, and you have the right heroes like the Yukio to really take it to him.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, RA Esports tried to take the fight to them, right? But then it was the fact that SCARZ played very reactively. It was like, oh, okay, this is the game they want to play. Right, let's play it. So they played it a much better game for them, obviously, especially that top side of the map where they were able to get the first 2 kills onto the board and then obviously trade for the Crimson, which we were kind of like debating which one was the better trade. But ultimately, we see that SCARZ did indeed have the better trade because they got control back of their Crimson Golem after 2 assaults onto it, and then they were able to transition this into a game-on victory as well.
And it started from the beginning. I mean, R8 was being aggressive, trying to just take the fight and take away that Crimson. And they were like trying to do something differently. We haven't seen R8 do this, and it seemed like they were onto something. They thought they could take it away from Ukyo, and that would have been huge for them. But then, you know, just SCARZ were able to just handle that one eloquently. It was like perfect for them in the sense of like, yeah, it took 90 seconds or so, but they got the 2 kills. Yes, they lost the buff. It was a good trade in the end. It really helped SCARZ later down the road.
It did help them down the road, and what's going to help them is obviously us understanding what happened in this post-game analytics. And obviously we see here that M-Fong was the only person to die on that team when he was a bit overzealous into that mid lane, right? But look at that, man. 4-0 for How, 3-0 for ASD. Even Ochik got a kill on the board. He got 2 kills on the board. He was like, guys, you're giving them out like buffet, like free tickets. I need some too, and he got it as well.
Yeah, he was taking everything at this point. I mean, SCARZ right now, I mean, yes, M-Fang died that one time, but that was, like, other than that, they just had a flawless game. The damage is so little because they didn't really get to play, you know, and have many team fights. But 70k from M-Fang, that speaks volumes about his play, though.
Oh, yeah, huge volume, right? Like 69.8k. I mean, not even but it just shows that when you're super aggressive on the Yukio, you're pretty much unstoppable, especially when you got the help of like a Ruru on the Fati. I feel like he was kind of like very much unsung about it, but it's because of the performance of Ochik as well, right? Like Ochik for me stood out so much in this game, number 1.
Yeah, Ochik, his umbrella outbursts are so good. It just, like, it secured kills, and that was the biggest thing, and they were able to kind of snowball from there. That control, that's the perfect timing, and that stun. It's just, Ochik was really playing very well. But, I mean, this is the gold graph. It was all SCARZ. They were completely in control. There was no real dips on this one. No real chance for R8 Esports to come back into it.
Yeah, it was very difficult. It was like, they could have been like a glimmer of hope maybe when they had some turrets surrounding their base, but once the turrets were gone, it was just a matter of time, and just the fact that there's 29k onto the side of RA Esports and 41k onto the side of SCARZ, it just meant that we was getting to the point of the game where, yes, gold doesn't matter, but itemization does, and already we pointed it out that ASD were like 3 slotted at like around about 9-minute mark, so he already had every bit of itemization he needed.
Everything that you wanted. I mean, that's the dream, right? When you're looking to go in the game. But of course, the MVP has got to go to M-Fang on this one. His impact was there. But I guess deaths don't matter because he was the only one on the team with a death, but still gets the MVP because of his overall impact with the 31% damage of, you know, by the team. Actually, that was an excellent performance.
Yeah, he's charging that fist for a reason, man. That's got purpose. But 418 KDA, that was wild. And then the damage at 31% as well, like you said. And then obviously we know that Yukio, thanks to obviously his own self-sustain, he can take the damage because he can heal it back as well. So 25% of the damage taken isn't necessarily going to be a hard risk for him to take. But we're going to look back at these highlights. We're going to see already that obviously R8 tried to bring the gravy to the side of SCARZ, but SCARZ answered with a little bit of milk. It was like, nah, we don't want to mix together anymore, guys. We're putting milk with the gravy, and we're just going to go ham.
Yeah, definitely going to go ham. And they took almost everything. They were super aggressive. And look at these. Another Umbrella Outburst. It's like highlight reel for Oakchick. He had just so many good ones. The crucial crowd control, just like the stampedes, everything that you had. Every single time there's a highlight, it's a new one. He's in, a Ferrari form.
Yeah, no, he always had to dive in deep, always had to set up the engages as well, right? Like, it was all about Oakchick starting with either the Umbrella Outburst, starting with a Stampede, just getting the knockups onto the enemy team, and then you just have like how Aruru just rotate through, like we just saw that to the bot side of the map. But once again, you just have ASD, then how on top, because you see the Gushing tries to goes in, and that was kind of like an early commit there, a little bit too early from R8 Esports.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were just like timing it perfectly or timing it correctly, right? And when to engage. It just seemed like things were a little bit off, but it seemed almost like the initiation was from SCARZ was just too good, where they were, again, had to play reactively, and that's kind of like a losing battle.
Oh, a very hard losing battle when you have to play. When you are the leading force, then become the kind of not leading force. But we're going to lead into a break before we get game number 2, guys. Don't go anywhere. Come back soon.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback, it's now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. And we are going to be back with potentially the last game between R8 Esports and SCARZ, especially if SCARZ plays as dominant as they did in game number 1. This could be the last game for R8 Esports, Hauler.
Yeah, I did not expect that. I thought R8 would have a lot more fight to them, right? I thought that this would go to like a Tempest Dragon or at least some sort of mid-game, right? But they never really got anything going. SCARZ is just too strong. They had all of the answers. The rotations that R8 were doing, it seemed like SCARZ were just way ahead of them. They were able to out-team fight them and made them pay for any sort of movement.
I'm still convinced they were playing 4D chess in the pick and ban draft, right? Like, they were cheeky. They were saying like, hey, we're gonna ban out the Agudo. Oh, we're gonna pick the pay. We didn't pick the pay. Oh no, we went for the Zhongfei. And then there was like, hey, what? You picked the pay. We haven't got any counter for it. And Aura's like, yeah, sounds like a great idea. But we're gonna get into BP of game number 2, and then we're gonna see how this is all gonna come into fruition for the side of R8. I mean, right now, I feel like if I'm R8, I want to lock in a pick that's good for Ruichi, right? We want to get that carry back on the board. We want to make sure that Gushing's having a good time, that he's not going to get countered by the likes of a Yukio, which, thanks to the ultimate ban pick, he's not going to get countered this time around, thanks to the Yukio.
You know, I just on that note of hovering over the pay, to be honest, I would not be surprised if that's something that SCARZ would done. Obviously, it's next level, right? Because, most teams don't really do that. But, you know what I mean? It makes a lot of sense. Like, you're talking about the Agudo ban and then just hovering over it. It seemed really odd. Why would they show that? And then, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden go completely different direction with the Zhongfei. It seems almost unheard of at that point, but a very interesting one.
Yeah, it was like just like a really bad magician, right? It was just like, oh, is this your card? And it was like, no. Okay, no, this is your card. And then literally laid it down at the end of the draft. But SCARZ here are going to go for the Mai Shirunui. So how going to go for the carry into the mid lane again? I mean, to be honest, he carried pretty well with the Nua, right? Like a very heavy rotation on the Nua, using that emergence, especially whenever Gushing thought, you know what, the goings get tough, let's lock it in. But over to the side of R8, they are going to lock in Ryuchi on one of his big picks here.
Yeah, the Arlie's definitely going to help them. But the Dolia being picked up here, what sort of ult can they get on top of that? But again, this kind of opens up the door in the sense that, like, they don't really have a lot of control. I mean, they need other heroes that have amazing ults with some sort of CC to kind of make use of the Dolia. But they don't want to be caught without some sort of control, because this Mai could be a potential problem.
Yeah, Mai potentially getting locked in here is definitely going to be what they need to get on top of the side of R8 Esports, which we're following that same kind of pattern, right? Like, we saw that Aruru likes to get in on top, doesn't always necessarily get the kill, but then that's when we see the likes of Hao and Fang jumping on top. And the fact is they got the Mai Shirunui as well, right? That's a lot of burst from the word go, right? And then Chano being the natural counter here to the Ali is going to cause a bit of an issue here, a bit of a stir, but also give SCARZ that late game insurance.
Yeah, SCARZ right now doing a great job in terms of the draft. I think that that's really underrated. I mean, most teams are obviously looking at the draft to kind of get some sort of edge. But SCARZ right now, just the way that they've been playing this one out against R8, it seems like, I mean, the R8 lineup isn't bad, right? But the SCARZ lineup, the way that they've been drafting, everything is like fitting into the right piece in the role, but it's also a bit of a counter. So they're always looking for that edge.
They are always looking for the edge. I mean, to be honest, we're starting to see those Dolia combos come through, right? They got the Lady Gen here as well, double destruct the Deluge, which could, at this moment in time, looking at SCARZ, would be a great lockdown to the Mai Shirunui and the Mayin, but it's going to be it has to be a very well-placed ultimate for that to actually come through into fruition, right? Like, you've got to make sure that you are putting it down at the right moment, and the fact is that Lady Gen is not a tanky hero, so she could get picked up before she even gets the opportunity to place down that ultimate.
Actually, everyone from R8 right now, very squishy. If they get the jump on them, I mean, if Mayin, all of these guys just get onto the back line, this is going to be a tough situation. So R8 right now need to go something tanky. They're going to look to go for their own backline access through the Charlotte themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte obviously is probably a much better late game clash laner than she is obviously into the early game, especially going against something like the Mayin. But potentially here for SCARZ, maybe Ochik going for some kind of healing, right? The Sakia could again just be another knocker potential, but no, they're going to go and maybe take off Mijoji's pick from game number 1, the Mutsu here.
I like the Motsu. It makes a little bit more sense because, you know, the Mulberry power is great and all, but they're never really going to be grouped up. Like, if you're looking at the lineup from R8, it's going to be, whoa, okay, now they're just playing with their Okay. I like the Moats pick because you need that range. These guys are going to, generally speaking, be keeping each other from arm's reach. They're not going to be looking to death ball. So the Moats, you know, you have that range advantage. If you can get that stun, it's pretty much a kill at that point.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the Jing maybe have a bit of an issue with the Lady Gen here as well. So they're going to be careful. They need some kind of like AoE that's going to be a bit of a disruption here for the side of R8 Esports. So they're locking the Flowborn tank. So really, is this going to be the same kind of Flowborn tank we saw from CMF, where he just kind of just had a jolly old game where it was just farming up to make sure it was at the right point to actually be the pinnacle of actually being able to do anything within a team fight? But this time around, R8 pair it with the Dolia. So it is going to get the double dunk this time.
Yeah, and that dunk is definitely going to help. I mean, it just getting in and out and then getting onto the back line of SCARZ, who are kind of squishy themselves, right?
Yep.
They don't really have that frontliner as well. You have the Mayin, but that's kind of like not really the best one. So both of these squads have a lot of vulnerability. Execution is going to be key on this one, but I feel like we're going to see a lot of fighting early.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, just look at SCARZ' draft. It screams fight, right? Like, you see that in your ranked games, you're like, oh, man, this is going to be like 4v1 down to my bot side of my map, and I'm just going to get taken out. It's not going to be any fun. So you can imagine here, that's exactly what may happen here for SCARZ and RA, because if you look at, obviously, in terms of sustainability, you've obviously got Charlotte that can self-sustain herself. You've got Dolia onto the side of R8 that can literally just give out those pulls, those odes of healing. But onto the side of SCARZ, they have no healing for, like, the majority. It's only for these singular players.
Yeah. For me, it's going to be Roichi, right? I think that we need to see him just really just step up. If you're going to go the early, especially in the draft, you're making a statement. You're saying, I'm going to be in complete control. I'm going to dominate the game. I need to get that farm. Roichi really needs to step up in this series.
Yeah, he does, definitely. I mean, to SCARZ, they have to make sure that they don't give him the Siri treatment, right? Siri was left alone in his lane, and then he was able to kind of dominate in that way. But now, they got to make sure they're actually doing something to counter this Arlie. And right now, in this moment in time, they're just giving over the enemy resources to the Arlie, which could trouble disaster. But AST is able to get the Phoenix. I don't know how much of a consolation prize that is, but he gets it.
Yeah, and look at how just like R8 right now are just grouping up together, giving everything to Roichi. This is obviously, it's going to suffer for Doma. He's not going to get as much, but I think that this is overall the better play, right? Making sure that Roichi has that space and time. And if you're looking in the bottom lane, they're not really losing much. So in all, this could be a good strategy for R8.
Yeah, exactly. They just need to make sure that just keeping and maintaining what they have right now. They've not tried to be overzealous. They're not trying to bring the fight to the side of SCARZ. They're just trying to make sure they get the resources up, get that gold lead, which is very effective in the early game.
Yeah, it's going to definitely help them out. I mean, that's going to be key, but oh no, bottom lane.
Me don't know. He gets taken down. That's first blood going up to the side of SCARZ once again, and Fang is on a rampage.
I mean, he's just the beast, right? You got to be super careful. Like, Enfeng is not the guy you want to get going. He will start things off, and I mean, he's done such a good job of farming, but Mijoj giving up first blood, I mean, obviously he was just in a bad spot, and it's kind of like a tough situation for him to try to get away because you're so squishy at this stage. But really, Enfeng just made him pay.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like a top 10 like anime portrayal, right? Like Xenon, his brother, just left him out to dry. Like, he was rotating down. He just didn't know whether to go back to base, help his brother. Clearly, he stole someone's lunch.
Yeah, brothers are the worst, am I right? I actually don't have a brother, so I don't really know. But I have a sister. Kind of the same, I'm assuming, in that case. But, I mean, look, if your brother's going to leave you, I mean, I think he was looking to kind of take something else from elsewhere, and unfortunately for him, kind of left you stranded.
Unfortunately, he became the stranded brother, right? So, but to be honest, SCARZ just need to make sure that they're just keeping this pressure on there. They've got the first blood, which is going to be a little bit more extra gold going over to them, as you can see here with the global gold actually going into their favor. But honestly, Ochek's playing this Motsu. It's early to call it, but he's playing it very well. Like, he's landing these cannon blasts. It's always landing onto like 1 or 2. See, naturally there, Mijoj is going to take that hit. We don't really want to go onto Roichi because that could set up a big play here for the side of SCARZ.
That could be a problem. Ochek has just completely stepped up, right? He's been absolutely amazing this series. He's been so annoying, providing that vision. Oh, and the soaring signal, not able to get that spike tail.
He tried, right? I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so yeah, you can go for it. But I mean, oh my goodness, Mfang on the Jing, he is annihilating Gushing at this point in the game. He has very little defense, especially against a level advantage, and both buffs going over to Mfang.
The ambush was so good by Hao as well. The way that they were able to just control him, put him under the tower, and then the damage from Mfang, that was flawless there. Again, just SCARZ. Like, they are totally impressing me today.
Yeah, SCARZ at a different level, right? Like, it seems like they're having that same kind of butterfly transition that Gen.G from day 1 to day 2 have, right? But now it's SCARZ from day 2 to day 3, and it's already seeming like a very ramped up, amped up kind of performance. They steal the Azure Golem once again from the side of RA Esports. This is looking pretty brutal right now, right? I mean, Global Marksman could really do with that cooldown reduction on those skills.
It would be huge. Mfang especially, like, understanding that the Jing, he's going to be starting for boss, but they're going in.
They are going in, obviously just trading blows here. The Wave Breaker is coming through just to slow down Hao onto this Maestro lead. They're not even going for the Tyrant at this point. They want to get some kills, but Mfang looking pretty low. Is the Reflection to come through and save him alive? But they are able to get the takedown onto the Charlotte. But okay, Aruru and Hao do get taken down for now. So this is maybe it's a good trade. They don't want to lose Gushing right now, not when the neutral objectives are up. Rechoge over the wall. Wave Breaker locks down Mfang with the Destructive Deluge.
So Mfang was very low and almost baited his own team. Aruru and Hao just went in because Mfang was like, green light, let's go. Let's try to get this one. But unfortunately, Aruru and Hao were the only ones to have died. And Mfang still low was stubbornly not willing to give up that blue buff. And he paid with his life as Xeno made that nice little rotation over.
It was a great rotation. It's definitely what's going to put them back into the swing of things here. It's now neutralized the kill lead and even the gold, right? And now we're looking potentially to take down of the Tyrant and the side of RA get it. So this is kind of like the second win that they needed within this game number 2.
Yeah, RA really needed this to just get back in. They find somebody.
Oh, okay, yep, they get behind the knock up onto Doma here. I mean, the Charlotte plays have actually not been coming through too well. And then the kind of blast set up by Ochik is the takedown and the revenge kill onto Xenon.
Yeah, and feeding Mfang yet again. Ochik just with that perfect control, just enough for Mfang to get that kill. Really well played there.
Yeah, I mean, Ochik is again just using that kind of blast to gain intel, to get those stuns like we just saw down to Gushing. He tries to use the ultimate there to try and collapse on top of the Mfang just to stop the take of that Azure Golem. But that, I feel like that's maybe the second or third Azure Golem going over to the side of SCARZ, which, again, is trouble already brewing here for R8. They had a bit of a lead. They flirted with it. It's now walked out the bar.
Yeah, walked out of the bar, unfortunately. But did you get her number at least? And we're going to have to find out. We'll stay tuned for part 2 to find out.
It walked out the bar and got into the car with his brother.
Oh no, this is why brothers are the worst.
But speaking of worst, we're just going to get a bit of a technical pause here, by the way, guys. So let's just obviously look and recap at this game so far. So game number 2 is going a little bit better for the side of RA Esports, but it's still like we were just saying there, they were flirting with the lead. The lead left. It got back into the car with SCARZ, and now SCARZ have the potential to just basically drive 90 down the highway with it.
They had their moments, R8 Esports. Like, you can't give it. I mean, you had like a slight lead. You were able to kind of bounce back. You're finding ways, but then you kind of give it up. Obviously, it comes back in like looking into your own gameplay of just making less mistakes. But these are the things that top teams do not do, right? And this is why we're able to kind of point it out and to kind of, you know, like when you're winning, you need to close the game out and just kind of just take the fight to them. But it seems like there's still gaps for the enemy team to come back.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be room for the enemy team to come back. And I mean, like, with some of these teams as well, that's currently within the KME and KMW, it's a hard lesson to learn, right? It's like, yes, you got that kind of overall turnout into your favor, but what are you going to do with it? If you're going to do nothing with it, you may as well have just let them take the overturn and then they get on top, right?
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree with that. I mean, it's just easier said than done sometimes, though. That's my only thing, is that, like, obviously both of these teams really want it and they're trying to play it. So they'll do things that might be a little uncharacteristic because they want to get back in this game. And I think that we're seeing a little bit more desperation on the side of R8, playing a little bit more, you know, unconventional. Like the jungle invade in game 1, that's something that they don't really do. And going into this one, game 2, they were kind of trying to get Roichi involved, they've been sticking together a little bit different, right? And I like it how they're looking to change up their play to kind of match the tempo of the game. But at the same time, they are being punished at times by SCARZ.
Yeah, the signs are there that they're trying to sort of adapt to SCARZ' playstyle, which, again, SCARZ have already demonstrated beautifully that they're able to kind of like, okay, you punched me in the face, we're now going to get a sword and a shield, and we're going to come back at you in a few moments' time. And that's exactly what they did in game number 1. But now, SCARZ kind of like, they were leading ever so slightly. Yes, they took a little bit of an L there. They lost the Tyrant as well. And then it's just kind of like, now, R8 Esports is like, great, what do we do with that? And R8 Esports and SCARZ at their own sort of like respect them. They already sort of like formulated a way back with that lead that R8 taken away from them.
Yeah, they've taken it already, and you're kind of seeing that momentum shift right back into the favor of SCARZ. Like they were like doing very well, but right before that pause. But going into this one, you know, again, like SCARZ, they need to do a better job of protecting their lead too, right? I understand that you still have, you know, M-Fang continuing to farm once Jing hits that, you know, critical mass of items, and he'll be comfortable looking to fight. But they've been taking away all of the buffs from Gushing. He's really been struggling.
Yeah, it's, again, just a problem and a natural byproduct of the Flowborn tank, right? Like, he's already a very slow sort of farming jungle, so if you've got such a fast and furious Jing on your enemy team and they aren't contesting your buffs, it's kind of like you're doing yourself your own disservice, right? Like, you need to be making sure that because you've got the early game, because you've got that lead, you're going to transition that into something that's going to create an even further lead down the line, which is obviously taking away those Azure Golems, making sure the Flowborn tank isn't going to be as optimal form as it was, or it should be, if left alone.
What do you think about the Flowborn tank just overall? Like, do you think it's like S tier, A tier? I mean, obviously, you know, we don't have to rank everything, but where do you think this hero fits?
I think paired with the Chow, you're looking around about like high A, low S, right? Like we saw it in the KWC where that kind of synergy came through, like the fact that you can kind of go in with the ultimate, send him back, he comes back in, huge ultimate again. It's that kind of like, it's like, it's Futsu on a bigger scale, but without the attack speed, without the slow, without the damage reduction. He's just there to commit dual damage, get the knock up onto the back line. So it is a good pick, but into a draft like this with the Dolia, we're really trying to see here, like, Mijoj is struggling to see where to place that Celestial Melody. Does he give it up to Lady Chen? Does he save it for a second Destructive Deluge? Or do they just play it as a substitute as a Chao because they're not that confident with the Chao pick?
Yeah, it might be that case. I mean, going into this one, it seemed like they had a good idea. I mean, with the Lady June Arlie, I mean, they have like both those, what is it? The Destructive Deluge, Autumn Storm is just so good, right? Those potentials. But then you're seeing the Flowborn and you're Charlotte, and you're like, not the greatest of targets for the Celestial Melody, so it kind of tapered off, and they were just like obviously trying to counterpick, you know, SCARZ at that point, so it made sense in that regard. But this is not a full synergy, like 100% everything all in on this like Celestial Melody draft.
Yeah, I feel like it's maybe Gushing being placed onto a tank like we saw him obviously within the previous series where he played the Dune, it didn't go too great. It's probably the same kind of falter that we're seeing in this game number 2, right? Is that Gushing has had to play a tank because nobody else took a tank on the side of R8 Esports. So maybe it's a drafted issue. Maybe it's something that they're still trying to learn how to overcome. Is, yes, you can't always be the carry. You sometimes have to play for the team. You have to be that tank jungler. And you always get that divide of two players, right? Like we saw Danny kind of harness that kind of infamous tank jungle only popularity, but then KWC came around and it was just like he brought out the pay, and then he played the pay very well. It was just like, yeah, I can play it, I just play for my team. So it's kind of transitioning a jungler into that kind of mindset that they need to go into, right? They can't always be the carry, they sometimes have to draft for their team.
Yeah, but I'm not like, if I have a really good like assassin style jungler, right, like a Zankyu or like a Rock, somebody who I can really rely on to ensure that he gets his farm, he's always going to be there to just do that damage, right? If I had that type, I would be like all in on the assassin style. I would not, I mean, again, I'm very one-dimensional in that thought process, but I think it would really help because, yeah, if you go with the Dune or the tank style, but you're really not utilizing your player's strengths, you know? I mean, like, it's like, yeah, basketballs. Yeah, sorry, just last point, but go on.
Sure. No, I get the point. Like, the fact is you should always be putting them on the assassin, but at the same time, when it's a best of 3 as well, when you can like take one assassin on the board for your, like we've been seeing this time and time again within KME, right? They pick the pay in the first game. They ban the pay for the majority of the series. Then what do? The enemy team picks, say, for example, like a Luna one game, that's already one assassin down, especially one of the kind of like the T0 assassins. So then all you need to do is make sure you're banning out either the Jing in the first part of the match, or you're banning it into the latter part of the banning phase, because you know their core player is not going to be, it's somebody else as well. Like it's their farm lane, it's their mid, it's not just their jungle. So I feel like that's the contention that some of these teams are having within these bandit pick phases.
Okay. All right, makes sense. I just think it's a different thought process. I would definitely want to be kind of gearing my team a little bit more towards that. Just because, like, again, kind of what I was trying to say earlier, just about, like, if I'm a basketball team and I have Seth Curry, I'm not going to have him, like, try to dunk all the time. I'm going to have him shoot threes. Like, that's kind of where I want him. I don't know if you know basketball, but you know what I mean? He's just like a specialty 3 guy. He can shoot lights out, right? So that's where I would want it, and that's how I would build my team off of the guy's strengths. But I know that Honor of Kings is definitely more diverse in that regard, where you have to be able to play different heroes to kind of match a team composition. So it's kind of like a mixed bag in that regard.
It is a mixed bag. I do get that point. I don't get the basketball analogy, unfortunately. I mean, he can shoot 5s, maybe 3.5s, or even a 10. I'd be like, sick. Yeah, he sounds like a good player. But no, we'll do the Honor of Kings analogies, the things that I've been learning about. But we go back and visit the fact that, obviously, when you think of assassin jungles, right, like, you've not really got the biggest pool, especially in terms of assassin junglers that work, right? Like, we're thinking, like, a tier. Pay is always going to be the top, especially paired with a Byron, right? And then after that, you're probably looking at Luna, Jing at kind of like steady sort of like second space. Luna, Jing, second space. And then after that, you're really looking at like maybe the potential of Alarm that normally somebody comes through with like, I don't know, maybe like a Lubang up to the Clash lane, which you'd normally see in a best of 5 format, which would then become acceptable and a bit of a ground to sort of like have this conversation on. But you've now got Masashi into the mix as well. Like, we've been seeing a lot of Masashi within the KME. That could have been played here. Gushing loved that pick. So,
actually, it'd be funny if we just did like a tier list right now during this break, just like breaking it down. I don't think we need to go down to that level, but I think that it would be interesting to see exactly where all of them stand, because we're seeing the meta. We're definitely seeing a certain elements, but yeah, let's go. Yeah, I think it'd be super funny to see exactly where all of the junglers kind of stand throughout, you know, all of Honor of Kings.
Yeah, I mean, it would be here for a long time. I don't think the viewers would appreciate that. They'd be like, we know this. Like, come on, guys, stop daddying me. But at the same time, it would be useful to have. But I feel like you then go into the territory of like situational picks of like where that jungler does better. Like a Jing would generally do better if you pair a Sun Tzu, and then you kind of get the setup with a boat, and then use the Jing there. Does that top of pay without the Byron, potentially? So it's kind of like those little like synergies, those little niggly bits that you can kind of just like weave in with the draft, right?
What do you think about like a Hanshin? Like, where do you think that is?
I'm not a big fan of Hanshin.
Really?
Like, yeah, I mean, he had his heyday, right? He had his, so like in 2024, you know, like Freddy on Dominator Esports, getting the back door with the Hanshin, but it's kind of like, it gets toppled easily, right? Like, yes, it gets, like, it can cover great distance and get that sort of like single target knock up CC. So if you are having such like a phenomenal early game and picking up into the jungle, I mean, picking up into the farm or into the side lane, then it's great. But I feel like if you lock in a Hanshin too early within the draft, it's going to get countered.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be like last pick, for sure. But I do think that, you know, when it catches people off guard, it does a really good job. And it has play in the sense that, like, if you're able to, because again, I'm just kind of going back to Rock, right? When he plays the Hanshin, he seems to understand how to farm and utilize and extract as much of the map as possible. He does a great job of that. So I'm just kind of wondering, like, where you see him. But you're looking at this more of just like a hero. I'm looking at it like with the player that's playing it with, like, Rock is definitely like a specialty on him.
Oh, yeah, especially DD. But I mean, I feel like the Hanshin falls into a draft where, kind of like the Guan Yu, right? Like, when they have, like, very sort of, like, immobile mages, like a Princess Frost, yes, she has the likes of the trick shot, which has obviously a lot of room for error. She has Winter is Here, which again would be great at level 4, but pre-level 4, you could probably be, if the enemy mid lane's not careful, you could rack up a few kills there and obviously just excel your gold lead at that point. But yeah, it's again highly immobile heroes, maybe when like there's a Ho Yi on the enemy team, stuff like that. And then I would opt for the Nongshim.
Okay. I mean, it definitely has a place. I think all of the heroes do, which is kind of like the most interesting part about Honor of Kings, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, if we go down to like a game 6 and then we need a bit of a jungler, like it could definitely be like a surprise pick. So it has that potential to be there. But another element that you're talking about is that like some of these heroes are just like enhanced when they have like the specific Clash laner, like the Pei Byron thing that you were talking about, the Guan Yu as well. I mean, if they have that, but I try to look at heroes in a vacuum. Not the easiest thing to do, especially since you're picking, with a team. But I think it just kind of makes it for an interesting conversation more than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what the BP is, right? Like, it's a conversation between casters, conversation between the players and their coaches, because they're all kind of discussing it. It's not as linear as last year before we introduced the ultimate ban pick, right? Like, you could go into a draft, or even like, I don't know, somebody that knows very little about Honor of Kings and be like, okay, draft me a blind draft. What's they going to go for? And like, Mai Shiranui, Ali, it would be so easy to call. But now it's added that kind of like 4th, 5th dimension to it, where it now becomes an art of the craft, an art of the battle as well, which is why we always say the battle always begins at the BP.
Yeah, actually key, right? And this is why all the teams really kind of need that coach to deep dive, ensuring that, hey, they have the best draft, understanding and doing recon of other teams, right? What are they picking, right? How do we counter this so that we have our own synergy and our guys are well versed in those heroes that can counter the teams, right? I think we saw that in game 1 with SCARZ over R8. I think that was a squad that they were ready. They knew that this lineup, this Pei Byron, was going to be a problem. They've seen this throughout. It's kind of dominated this league 2025 just overall, and it looks like they do have a bit of a counter.
Yeah, exactly. They do have a bit of a counter. They do have a lot of priority as well. I mean, it just Byron on his own anyway as a Clash lane is generally one of the better Clash lanes as a 1v1. It's kind of hard to kind of like find a hero that's from the word go, like level 1, is going to have an easy matchup against the Byron, right? I mean, you might be able to get away with a Mayeen if you're good enough, but Mayeen has such a higher skill gap than the Byron itself. So it's, again, just down to the player, like you say.
Yeah, it's all about that. And that's the best part, right? Just being able to kind of see exactly how they stand. But we're getting to the point where you're seeing some of the Clash laners really just outshine. I think that, going in, we've always... Generally, we talked a lot about junglers. The junglers are definitely one of the keys in Honor of Kings, but having a good Clash laner is so invaluable to the team. Like, if you look at like a Schwan in the, on Nova, it just makes some of those plays that you're like, wow, like, just really won the team fight, won the game because of his play and his control.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like having, I don't know, a jungler that's your only kind of like core player or the carry of your team, right? Like, if they have to go 5 games, maybe even 7 games back to back, being to try to be the carry, not only with jungle, the carry potential within a jungle is the hero pool. Let's look at it. It's probably not the greatest, right? Like, you'll have to kind of pull out some kind of like very situational picks, like hope that the enemy team pick a lot of magical damage, so you go for like the likes of a Sima or something like that. But having a great Clash laner offloads that burden. Like, if you're able to kind of serve up that kind of momentum that already was like a slow kind of build for a jungler per se, like we saw with Wawa and Rock earlier, like the Mai combo, it's a great way for them to kind of like, right, relax, I've got you back, don't worry, we'll literally just funnel all these resources into you. But then when you have, if you take Nova for example, again, if CY is not having his greatest day, Wendy is going to shine, right? He's going to lock in the Kong Ming. He's going to, he can even carry on a Hue 1, for goodness sake. Like, we've seen him within the MKL. He flashes forward, he gets double kills, triple kills. On a Hue 1 that naturally some of these players would be like, oh, I'm too scared to play that hero that way. So I think having just like multifaceted core players that you can kind of like interchange and just like build around is probably like the difference between like a tier A team and tier S team.
Yeah, and you're seeing that, right? And everybody from Nova, like, just you could put them on, you know, a pedestal because they've just, like, 2025, they've been absolutely dominating the global scene, right? They've done a great job of that. But, I mean, like, what do these other teams really need to do to catch up? I mean, you're seeing, like, Nova was on another level. Nobody was even really close to them, and they were actually competing with some of the KPL teams. But the jump from 2024, where they were struggling to even make it to the international tournaments, to now dominating everything, like, what do teams need to do to really match up?
Well, I think, well, in Nova's instance, if you look historically, it was Wendy, right? Wendy joined the roster very, very late within 2024. So he was probably like one of the late additions. Why they got into KC 2024. So I'm not saying the teams need to go and find an import. They just need to find somebody that is a secondary, tertiary carry that you know that they are going to be able to kind of like take the flak when you aren't kind of like feeling your best, right? But you look at the carries, but then at the same time of Nova, you look at their support, Wei Pit. Wei Pit is just one of those support players that's just kind of like, he doesn't need to be a carry. He knows how to do the setup for the team. He knows, right, I know my heroes to a T, that I can just draft anything around those carries to get that setup that they need. So really, he's playing a support in all sense of the fashion, right? He's just there to make sure that he's going to be the aid that they need to get that carry performance that they were hoping for.
Okay, all right. I mean, the team, the players are next level. They're very good. They understand what they need to do. But for all of the aspiring players and, you know, going through the open qualifiers, if they want to be level, I mean, they don't, like, getting to Nova probably impossible at this stage. It's going to be tough, right? But to just at least get to, you know, maybe KME, KM West, like, give some sort of advice for some of these teams. Like, what do they need to do to really kind of at least make it to at least this stage?
I mean, to be honest, it's more so like trying to find like the resources you need, right? Like, you've got so much kind of international competitions you can pull from. You've got so many games that you can analyze and you can really kind of dive into. With some of these teams within the Open Series, they don't have that privilege, right? And that main privilege is something like a coach, something like an analyst, something like a manager. So if you can't get one of those at that level, it's then kind of on yourself as like maybe you're the captain of a team. So you can then kind of devise decisions, devise strategies, like, hey, look, this worked for Nova in, I don't know, Season 3 Invitational. Let's draft it, let's play it this way, or at least kind of like try and get some kind of performance or experience on how to play it that way, right? So it's all about, for me, these players, they have every utility that they need. They have all the information that all the greatest teams playing on the big stage are going for. It's then kind of like, once they've got that, what do? They have to look inwards. They have to then make sure that their playstyle is going to be up to grabs. But speaking of which, we've rambled for so long. We are back onto the game with R8 Esports and SCARZ. Can R8 come back here? We already have one member down. It's going to be Mijoj once again. And now we're looking at a very battered Aruru as he escapes out of that mirror domain.
I mean, they killed Mijoj, which was actually pretty huge. And right off the break, man, these guys are like, let's fight, let's go. They were hungry to get into the action as well. And it looks like, I mean, Mijoj is the only one to fall, but it looks like they want to go in a little bit more damage.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw Mfang's victory pose. He's charging his fist, bro. Like, that entire, like, technical pause, I can imagine he was just stuck in that pose, you know? He was waiting. He's waiting, he's charging with that fist. He's going like turbo speed in the moment. He's able to get the kill onto Mijoj, and now he's looking for a little bit more, right? Obviously, in terms of the global gold, it's kind of like, it's not the biggest separation here between these two teams. It depends on globally, and then trickle down into the team where it's all landing. I can imagine Mfang is going to be one of those big leads here. He goes into the back line here, tries to get a Xenon. Xenon's actually managed to escape thanks to that destructive deluge, and now we see that Gushing is trying to capitalize on top of Ochik, but Ochik gets out alive.
I mean, that was a lot. That was a big jump. I mean, they had Gushing dead to rights, but he's a flowboard tank, and he's a very tanky boy indeed. And he was able to survive that, almost turn that around. Mfang had to jettison himself on out of this one, and they did it like, you know, like he tried to go in, tried to go for the kill. Yes, he's 4-1-1, but he wasn't able to get Gushing, and that's kind of worrying at the 7-minute mark.
Has slain an
Oh
enemy.
no! You saw that there, right, Ola? 2 bushes, 2 players, and then just a lonely stroll in Ryuchi, and down goes Mead. Like, we were talking about Dark Alleys before. That's the darkest alley he's ever going to walk down in his life.
Yeah, he's going to regret that one. I mean, and also we were talking about how Gushing is this tank. It's like, okay, let's not just go for him. Let's go for Roichi and Majoj, who are not tanky at all and very squishy.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of like openings that you can really do with like players like we see here with Mfang and Aruru, right? Like once you've opened up 1T1, you know that somebody is going to pass through that jungle. And unfortunately for the side of RA Esports, it was going to be Ryuji, who's pretty low in terms of health, but now it's going to be Gushing, and he is their bastion, right? He is their front line, and he's getting ripped down. Just that same kind of MO. But right now, we see the How may get caught out here, thanks to Doma, as well as Mijoj. The Flash has been exhausted, and Ochik is come up at that right time.
Yeah, it took a right time indeed, but it took a bit of a village in the sense of just taking down Gushing. 4 members just to take him down. Obviously huge, right? Considering that turned into a mid T1 and a mid T2.
Yeah, exactly. Again, if you're going to like expand all, this is again for people that are kind of like learning RF Kings and stuff like that. If you're going to expand like these massive amounts of resources, like ultimates and stuff like that to get the takedown, you want to make sure that you are playing with a minion wave that's crashing through so you can get more than just the takedown. You don't just kind of like, wait, we got the jungle, and then just go back to base, right? Speaking of which, it's going to be Mayin, Aruru into the backline here on top of Ryuji, trying to get the close down, and there it is. Mfang comes through, as well as ASD gets a soaring shot onto Gushing. That's a double kill off screen for the Chano. They're at the high ground turret. This is looking like SCARZ want to finish this one off. They need that destructive illusion onto the side of RA Esports, or it is over. Kind of blast into the backline, trying to get the takedown on the Xenon, trying to get the contusions, but it's going to be Mijoj. It gets taken down, and it's SCARZ win the 2-0.
Yeah, SCARZ with the 2-0. I mean, they right off the break, they were like, okay, let's end this. We figured we're strong enough, we're able to catch them out and just like close that game out so quickly. SCARZ really just like leveled up, played very well. You were talking about the transitions for some of these teams from day 1 to day 2, like Gen.G, but this is the rise of SCARZ, who played their first games yesterday, didn't have a great time, and now it seems like they've kind of woken up. They played really well in day 3.
They wiped the crust out their eyes, they got out of bed early, they drank some kind of orange juice this morning, and definitely had everything they needed to get onto the gorge and display and perform like they should have done in day number 1, right? Like day number 2 in SCARZ cases, but they are now getting online. It's again to the beauty and detriment of the actual format of this league, right? They can have one bad day, but then if they come back in the following day and get those dubs onto the board, I mean, SCARZ, they got what, 1 dub yesterday, 1 dub today. That's now going to kind of like skyrocket them in the ranking week, and then they got 1 more day tomorrow just to kind of capitalize on some more victories.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how SCARZ finishes the ranking week, right? And, you know, Crazy Raccoon to level up. SCARZ has definitely leveled up as well and really got that revenge onto R8 Esports, who kind of, you know, took them down, right, in the spring playoffs. So this is something that they definitely were prepared for. They wanted that revenge. They want to put the pressure onto R8 Esports because, again, they feel like they're one of the top 3 teams here, and they definitely showed it in that series.
Oh, absolutely. Like we were saying before this game even started, the JPKR region obviously has been probably the most improved region, I feel like, going into this one, especially some of these KGL teams as well, right? The Kings Japanese League, Japan League, SCARZ, it's clearly doing wonders for them, right? Like, they're not only getting new members from this league, they're also being able to kind of compete a little bit more competitively, a little bit more frequently, which is, again, one of those things that these teams need, is the competition very much more frequently than it was before, and they are getting that exactly.
Yeah, definitely getting that. And at the expense of, unfortunately, for R8 Esports, who really couldn't get anything going in this game. I mean, Gushing 0-3-2 did not have a great time. Doma got focused a bit as well, 0-3-1. Xenon trying to do what he could with 2-1-1. I mean, probably the only one, but Roichi got caught out 2 times, and that's actually too many times in this case.
Too many times. I mean, you definitely don't want to be getting caught too often, right? But I mean, look at this as well. In terms of the damage, 65k, once again, Mfang rocking the lead of the damage, even with a Mai Shiranui, sorry, even with a Chano, which again, his damage definitely comes on a little bit more later than the likes of a Jing and a Mai Shiranui. So they were pumping out some real numbers there. And I want to kind of shift focus over to Xenon just for a brief second. And for those that did catch that, 58k on a Lady Chen. I've seen people say, oh, Lady Chen don't do no damage. I mean, that speaks for itself. 58k on a mage in the mid lane.
Yeah, it does quite a bit. I mean, if you're able to hit that control, it could be like the Ocean of Tears. You can just kind of do quite a bit. But, I mean, look, it was all SCARZ at this point. That gold graph completely in favor of them. There was a little bit of a dip, I mean, at that moment. But once that pause hit, SCARZ were definitely on the rise. And then once we got, the game restarted again, it was just a matter of time. But the MVP of that one, got to go to M-Fang. Still charging. He's looking to charge it. Maybe he unloads tomorrow because he wasn't really required today, but he's still got 6 kills here.
No, it's at the detriment of CMF, bro. Like, that's an off-playing game. He's charging that fist. He's going to let that one go when the day ends. He's like, all guns blazing at that point of the game. But the MVP performance there, definitely only getting caught out once. It seems to be a little bit of an MO for him, right? Like, yes, he may die once, but he's going to make you bleed.
Yeah, he's definitely going to make you bleed. And I mean, they caught him gooshing on this play. M-Fang continuing on. And look at this is, I think, the dangerous one where he got 2 people killed because he was baiting them out. Tried to start something when they probably shouldn't have. Doma gets caught out here, but M-Fang just finding Xenon, just forcing it down. And Ochik with that lockdown, he's just been on point today.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely on point is going to be Ochik. To be honest, I don't think there's any really, like, weak member of SCARZ overall, right? Like, Aruru was doing what Clash laners need to do, which is catching out the back line, sitting in those brushes when we got that kill onto Ryuji. But then you've also got, obviously, Hao onto the Maestro Nui. He's already shown that he can play, obviously, the carry, but then also the mage variants as well. So really just showing that SCARZ have a flexibility to them that we didn't realize, and it looks like their enemy teams didn't realize either, because that now puts SCARZ at a 2-1 standing, and if they take their game from CMF, that puts them into 3rd place.
Yeah, that's exactly where they want to be. I mean, obviously top 2, but they'll be happy with 3rd. I mean, top 3 move on to Group S, right? And that's where you want to be at the end of ranking week. The last day is going to be tomorrow. Yes, there are a couple of offline games that are going to be happening. You already talked about the SCARZ CMF. That's going to be happening shortly, but again, not on stream. So we'll see exactly how they stand on that one. But after that series against R8 Esports, they've got a lot of momentum.
Oh, so much momentum, right? Like, they're going from a really good game against a 3rd place team last spring season, right? So it's not like they were just going up against one of the lower teams. They would definitely kind of go blow for blow. We honestly said in the break, is this going to be a full best of 3 for the day? We honestly thought it was, but SCARZ, they were 10 toes on business. They went in, they did the shindig, they did the business, they got the victory.
Yeah, that was the most important thing. And they did it so cleanly, right? There was no real questions, no huge mistakes to let R8 get back into this one. And I mean, if you're looking at this from the R8 Esports side, you're kind of thinking, man, we were just kind of shellacked. We didn't have any sort of way to get going. They really need to look at today. And today's going to be like a, dare I say, come to Jesus moment of just like where we are, how we got here. Because they had some struggles today, losing to Gen.G as well as SCARZ, not where you will want it to be going into day 3.
Exactly that, right? I mean, to be honest, it seems like a little bit of like a love letter, a bit of a Cinderella story, right? Like, SCARZ got knocked out in the lower bracket finals of R8 with R8 Esports in the spring seasons. R8 went 3-0. This time around, within the ranking week, SCARZ was like, all right, bet, let's put money where our mouth is, and they beat them 2-0, which could potentially get them into that Group S, which, if they are at the end of tomorrow, that's going to mean that they qualify for playoffs. They don't have to fight to the top of Group A. They are going to be just like sitting cushiony, like, right, guys, let's just show the teams what we've got in store for them in the best of 5.
Yeah, and that's going to be the true test, right? The global ban pick going into the best of 5. So much, in terms of just like the deeper strategies, right? The drafts and the 40 chess plays is going to be way more apparent there. So it's going to be exciting to see exactly how these teams play out. But I mean, these best of 3s are rough, right? For any sort of league, even the KWC, we saw the impact. Some of these teams are not really prepared for best of 3s. They're not great at it going into this one, but you're seeing just some of the teams, they need to just kind of not cheese their way out, but they're using drafts that are they're very strong with. And other teams, like, there's just so many heroes to ban that it's kind of tough to kind of just focus in on one piece.
Exactly, it's very difficult, but for those that unfortunately have only just joined us, today's matches, the spoiler alert is on the screen, and that is obviously Nongshim taking a 2-0 from Astar. We have 2-0 from Gen.G against R8. EMF took a 0-2 from Nongshim, so Nongshim literally back-to-back defeat-less in day number 3. And then SCARZ taking a definitively 2-0 from R8. So unfortunately, it's been a bit of a, like you said, Ola, like mentally not a good day for R8 Esports.
Yeah, not a good day. And going into today, I thought I had high expectations. I thought the Gen.G won R8. I was like, okay, who's going to kind of come out on top on this? And unfortunately for them, dropping 2 in today is just like a world of hurt, right? But let's talk about the rankings here. Gen.G and Nongshim, both of them 4-0, both 8-1. SCARZ really impressed, 3-1. They have a potential to even go 4-1 after the offline games today. But then you have Crazy Raccoon, which we did not see today. R8 Esports dropping 2, CMF Esports dropping some more, as well as Astar Esports, which have one final chance against CMF to get into that win column.
There we go. And then this is obviously the matches up tomorrow. We have JP against JP. I mean, this, to be honest, I feel like this is going to be a really good match, man. Like, we saw Crazy Raccoon have a great day 1, quite a bit of a whiff of day 2. SCARZ, opposite story. Not so good day 1, really good day 3. And then we get Gen.G against Nongshim, right? The battle for that top space of the Group S. Then R8 are trying to take revenge on Crazy Raccoons for the 3rd match of the day. And then finish it off, man. SCARZ against Nongshim. That's going to be one to watch. Honestly, I don't think there's any bad match tomorrow.
No, every single match is good. Every single match. And there's, like, we don't know who's going to be first place. We don't know who's going to be last place. We're going to find out all of that basically tomorrow. And every single match is going to be key because we're going to find out who makes it to Group S. That's going to be very important.
Very, very important. But this is all it's been for today, guys. We hope you've enjoyed the action just as much as we have. I've been Blam. Find me at Blam at MOBA on all platforms, and as well as Hauler. He is at Hauler TV on all platforms as well. But we are going to be signing off. We'll be back with Sagi tomorrow for the last day of the ranking week. So make sure you join in same time tomorrow for some more Honor of Kings action. Have a good night.
the sound of the rain.